Perfect. Perfect. What is going on, everybody? How are we doing? What a great day to be talking about Chicago Bears film it is, right? Look, I understand. I understand anybody who feels like this game is going to be brutal to watch. And I got to tell you, I disagree. So here's my 2 cents on things, right? The Bears lost an absolutely bone crushing, heart stomping game on Sunday, right? But here's the deal, right? Uh, the Bears actually looked pretty fun for the overwhelming majority of the game, and then they lost it at the end. I mean, like, I get to start you off just like let me give you an appetizer. Let me see if I can find a couple good ones, right? Let's see. For instance, last game with Trevor Siemian starting, you know what I really couldn't show you? Let me see. Where is it? This is quarter 4. Yeah, I hope everybody is having a good day. Needed a little bit earlier than this. Let's see. There's that drive. We're going to start in optimism land. Why wouldn't we, right? Like, one of the most fun parts about this football game right here, this one, yes, this one, was watching some of these young kids play. Now, Tyreek Stevenson over here, ya boy, one of my favorite players, yeah, he got a lot of credit for doing, look, I don't want to say nothing, but the Lions just kind of ignored him. It's not going to surprise you that the Chicago Bears or not the Chicago Bears, the Detroit Lions wanted to attack this part of the field. Anywhere else, they weren't really going to bother as much as they could, right? Especially they wanted to get number 14, good old Sun God. Let me see. Do I have yellow on this thing? Yes, I do. Sun God. I wanted to get him over the middle so that they could exploit whatever the Bears linebackers wanted to do, right? And so because of that, for some reason, I won't know what led to this. Praise the sun, Michael. That I may find my very own son. Anyways, so one of these days, I'd love an explanation for why Gervon Dexter got put at defensive end. I don't know, but for some reason, it worked. And not only did it work, I mean, Gervon Dexter had the audacity to attempt the cross chop against Penei Sewell that he has not hit yet this season. It's gotten better. Don't get me wrong. I've pointed it out a couple times. And Jordan, I know you're in here cackling because of all the players, I did not expect Penei Sewell to give up his second QB hit of the season. Second QB hit of the season to Gervon Dexter. But here we are. And Dexter went, pop, got through him, like hits Goff directly. Like, this is an edge rusher pass rush. Just boom. And he gets through a chip. Demo's out here to chip Dexter on the edge, for crying out loud. And Gervon sets up outside, hits back inside. And if I'm Penei, I'm sitting there like, you have got to be kidding me. And it ends up with, a pick that is not. And goodness gracious. Okay, so just theory crafting here, right? Had Jalen Johnson caught this ball and then he'd stood up, Laporta probably gets him, right? Like, whoever this tight end is probably gets him. We don't need to create a little Orlovsky touchdown, do we? Right? But it was fun. It's so funny because throughout so much of this game, like, you're going to get to see Bears players play kind of well. And you're going to get to see some actually okay scheme at the start. So, look, let me get my complaints out of the way because I'm interested to hear what y'all saw for those of you that watched the game. Look, these days, just so we're all on the same page, as the Bears season kind of dwindles, I am hard at work at my real job, almost literally trying to convert commission sales so that I can make money to really invest some time in draft season. We will see what happens, but it's all a part of the process, and I thank you for bearing with me. Now, catchphrase out of the way. Watch the game through once pretty closely. And if I noticed a theme, it's that as the game wore on, the Bears started to just call cover three. They would call the occasional blitz, but they didn't call much man. They didn't call much cover four. They didn't call much cover two. I know. They called a bunch of cover three. And I think the goal in doing that was that they thought they were going to cut off crossers and take away the middle of the field. But what it ended up becoming was a really comfy two pair of drives at the end where Jared Goff finally felt relatively assured of where he was going to put the ball. And I can't tell, like, I couldn't tell you whether that's exactly why the Bears lost, but as they rolled into being conservative, for instance, as the Bears shifted towards being more conservative, the Lions shifted towards being more confident, and as that happened, they just, like, the Lions started to run the Bears over. And honestly, if you're a Ben Johnson person, you're gonna have a lot of fun with the end of the game because it was fun. I mean, from a defense offense perspective, you're not going to get much Ben Johnson glory until the end of the game when you really start to see a lot of stuff shine, because Goff does such a great job just honestly fouling so much up. Was that late TD over Ejax cover three. So let's go over some scattered plays because I think, first of all, they're fun to go over. And second of all, I want everybody to filter in before we start going relatively chronological. But yes, here's Gervin. This is second to last drive. And Gervon Dexter is going to, boom. It's no specific move, but tell me that's not some pressure. Like, just overpowering his man to squeeze that pocket a little bit. And we're looking for flashes. We don't need anything psycho crazy. And I think we all agree, like, especially from a rookie who is so raw is a nice way to put it. Like, Gervon Dexter is, oh, and by the way, the draft stream, I should talk about this. It's me. I'm the doofus that didn't realize when I scheduled next Thursday that was Thanksgiving. At the time, I thought it was 2 weeks from then. So this time I mean it. Next Thursday. Let's fill the bar and let's get a draft stream going because we will have plenty to talk about. It'll be like what would this be? This would be like mid bye week too. Like we could also do a second draft stream on Tuesday, maybe some kind of off-season stream, a season in review stream. We'll come up with something. But more to say, like the draft stream that I advertised for Thanksgiving, we will not give thanks by going over the draft. Spend some time with families. I know I'm certainly going to be, but so I am thankful not for that missed tackle. But there's one more play I do want to go over. It's not this one, so maybe we'll find it later. But so, John, you mentioned, was that last play cover three? It sure looks like it to me. There are a couple coverages the Bears run where, for instance, this one, right, where they've got clearly two flat defenders and their hook curl defenders are crazy high up when you really look at where they are, where I would tell you that this looks to me like cover three. I think it is. But if you told me that it was like because I'll talk to some defensive guys and they go, oh, that's not cover three, that's cover nine. It's like cover three, but, and I go, stop. I mean, I get it. But there's no way that I, as somebody who's not in the coaching room with them, am going to get all their details. But we can cover the gist, right? And the big problem that I see here is that the Bears let the Lions dictate the So, look. Why is it bad when the defense knows exactly what you're doing? And Michael, you bet. I'm going to count that right now. Let's go. Let me get that up there. $25. Your donation is important to me. So let's go 11. I don't care. 28, 2023. Back to ball. All right. So if you ask me, the big problem is that when the Lions, are very well aware and very assured, by the way, that you're going to take this too high shell and you're going to drop into cover three from there, Like it allows you to run a splitter, like a levels concept that is going to just shred the defense. Jalen Johnson gets put in a little bit of a bind. Why does he take the low on what ends up being a very deep high low? I don't actually know, but call it instinct. I mean, the Lions have been trying to hit you with outs nearly the entire game, but basically the Lions, as we shuffle, the Lions go low, medium, high, ultimately, and Eddie Jackson's responsibility isn't necessarily to stay over the top of this guy. I mean, cover three, I wouldn't call it a weakness, but according to the textbook, you bet, Jason, it's on my list. But according to the textbook, this is Jalen Johnson's responsibility. And then you would give up the play underneath and you'd rally and you'd tackle there because they called it cover three beater. There's only so much you can do when they call a coverage beater that beats you. Because what's Eddie Jackson doing on this play? Eddie Jackson is watching the post. It's never impossible that the player bluffs an outbreaker and then just, frankly, he might just charge up the seam. So the moment he turns and runs away from Eddie Jackson, look, I know everybody, because I've seen it. I've seen it on the old Twitster. Like, everybody wants to blame Eddie Jackson because everybody hates the free safety. It's kind of like the offensive line. Like, to me, DB is the offensive line of the defense because on the D line, nobody really blames the D line. Maybe we'll pick one guy and blame him, but nobody really blames the D line, right? But the DBs, oh man, you dare allow Jameson Williams. You dare allow Jameson Williams to run away from you, despite the fact that he is very obviously much faster than you. And Eddie Jackson, I hate you. I'm sending you hate mail. I'm tweeting about you because you should have just been Superman and just charged away from that's what you should do. You should caught him. And Chris, I mean, he's 30. I'm not to say that you definitely could run away from Eddie Jackson, but from that alignment, probably. Like, I would tell you that, in my opinion, Jalen Johnson's got to get depth, but he plays hunter killer on this under route, and he's wrong. I mean, it happens, right? Problem is that the moment it happens, the Bears seemed shaken and not in control. I mean, they still had a 6-point lead. This wasn't the end. But you tell me this didn't feel like the end. I mean, was anything more surprising than the fact that the Bears gave up this score and immediately, first pair of plays back, they go, let me see, is it, no, that's that. First pair of plays back. This is them just charging all the way down. We get run up the middle. Nothing doing. Look, I'm here for a lot of this. The other thing that doesn't help is that the Bears had no qualms running into ultra stacked boxes. Ultra stacked boxes. Like, I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to run into an 8-man box. And if you can't tell, a lot of these run lanes are so slanted that it's going to be awfully hard to dig some of these guys out, right? Like, Pop, Darnell Wright is going to try to help Mercedes Lewis combo up to a D end, which is a hard enough assignment. Then he's going to try to throw Anzalone out. But, of course, the defensive end does his job, wins against Mercedes Lewis. Say what you will about how well Mercedes has played. That's just never an easy block. And, of course, it starts with Khalil Herbert reading right here that 94 has this gap. So the moment we already lost that, for crying out loud, this play was all but over. And this goes back to something we've talked about on this stream. We've been talking about it for the better part of 3 years now. But basically, when you create, like when a defense clogs the zone this hard, you just can't run into it. Now, there's not a ton of ways to attack it from a run lane perspective because Aiden Hutchinson is so wide that if you tried to run anything, there's nobody to pin him. Now, there's creative ways that we could deal with this. For instance, if I got to choose one thing that I would start this play with, call me a cornball. But like, let's talk offensive design, because I like thinking about offensive design, at least from this perspective. How could we have done a conservative play call while still getting what we wanted? One thing I would have done, first of all, get out of 12. Like, I understand, Reinhardt, that you're saying RPO. No. Let's get more creative than that, John. Or John, Reinhardt, let's get more creative. While we could easily RPO this, let's say that we're in the headset and we could hear Fields breathing really hard. Like he's nervous, right? We don't want to do that. We just want to run the ball. What I would do is I would get out of 12 or out of 13 and I would get into 12. Who would I put? I'd put 19 right here. That's right. I'd put Equinemius St. Brown. And then what would I do with him? I would send him in motion. I'd pull him across the formation and I'd put him in a bunch set with DJ Moore. What would we do with that? Well, first I'd watch the way that the defense adjusted, because my goal would be to run crack toss and have my best blocking wide receiver go crack Aiden Hutchinson. And then at that point, theoretically, we could pull some people around. And when we get DJ Moore in space, now we have a conservative play call because it's a run, right? But we've found a way to deal with this formation. Now, granted, I'm speaking from the perspective of somebody who already knows what defense they're going to run. But the beauty of this is that we've known this, actually, when we go back nearly any other play. Like, they've been running a 5-wide formation the whole game. It shouldn't shock us that they're running 5 wide. So if we can, let's get somebody in there that can block. Not you, Tyler Scott. I'm actually shocked Tyler Scott got put in as many blocking roles as he did, given that I'm heavier than Tyler Scott and I'm 5'5". So Tyler obviously much faster than me. But if we were going to call something, if we were going to call something conservative, I would just argue there's better ways to do it than let's put all of our tight ends on the field, despite the fact that, and I mean this in no explicit disrespect, despite the fact that Robert Tonyan has been nothing to us pretty much all season long, and we're not confident that we can get outside the edge of this. Like, oh, I don't disagree with you. Like, Jimmy Guy, how you doing? Jordan, it's more to say that when we take a look at this play, like if you're dead set on running it, if you are dead set on running it, there are better ways to be dead set on running it. I mean, for instance, I don't know how you would have read optioned off of this, but if somehow you could have maybe read optioned off of, if you could have read optioned off of maybe a bash run of some kind, I don't feel good about that, honestly. Like, once you get this many guys this close to the to the offensive line, I feel like you got to have a throw check. And it looks like I missed it. They've got a 9-man box in here, don't they? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No surprise they couldn't move anybody, because even the tight angle misses a defender, for crying out loud. Like, the other piece of this, Chris, that I don't love is that you say they were ready for the RPO. Here's the mesh point. No, they sure weren't, right? If you pulled this, DJ Moore has so much space for an RPO. Now, we're not running that because why would we be, right? But just looking at this, like, it's pretty crazy when you think about this, that there's that much yawning space. We're not going to attack it, though, because we got to run the ball, right? We have to run it at least once. And then a speed option with EQ motion would absolutely help. I think you could have pulled, like, another piece you could have done, same exact run if you want to. You could take DJ Moore, just send him, like, have him do at snap motion, cutting across the formation. Look, I kind of hate, to be honest with you, playing backseat offensive coordinator when we know something didn't work. To me, this is one chain link away from saying bad play calling is bad, all our players are good. But lining up and running, what is this, like big inside zone on the first play is beyond, it's not just predictable, but this is such a horrible look to run it into that you are throwing a down away. And here's the problem, Chris. To me, the biggest problem isn't throwing the down away. The biggest problem is that the Lions have 3 timeouts and there's a full 3 minutes left on the clock. There is too much time to be doing this. Do we agree? There is too much time to be in full conservative mode. You can't just throw a down away in full, with this much time on the clock. Best case scenario, you go down to 2:10, right? No, it'd be 2:20, wouldn't it? Like, best case scenario, you go down 2:20 and they still have 3 timeouts at 2nd and 10, right? But I know, Akusai, we're getting there. But even on the first play, looking at this, I mean, I'm not trying to be the 15-year-old with a Madden controller, but there is too much time. There's too much time. And Damo, you're absolutely right that the Bears were in control. Do we want to take a look at how they did it? Right? Like, okay, so let's see. Drive starts here. 13 minutes, right? Let's take a look at what they do. So first things first, you're going to notice motion. We took Mercedes Lewis from here to here. He paused, then he pulled all the way across the formation, and we've got space. What does this do? This sets us up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then lead blocker makes 7, and then we're going to leave somebody unblocked, right? So what's going to happen? Well, Fields is going to check. So we had 2 plays, and we liked the look on the second one. So we're going to check to this, and then first play, let's see what happens. It's a toss run, create some space, yardage. Compare that, Damo, to what we just saw, and I can't help but feel like it's very obvious the difference in mentality between we're going to run ball control. We're gonna get everybody moving because, okay, so right here, for instance, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we've got 4 guys on this side. For all I know, Justin Fields checked to a run to the left where he knew he had 1, 2, 3, 4, like hat on a hat on this right side of the field. And that works to the Bears' advantage because by the time they get the toss, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hat on hat. This guy, the unblocked man, is taken out of the play, and then 7 over here. And honestly, this is so funny because when we talk about this, we can say that the front 4 are all that matter. I want you to pay attention to Braxton Jones, who gets, well, actually, let me show you from a wide angle because now I'm remembering this play a little better. You want to talk about how important it is that everybody does their job and everybody buys in when you're playing run? Like, Braxton Jones comes out and hits a block that because of the cutback lane that Khalil Herbert takes, Braxton Jones is the spring block. And it ends up being one of the main reasons the run ends up being a mini chunk, right? Because had Braxton whiffed on this block or not gotten it in one way or another, this guy attacks downhill, and hey, it's still a comfy little 4-yard gain, right? But it's not the, what is that, almost 9 yards, 10 yards that the Bears get to get well out of the shadow of their own end zone. And say what you will, but that kind of stuff's big. And so, Damo, as we keep going, because I like this thread. I like this thread, right? This idea of, well, the Bears ran the snot out of the ball just the drive before. What was so different? Look at this. We've got at-snap motion. I can't make this up. Like at-snap motion. At-snap motion gets everybody moving. The defense has to communicate. And sure, we end up handing the ball off, but how do we hand the ball off? We hand it off with what looks, at the very least, like some form of read option. And so we've got different guys we've got different plays that are forcing the defense to at least communicate, read what's going on, and react. And should we catch him out of position, great. Now, this isn't the world's greatest set of blocks. Moreover, it attacks, it kind of leaves this guy open right here. And he ends up making the play, partially because we can't dig 90 out of the run lane. Nate Davis, by the way, is so funny because Nate Davis had a game where he was like 30% Pro Bowler and 30% horrible. I mean, say what you will about Rust coming off of an injury. I certainly don't hate it, but it was kind of funny watching 64 because 64 has some of the hardest whiffs on the team in this game, and he has some of the best blocks in the run game. He looked fast, but at times he looked way too lungy. But anyways, like that's a second down run that you can, oh, even more so. That was on 2nd and 1. So it's still a thumbs up play. Like, because Khalil Herbert didn't get the full 10, it's not 2nd and 10. Nothing to worry about. That's a short yardage run, baby. Now we got another motion, right? We're gonna motion Mercedes Lewis once again over to this side of the formation. And that's the thing, Reinhardt. Like, I know what you mean. Like, they know what we're gonna do, but it is crazy looking at this because I hadn't put 2 and 2 together, and I appreciate Damo on what you're talking about. And yeah, this is it's like a what I would consider to Kusai is that it's a 9-man run box because you're gonna take this guy out. You're not really gonna count him, but that's only because he's like 5 yards off the ball and well away. In this case, it sure doesn't go anywhere, right? The Bears wanted to run the ball. They were convinced that they had to run the ball. And you know that the edict was, let's say they put it on, right? And Darnell Wright gets next to nothing on this block. Fabulous day pass protecting. Practically all I care about, to be honest. But he whiffs this one. 93 gets out there and makes a play. We'll take it. It is what it is. Jibby, I don't think it's a not trusting Fields thing explicitly. Because that's the thing, Jibby. You wouldn't be saying it was a do they not trust Fields thing had they ground out 9 minutes, I think. Because Chris, I hear you, but they ground out 9 minutes on this drive. Like, they also attempt passes later. Right now, I think they were just running their, like, they call it 4-minute offense, but their clock kill offense. And it looks, we're sitting here questioning, where did they not trust Fields? Why did this happen? Because they lost, right? And to me, the not trusting Fields isn't on 1st and 10, right? It's not 1st and 10 from the 20. It's because, Chris, you say that. The letting your quarterback win the game stuff comes later, right? If you're going to play the Flus doesn't trust Fields, it's later in the or like it's later in the drive set, and we'll get there because you're gonna have plenty of chances. If there's one place that Fields sparkled, in my opinion, like 100%, John, 100%. I've been wondering about since week 1 whether we were just cooking ourselves on the coaches we're trying to tank because looking back, this is just kind of the stuff that we saw, right? But so, no, Jimmy, this isn't quite the last drive. But so, this is the second to last. This is the long one. It's interesting watching this because if there was a space that Fields thrived in, oh man, he looked like every bit the athlete we saw in 2022. Little things like this, 4th quarter, right? Like, boom. Just sticks his foot in the ground and boat races it. Brandon called out exactly what I was about to get to. This is without a doubt a give read. Like when Fields said earlier in the presser, like he said, if it's 50, I'm keeping it, right? Fields wants the 50-50 balls. I don't even think this is 50-50. Like 93 is not pinched in enough. He's not getting Khalil Herbert, right? But apparently Justin Fields took a look, must have not seen a rushing lane that he liked and said, nah, I can do this. Boom. He's feeling himself, gets uphill, and turns this into a really positive run. Like, no, Spectre, I'm not telling you to mind. I'm not telling you it's a problem. That's the other thing. Like, I think, okay, so let me just get this out of the way. Yeah, I'm putting the pillow down for this, right? Let me just get this out of the way, okay? I thought Fields was the best version of himself, okay? Like, let's be clear on what that means, right? Fields, because I need to draw a very clear distinction on what I think. You could think whatever you want to. Like, open season. We're going to go through as much of the game as I can afford to for as long as I can stay awake, right? But Fields, let's go with Fields, the athlete, and the improviser. Man, that word just does not translate, does it? So we're going to go improv so that it's not as tight. Like I thought Fields was pretty much like an A minus, absolute worst. Like that's the worst grade that I could possibly hang out. You could convince me into higher. I thought Fields as a playmaker. I thought Fields outside the pocket. I thought Fields with his feet. I thought Fields flashing just talent, right? I thought he was a lot of fun. I mean, there's a reason you're seeing so much hubbub on Twitter about like, oh man, when you've got a quarterback that can move like this. Yeah, absolutely. Like the plays that Fields made with his feet are just awesome to watch when it works. Fields, the pocket general, or let's call it within structure, in my opinion, that's like a C minus, right? And that's okay. That's okay. Hey, we saw some structure. Plenty of it looked better. I gave him a passing grade, technically, but we did pass on a lot. Like you're gonna see this, and I'm not trying to come at the guy, right? One thing that frustrates me is that this is Fields, isn't it? Hasn't this been Fields? This was the best version of Fields. This was Fields the improviser doing awesome. Like Fields the improviser controlled most of the game. Fields the improviser made really electric plays. Really electric plays. And then Fields the like when Fields got chances to throw strikes down the pocket, instead he would get out of the pocket and go make a different play. And that's fine. It just begs the question, right? It begs the question on like, what are you going to do with him at the end of the season, right? Because I would argue that what coaches like Ben Johnson want to see is this stuff, right? Everybody gets really excited. Fans ought to get excited about athlete improv, but the coaches crave Jared Goff. Like the way Goff plays in this game is something that I tend to think that a lot of people would look at. Okay, so not early, because obviously he's just terrible early, but later in the game, Jared Goff shows you a little bit of what coaches are looking for in just some of the anticipatory throws that he makes. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not about to oversell Jared Goff. I thought he had a pretty awful game. Hard to turn it, or hard to be responsible for 3 turnovers with what could have and should have been a pick 6 mixed in there and be hype about it. And like you're saying, Chris, I mean, the other piece to the Fields Bagent thing, right? And this is so important because I was talking to a certain somebody, may or may not be in the chat, I'll let him reveal himself, who was, we were talking about Bagent, right? And I was talking about exactly what you just said, how strange it was. How strange it was to see Tyson Bagent slip into the same habits that Justin Fields did. And he said something that disarmed me very easily, right? He basically just said, I mean, yeah, but also don't forget, Tyson Bagent was a naive rookie when he first started playing. Then he played 3 games. He threw 6 picks. And as he did it, he started to, like, he chilled out. And by chilled out, I mean he started playing scared, right? Like, let's say that there is also an option that as much as we want to wear our tinfoil hat about the coaches are coaching him to see it, throw it, Bagent may have entered the Carolina Panthers game so terrified of throwing an interception that instead he tried to play everything with his eyes after the fact, and that didn't work either because the NFL is way too hard for that, right? Like way too hard for that, in my opinion. And like you're saying, Chris, let me be so plain. Fields, okay, I'm gonna write this out because I think it's so important. Nobody should blame Fields. Just because I gave him a C minus inside the pocket doesn't matter. I'm trying to explain to you guys why I think the Bears may end up, especially if they get a number 1 or number 2 pick, push away from like they may move away from Fields anyways, right? But in this game, you could have easily won with Fields. Chris, you nailed it. Fields delivered the ball to he delivered the ball to Tyler Scott. Went for the jugular, should have hit it. if you ask me. Like, as in, Tyler Scott should have caught it. Like, this isn't a Fields game. It's not, right? Because when we had that, let's say, pocket was over here, and then improv was over here. The main thing to note is that whenever the pocket part didn't work, Fields just crossed on over to improv and did something. Like, I mean, whenever it wasn't there, Fields just said, okay, I'm out. Because what do the Lions do on defense? They play a lot of man. Like, the Lions left rushing lanes open for Fields all day long. I would argue Dan Campbell probably finished the game, walked over to Aaron Glenn, and actually, no, they finished the game on such a high that they did it like the day after, right? But when they went through I bet he walked into the defensive meeting room and said, what were you thinking letting Justin Fields run on us like that? Because the Lions definitely made it possible, right? We have seen, haven't we, over the start of 2021, that when teams want to rush contain and they want to fence Justin into the pocket, they can do it. So when Justin Fields was able to break out of the pocket as many times as he was, at the very least, you could say it was a defensive choice. But also, Fields looked faster. He looked more fluid than he has all season with the ball in his hands. I thought it was notable because he was flying. He was flying. And that's the thing, Chris, because to me, the other piece to this that's so, I mean, I think it's important to talk about. Look at that, more motion. Just short little motion to go from like one with a bunch on the inside, like an outside one with a bunch on the inside, into a trip set. Boom. You're going to force these guys to check into something else. You see all this motion from the DBs. It's because they have to sort out, and you can see them talking too. Like they have to sort out who is who and like who has what within the confines of a man structure. You're making them communicate. You see this? Communicate. You can't say that they just didn't trust Fields when they're throwing it. Now we don't hit this one, which is not the point. We actually get a huge break. One thing that sustained this massive long drive was a penalty that, I mean, you tell me, can you find it? I'm going to give you guys 3 watches, okay? We're going to go 3 watches here. Watch number 1, find the penalty. We're going to back it up. Watch number 2, find the penalty. Watch number 3, find the penalty. What the has it nailed? Archbears 2K, CJ2K, you remember. It's they call this one on Brian Branch, and if you ask me, I think it's a very, let's call it Chicago favorable call. Personal opinion, this looks to me like Kmet runs straight into Brian Branch, and if like totally just my opinion, but Kmet initiates contact, don't we think? Like Kmet runs straight into him, starts to run through him, and they call it a hold, but I'm almost surprised they do. I would be whining about this if a Bears linebacker took this penalty, because to me, what's the defender supposed to do when the offensive player runs through you? You have every right to the grass that they do. Say what jokes that we will make about guarding grass or not, right? Like, to me, that was right on the line. Best you're going to get me to say is that it was ticky-tack. But hey, I'll take it. I'll take it, Spectre, right? Because it ends up keeping us alive on this play. And if there is one, I don't know, call it a question I have, it's that, so here's Fields at the throw point, right? Look, I am not actually that smart. I'm really not. Like, not, when it comes to football, sometimes I don't know. But like, I'm still learning is the best way to put it. Here's a play call. We got an in, we've got a slot fade, and then we've got DJ Moore on a whip route. We are facing like a 3rd and 4. Can I ask, am I allowed to ask why we are throwing the slot fade, right? We haven't hit it all season, if memory serves. Like, we've hit a slant into the fade, but this is pretty tight to be throwing this football. And I'm backseat driving. I know I'm backseat driving, but man, the moment you realize they're in man, are we not thinking DJ Moore on the whip? Like, isn't this the guy we want? Him at the first down line? You tell me if I'm being too nitpicky. Because Fields has a guy on him, and I get that. But had we just snapped down, like had we seen this and said, hang on, I think I've got something easier, right? And thrown it here, we get it. But we have to throw it with really quick timing because Nate Davis is getting eaten alive. The ball ends up thrown away. Here's Nate Davis, 64, getting run up the middle. But so that's the thing though. What because you end up pretty matchup focused. Basically what the question is that like I agree with you. You play the play as it's called, and later in the game, like the Scott play, like I've got no problem with it. The question is, okay, so do we think he beat him? Right? Here's pretty much the play as it is, and maybe you say if he's even, he's leaving, and if that's the case, the throw is uncatchable, right? So you end up with a criticism one way or another, and I guess I want to critique the mental part because to me, in a high percent, or we're looking for a more high percentage play on 3rd and short. Maybe I'm looking for it in the wrong place. Maybe I'm asking the wrong thing of the wrong quarterback. Like this is totally possible because TJ, you're totally right that everybody wants to make this a big game hunter thing. Right. And I totally get it. Fields loves his deep shots, but also most plays alert is a deep shot. And Fields often sits on I've overmade a point. I have truly overmade a point. Like it's like I've said too many times on this stream during the Bagent ones that Fields only hits his first read. I've overmade that point because it's not totally true. Fields just hangs on his first read a little longer than plenty of people. Other plays he'll get through it. But anyways, Bears get a first down. And so they're going to just keep chugging it up the middle. But you could start to do a little bit less motion as you get deeper into a drive because you're going to start to catch the defense overcommitting to try to take something away. Let's see. Okusai, I'm right there with you. And to me, when you do something long developing, I tend to think, okay, wouldn't that be a clear out for something else? But nah, whatever, right? Alerts become ones become twos, exactly. Fields' athleticism is just hilarious sometimes. Like here, you get a check and release for Cole Kmet. I don't think that's open. You know, I swear I watched the game. But sometimes you watch it again and you go, huh. Man. Okay. I will ask about this one. You tell me if I'm a psycho. Now, it would have taken a lot of stones to hit Tyler Scott because there are definitely no, I hate the nitpicking. I really do. But also, you can see him pump faking. He's got to be pump faking to Kmet. But man, that break right there against a corner that is just out way, way, way unprepared. Like that corner is nowhere close to Tyler Scott. Like Scott is very open and stays open for a little while. That's just a bummer, right? It's more that like it's not a missed opportunity on Fields, right? Because I don't really care that much, you know? Like you're saying, Spectre, he hit Mooney earlier on a much harder ball. Now, Spectre, one of the other things that I'm thinking about, right? And that's the other piece is Ashes to Rainbows. You're totally right. If you're a pre-snap god, like hit your first read. It should be your only read, right? Like no big deal. No big deal at all. Ultimately, we're all looking for successful plays, good, successful plays. And Fields runs upfield, creates a successful play, and sets up this run to Khalil Herbert, which is as basic inside zone as you're going to get. Nate Davis even loses. If we take a look at this, I think that's hilarious, right? Like, football's so funny in that 64 loses, but 54 jumps upfield, makes an arm tackle, and there you go. Like you're saying, Spectre, we've got a bigger view than he does, and we can see the space easier. Let me see. Is this the play that I think it is? No. This is yet another play where Fields just looks like a fast god. Like, read option, Fields is going to pull it. If DJ Moore makes a hero block, Fields is still running. Dude was just baking 55. Rudy, let me see. People messing up those run plays was brutal. It really was. If you talk about the JT breakdown, the run game stuff is just so messy. Now, like, obviously, as we go through this late drive, you're gonna get a play like this, right? It's an iteration of dagger. Okay, so you've got Equinemius St. Brown running sort of like the clear seam. You've got DJ Moore running inside. DJ Moore is going to be the number one read. So, like, this would be your alert again. And then you've got your number one over here. Maybe you're thinking that it's 1 to 2. That's always possible, right? But I would imagine it's alert to 1 because a lot of times the Bears are running this with the clear, right? And so then I can't remember what Mooney's doing. Mooney gives a little skip step, and he's just going to run up the back for whatever reason. And maybe you can already see it, but like DJ Moore is wide open. This one we can all agree on. Like, you don't need JT to say it necessarily, but like, we need to have already thrown the football. The play is deep enough that you have to throw these things with anticipation because they really won't just yawn open and stay there, right? Like, you've got a real NFL safety. It can only get so open, but we can see that DJ Moore is just all alone in space. And with Darnell Mooney running at 23, you've got to think that he's not able to make a play if we get the ball to him. Now, it's a bummer that we don't throw this. Instead, our eyes come down because Nate Davis doesn't give us perfect pass protection. But these are, and that's the other piece, like, Chris, if you wanted to, you could look at ESB. I think Fields is physically capable of making this throw. And two other guys that I can think of are physically capable of making this throw. Like, and by two other guys, I'm talking about the draft. But so let's see. If Tyler went outside, I think this is wide open for a TD. Which Tyler? Are you talking about at the end of the game? Like, I think he's out there anyways. And that's the thing, TJ. Hang on. I think I may have misunderstood what you're saying. But so the DT spins right here. So we've got this if we want to, and we've got this if we want to. If anything, sometimes I feel like this is the Fields paradox, right? So Fields is still hanging on his first read, which I think is open. Like, if you layered a throw up the pipe right here and ESB catches it, he's still gonna go, right? That's Mooney. I got you. It's not Scott. But we hang on the read, and then when we do switch over to DJ, now we're late, and I don't quite know why. Like, this is sort of the Fields conundrum that I will beg the question on. Like, I would argue that if we are going to stare down ESB, that's fine. He's open. Throw it, right? Like, this throw right here, I don't need to draw it again, but I guess I did. Like, boom, we can hit that. We all know Fields has the arm talent and he's got the pocket room to step into this and hit it, right? But if we don't like it, that's allowed. We've got a wide open first read. Like, according to most dagger concepts, terrible arrow, this is your first read. So we can do that too. Like, we can play off of a hitch. We can drive to DJ Moore, but we're late. And so because we're late, we would have had to hit him well after his break, which he's so open that if Nate Davis hadn't gotten beat after, like, Nate holds on for a little while. Like, move number 1, move number 2, move number 3, finally we're beat. And he gets a little hold at the end. Like, and so I'm not trying to say it's a perfect block. A perfect block is closer to what the tackles are doing and what they did for the most of the game, right? But that's an acceptable block, as much as we don't like it when our linemen get beat. Like, that is an acceptable NFL block. And so it's a bummer to me, because the crazy part is, Spectre, I think Fields has the arm to fit this thing in there. Like, I know I drew it again. I know I said I wouldn't draw it again, but like, think the Josh Allen, like, laser ball, the Patrick Mahomes laser ball. Like, the the ball that you throw that just gets over the upreached hand of the linebacker and it hits the guy in stride. This safety is just too far off, right? And this corner is just too far off. ESB, say what you will, because like that's the thing, Starview. When I talk about ESB, I don't think he's the first read, but Fields is hanging on it. So we got to talk about it. And the other piece to this, guys, the other piece of this, because if you want me to, let's see, we're at 52-32. We could quickly dip into Fields at the start of the game. You're going to see a different Justin. The other piece to this that I want to talk about is whether it's coaching, whether it's Justin. I'm going to draw this until I'm dead. Maybe I'll make a cup out of it, right? But it is the 40-40 question mark. So that the whole concept is I am pretty tired. I don't know about you guys of trying to assign perfect amounts of blame to coaching and players. We don't know. We're not gonna know. Like, what is Fields being coached? I don't know. What is like we assume that his coaches are driving home, hey, that guy's open, you should throw it to him, but how are they instilling that in him, right? So I just tend to believe that we've got to go 40% quarterback, 40% like coaching. I'm just going to write OC, but because in this case we're talking about that. And then 20% fill it in however you want to, right? But whenever we see a mistake, for the most part, it's got to be shared, especially when it comes to passing stuff. But later in the game, if you guys feel like I do, Fields has this bad habit of having some of his less than great, or like having some of his low lights in the later ends of the game. And I don't know that it's a fourth quarter thing. I don't think he's allergic to the fourth quarter. I would think so. But I can't help but wonder when the opposing defense adjusts, how is Fields handling it? Like on the sidelines. What are the coaches doing when they go through the iPads? How are they prepping? Because Fields on the opening game script nearly always looks like a superstar. Like if the Bears got Fields on the opening game script for, I don't know, 3 quarters out of every 4, Fields would probably be a top 5 quarterback. I wish I was kidding. Like the way Fields tends to come out of games, he is on fire, for crying out loud. Like as much as I know, as much as there are some people out there that would probably tend to say that, like, let me see, let me find a good one. Is this the play I'm looking for? It is. I think so. Like this play is great, but even more so, y'all, this might be the tightest window I've seen Fields throw into. Like he's got a crosser. What is this? ESB's running an over route. We've got a safety, or we've got a corner sitting on this side, and Justin Fields just hums that thing in there. One of the prettiest releases, one of the prettiest throws that Fields has nearly made. Like the Mooney one was tighter in a different way, Spectre, because Mooney was scot-free out the side, right? The throw is beautiful, right? But this throw, to fit it into this window and keep his guy from getting hit, because this throw helps protect him a little bit just by getting him fading backwards. But it's so pretty. It's so pretty. And Quinn, that is kind of what I'm saying. But the Broncos game, we only got like one half, right? And the Commanders game, we pretty much got the whole time. And seriously, Grant, they are awful. For what it's worth, because somebody mentioned DJ Moore, his star view, I feel like this always happens, and it's okay. Like, this corner is going to tail DJ Moore, but he releases the ball here, and that's when you see this corner break down. And so Fields makes the right read, no doubt. But then later in the game, it's just a bummer to see that you end up with plays like this, and it's a sack, and the Bears get through it, I think. I think they're able to overcome this. Let me see. How do they do it? 3rd and 14. Yeah, we get this one, which is just nasty. It's nasty. Come on. It's awesome. Like, here. Okay, so I will beg the question so that you don't have to. Are we kidding? Are we for real? Seriously? Like, third and 14. we're going to put Trent Taylor on one of the most important plays of, I mean, I would hope the coaches are treating this like it's one of the most important play of the game, right? But so we're going to run a little scissor action. This is totally fine. Like, I appreciate it because we draw a hold. Like, Trent Taylor gets held. It works out. It works out. But we have to beg the question earlier. Like, little slide motion right here creates kind of a switch release effect. As we get a vertical down this sideline, we're going to get crossing. We're going to get crossing overs. We're going to try to see if we can't get something to mesh, right? And so we don't really get something to mesh. But because it's a man defense, man, 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 man. The Lions are the only team, by the way, that I've seen do this. Every other team switches to like sevens, spot drop zone, left and right. But the Lions were absolutely down to just play a ton of man. And I don't know why they thought stuff like this wasn't going to happen. I'm amazed it took. I mean, honestly, Fields kind of did it nearly the entire game. And that move up the sideline, like it's this one, right? It's where Fields is charging up, gives him a little wiggle right there to set the block up and gets like 10 more yards. And then, honestly, everybody talks about the dance of doom because I do think it was hilarious. No, the Bears get a couple more good plays if memory serves. I don't think it's immediately bad, but it's gorgeous. It's awesome. I also thought, by the way, little steps. Fields stepped up in the pocket more times than I'd nearly seen him do almost in his whole career, which is kind of a joke, but kind of not a joke. Like, there were baby steps. We even got an anticipatory throw on a 5-yard out route. I don't want to sound like I'm just hating on Fields, because to me, when I say this was the best version of Fields, I'm saying something that, John D'Italia, if you're in here, you said this nearly 30 minutes ago, and I thought that, and I was going to say the same thing. This is the Fields I sold to you all off season long. Like, this is the Fields I expected to see from Jump Street. This is the Fields I thought we were getting, right? We just didn't get it. I don't really know why. And it was nice to see that the Bears just let him go, right? And if we saw this so much sooner, then I think I'd feel a little differently. But there's a piece of this where I look at it and suddenly the Bears are so close to something that I think would be spectacular. Because I got to tell you, like, he's damn good game, Jay Sanders. Like, it must be, Brandon, because we don't get better during the offseason, which is bizarre. I mean, do we get stronger at the very least? Like, I can't help but feel, by the way, if there's one other thing to talk about, that Justin Fields definitely looked fresher in this game than everybody else, which he was, right? So I wonder if this would have if he still would have looked like this after playing 11 games in the season. I have to imagine it would slow down, for crying out loud. Like 18 or what is it? Like 8 rushes? No, 18 rushes. He didn't take a hit on all of them. Probably took a hit on maybe 40% of them. But even so, like, it definitely is the kind of game plan that's going to grind you down slowly but surely. Now, I'm really interested to see what happens here because I don't know Bash super well. Like, this is a Bash run, right? Where's Darnell Wright going? I don't really know. He kind of drifts off to Candyland. Now, if Justin Fields follows him to Candyland, I can't help but wonder, what would he have done? But instead, Fields dips up into what I imagine was the intended rushing hole, and he's all alone. He just falls down. Kind of gets popped in the helmet. But it is what it is. He's a runner at that point. Like, I don't know where Darnell Wright was going. JT O'Sullivan talked about this one. I could not tell you. I really can't, because I've never coached Bash. And most of the Bash runs that I've seen, like, most of the Bash runs that I've seen are power runs, right? Where you're going to have the center roll through. And I mean, look at the shoulder. Like, he's clearly kicking him out, right? Like, he's opening up this run gap. So Darnell Wright just decides, peace out. I am done here. and and it's funny because then suddenly you've got an offensive lineman on the edge, and with the offensive lineman on the edge, like Darnell Wright would have eaten the corner alive, but that's not the design of the play. So suddenly it's 3rd and 7, right? 3rd and 7, I understand. 3rd and 7, I understand. To me, this is where you got to get more aggressive. Like, to me, 14-23, just while we're here, right? This is where you have to get more aggressive. Because maybe you say that on, what is this? So maybe you could tell me on 2nd and 8, we also have to get more aggressive. Well, they called a bash run. Like in the world, if we were going to score trickiness in like running game, a bash run, which again means back away. So the read that Justin Fields making here, catch, is this guy going to eat my running back's lunch? If he is, I'm keeping the football. Good read by Justin Fields. He should be keeping this, right? So our tackle just biffs it. Like he just messes up, right? So we end up getting a yard out of what probably should have been a loss or could have been a loss. And so now it's 3rd and 7, right? And to me, this call is where it starts to get heinous because the Bears it is 5:30. It is 23-14. So the Bears are +9, right? And let's take a look at the early front. We get lined up. Balls just got snapped. Okay, so what do we have here? Right, what are we looking? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 unblocked. More than likely, though, we've got, it's not that, Akusai. Not quite. It's a 7-man box against 6 blockers, right? So we have 1, 2, realistically, 3, and then we're probably going to erase one of these because we have to. Maybe we'll keep that one on where we're going to have him take him, though. Maybe Kmet will go get this guy. And then Jenkins is going to go get him. Braxton's going to go get him. And then we've got an unblocked DB linebacker type at this point, right? And so the question is, if you know that you've probably got an unblocked linebacker, or like DB linebacker sitting in the box, well in the box, he's not even 5 yards off the ball, right? Do you think we're going to have much success running up the gut? Turns out, no, probably not, right? Who makes the tackle? I mean, he just steps in and makes a play. Like, Cole Kmet can't get anything on Aiden Hutchinson, but that's its own problem, right? That's its own guy that we'll make fun of later because there's plenty of reason to. I thought Cole Kmet had a pretty terrible game. Like, for a guy that you just extended, you were hoping that he was going to be able to make some plays in the blocking game, right? But he's, I would say it's enough-ish. The big problem is that these two guys are, like, Wright can only block one of them. So we end up, that's a decent point, Brandon, that you'd want this guy to walk in. Maybe Wright screws that up too. But the Bears get nothing on 3rd and 1. And in my opinion, that's where the problems really start. Because 4th and 5, like, not going for 4th and 5, up 9, I don't hate it, right? Like, I would love to, but I like to think we know this Matt Eberflus coach well enough to know that he's just never going to do that, right? Not a chance. Not a chance. But 3rd and 5 or 3rd and 7, we can do more, can't we? Like, can't we at least call a pass? The last pass we called, we didn't throw it, and it went for a 1st down because we've got tons of space over here. Look at this. Look at this setup. Oh, by the way, speaking of, if you haven't seen it, one of the greatest memes that I've ever seen resurfaced, and it happenstantially is a Bears meme, If you haven't, you can go to the Bears Reddit and you can find it. Somebody made this last year for when the Bears lost 34-30, and they had Matt Nagy standing next to DJT, Donald Trump, as Trump talked about how, like, and then boom, oh, it was 2020. Because either way, it's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite memes that I've ever seen. When he goes, and then boom, suddenly I go from winning by a lot to losing a tight race. Detroit is corrupt. Everybody knows it. Like, it is so funny. And I loved that it came back up for this one because it is electricity. And you're right. It had to be like earlier. Bunnery, how you doing? Because it couldn't have been recently. Matt Nagy standing in the back. But so, anyways, maybe like I get that they may have been expecting a scrape exchange of some kind, but they don't get it. And if they do, then Wright's still blocking the wrong guy, right, Brandon? Like at that point, you would expect Wright to push up and take him, and then he would be scraping, so he's out of the play, and bada boom, we go get some yardage. But we don't. We just bend back as if we saw him out of the corner of our eye and like jumped through. Play didn't work. That's the thing, guys. Everybody says we gave up, right? But I do want to point out that, like, no, I'm not going to defend them. Who am I kidding? They got way too conservative. They made way too many intentional decisions, in my opinion, to like run between the tackles, safe run concepts from the moment that bash play screwed up. And I'm actually surprised because their toss runs up to that point had not been that bad. Hit and miss like any other run play, sure. But then we get 1st and 10. We get Detroit saying, what if we just put everybody in the run box except for one safety? And the Bears say, what if we ran it at that group? So, Chris, I think the problem is that it cuts both ways, right? Detroit's blocking scheme is all over the place. Like, they run nearly every run concept under the sun. The big difference is they win games, and they get it right a lot. The Bears get it right a lot. I mean, the Bears did not run the ball that well on Sunday in particular, but to me, execution, busyness, detail, there are some of these coaches, and we saw this with Matt Nagy, didn't we, Chris? That there are some of these coaches where you swear you could hand them 8 plays and they still couldn't coach them, like Kyle Shanahan can coach 40 plays, right? Like there is an element to detail and coaching where I don't want to say it's as simple as like you care or you don't. That's a massive over exaggeration, but some of these guys get it. Some of these guys don't. And the way that the Bears run scheme is approached, especially late in the game, like late in the game, we seem to see the coach and the quarterback both take a step back. We saw it with Tyson Bagent too. So if you want to point the finger at coaching, go ahead and point that finger at coaching. I swear that on this, I've seen this on Twitter too. I keep getting people pointing at me saying that I somehow make everything about Justin Fields. No. The coaching staff is awful, right? But forgive me for being really excited about what Williams and May very well be, especially if the Panthers just go out and hand us a top 2 pick. Sheesh, I'm going to be so giddy, but that's besides the point. Second play, everybody's mentioned that this is a read of some kind. And it is. It's also not it's not a give read, but moreover, when we back this up, do we need to count the box again? 1, 2, or let's do the slash lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then he's not going to cut across. But we've got a -1 in the run game right now, and the hope would be that when we read this guy, we're going to end up not at -1, but at +0. But +0 means everybody's blocked absolutely perfectly, and I don't know about that. Like. At the very least in this game, certainly, the Bears were not able to run the ball well enough. Let's see. Is this the read play? No, this is the play before it. And on this play, Jenkins and Davis both kind of get bullied. 94 makes a good play. So does 60, or so does 54. They ultimately sandwich Khalil Herbert. And then everybody's seen the next play. We'll go over it anyways, right? Tyler Scott points something out. Fields sees it. They go motion. They pull pretty much everybody across the formation. You've got Darnell Mooney and DJ Moore running really similar routes for one reason or another. And then Tyler Scott hitting like a big seam. I think it's a double. Is it a double move? It's an inside release. He kind of turns it into one. Like, it's honestly a decent little route. The way that he runs it. It's just a bummer that when Fields throws it, I mean, he's open. I understand anybody's going to look at DJ Moore, but like this is your alert, and he should alert, right? Rips it. Scott just slows down, and the ball is out in front of us. It's even worse, in my opinion, when you look at it from this one right here, because for some reason, not only does Scott slow down for it, but he also fades away from the ball, like right here, and the ball lands in front of him. So Scott's just fading this way, and the ball obviously is straight up the seam. It's like he thought it was going to go over his head, and that so first he thinks it's going to drop short for some reason. He must have lost it in the lights. Is all I can say, because he just can't see it. And the ball, you'd swear it drops right where it needs to be. Now, I've seen some people talking about how this is like double coverage or something. No, this is great. This is great. Tyler catches that, and very, very good chance you just ice the game. Instead, you don't. Instead, you get this play, right? Here's the all 22 of the sack. By the time Fields gets hit, nothing's resolving. It is a forever long resolution where theoretically, like, it looks kind of like a scissor action with Mooney. I just cannot draw routes on this computer. Mooney and Moore, but we've already given up the fumble. Darnell Wright's about to kick this thing to Kingdom Come. He looked exhausted. Aiden Hutchinson makes his one play of the game. And I mean, kudos to Hutchinson. This is a big play. Big play. But man, you only pick the nits sometimes because something didn't work. But like, I don't really care, to be honest. Maybe I should care, but I really don't care that much. Like, it sucks that the Bears like gave up a sack fumble, that Fields was involved with it. Part of me thinks he very easily could step up, but also there's 26 seconds left in the game. Like, there's 26 seconds left, and the Bears have, I mean, they got 2 timeouts. So 29 seconds. Theoretically, you could screw up a couple plays here and there, I guess. But not yet, woo. We'll talk about that a later time. And Jay Sanders, I'm right there with you. If you ask me, Wright looked tired at this point in the game. I mean, we saw it on the other side too, which is fine. Players get tired. Like, the rookie is going to wear out, I think, before the veteran is. But still, it's a bad play by the entire offense. And it was just, I mean, hilariously bad is the only way to put it, right? Like, it's one thing to give up a sack there, right? But for it to be a clear-cut sack fumble on a play with really nobody open on a slow drop was just sad. And then to have your right tackle, who's played so well, like, he turns around, he locates the ball, and he just, I don't actually know what happens. I think Hutchinson pushes him, and when Hutchinson pushes him, he steps forward in an attempt to catch himself, and then he's going to try to kick the ball to himself because now he's going to overrun it, right? But then he kicks it too hard, and it's out the back of the end zone, and the game is over. And Jay Sanders, I think what gets brutal about football is when you don't get the chip block, right? When you don't, and this happens, the coaches seem like they look like doofuses, right? But if you ask me, they played this like they should have. Like, of course we look back and we go, okay, but that's Aiden Hutchinson. It had been Aiden Hutchinson all game. And Darnell Wright had it covered for the most part. Like, you need to chip for Braxton Jones, at least a little bit, right? Now, it is awfully weird to me that Cole Kmet and Roshan Johnson come out at the same time, right? Like they come out of the same direction. I'm actually surprised. Like let's look at this again. I mean, that has to be a mistake, right? Or is it like a screen? No, it's a screen. So I guess theoretically, if Fields doesn't like the options that he gets downfield, he's supposed to kick a screen to Roshan Johnson. That's all I got for you. But it obviously does not work in this case. Bummer. And it works as a neat little chip for Braxton. Braxton's got his dude. But, gosh. I mean, MJ, the other piece to this that does not help anything is it didn't work, right? Like, this play is much less embarrassing if it never happens. Which, duh. Some insight, Robert. But at the same time, for crying out loud, the Bears... the Bears could have very easily not been in this situation had they shown any aggression any sooner, which is a real shame, if you ask me. And I mean, there are a whole bunch of plays that we could go through. It's so funny because you look at this game, there's no way. There's no way I found it immediately. No, I didn't. Like, there's a whole bunch of plays in this game. Let's race through a couple, if possible. Let's race through with Robert. Yeah, sure. Right? But let's see if we can, because Fields is all over the place for better and for worse. Like, they get him on the move on the first play of the game. You don't find anything on the slot fade. Like, DJ Moore's sitting here trying to run a double move out, up. If there is one thing I will say about DJ Moore, and I think, Brandon, you're about to put an icicle, like you're going to put an icicle through my heart when I say this. The only thing DJ Moore isn't is especially sudden. Like, some of his routes, when he breaks like that, he's not going to put an absolute hell of a lot of effort into going out and up the way that somebody like Amon-Ra St. Brown is. But man, the speed that DJ cooks with is something else altogether, and his yak ability is outrageous. I mean, let me find the play that Fields misses on. And no, I'm not picking on it because Fields misses on it. It's more that you can see DJ Moore's speed in action. Like, everybody knows how fast DJ Moore is, but goodness. Like, let's see. I can find this thing. It's in here. 2nd and 16. Yes. This is it. Watch DJ Moore just blow past this corner on what I think is like a cover 6 look that the Lions are running. Let me see. Yeah, it looks pretty 6-ish. Like, so they've got this safety nailing down right here. Then you've got split, and I'll back it up one more time because DJ's just going to run straight past him. Like, here it is in full speed. Goodbye. Open. Like, it's hilarious too because you can see the corner doing everything he can to run with him. It's a tight basket throw. Like, it's always a bummer when we don't hit these, but these for most quarterbacks are like 50-50 throws. Like, especially when you're trying to drop it in a bucket against a cover 6 beater, if you hit it, you're a god. And we hit one later, right? But if you miss it, whatever. It was 2nd and 16, and you're excited you got the opportunity. But man, it does stink when we don't hit it and you lose. Just because doesn't it have a different taste in your mouth, right? It's so crazy, though, watching DJ Moore just run some of these. Does he even look like he's trying? Sometimes his speed looks so casual to me. Like, just, yeah, all right, see you later. The other guy's sprinting at full speed. So is DJ. But man, like, he's so good. He's so good. And what I would do to pair him with another guy like that's running really, really well. Like, no, I'm gonna make it more abstract. Like DJ Moore plus another wide receiver. I could care less if it's any of the top four. Any of the top four. Like you give me Marvin Harrison Jr., that would be ideal, wouldn't it? But you also give me like Keon Coleman, who could easily be the second coming of AJ Brown. You could give me Malik Neighbors, who's like DJ Moore again. You give me DJ Moore and Roma Dunze, who is a whole different beast altogether. Like you're talking about a great wide receiver room just with two guys, like very, very Bengals level wide receiver room. And it's awesome. And I mean, it seriously, TJ, it never looks like DJ Moore's trying, and then there he goes, right? And that's the thing, Jay Sanders. To me, the core of this discussion, right, is that it is so cool to me that the Bears landed the picks that they have in a draft where all the way down to probably 13, if I had to guess, there is going to be a receiver that is electric still on the draft board. And I know how much we love Marvin Harrison Jr. If the Bears have pick 3 and if the Bears had picks number 3 and number 6, I'm going to advocate for Marvin Harrison Jr. The moment you end up with number 1 and or number 2, the math changes because at 13 you can get a sick receiver. At 13 you can't get a sick quarterback if that's where you end up. And maybe you ride with Fields, but you got to be ready. Thank you so much, Quinn. Thank you so much, Quinn. Like, thank you. Thank you so much, Quinn. You God. Thank you. That is awesome. Like, but so, like you're saying to Kusai, gosh, no, we're not muting it. We're not muting it. We're going to get 20 Ditkas, like left and right. Everybody gets emotes now. You guys tell me what emotes you want. And I will put the emotes in because now that we have like a bunch of members, we're gonna be good to go. When it comes to, let me see, yeah, we're gonna be pretty good to go when it comes to emote limits. So I'll make whatever you guys want. Anyways, so getting back to this, Jay Sanders, you said if we don't take quarterback, do I take Harrison Jr. at 1 or 2? So what I would probably do, Jay Sanders, is I would start calling. I would start calling number 3, and I would say, "Come on," and he'd say, "What?" And I'd say, "Come on," and he'd say, "What are you talking about?" And I'd say, "Come on." And I'd see if I couldn't get a first to go down to 2, to be honest with you. I mean, I understand that is outrageously aggressive, but I can't help but think that number 2 or number 3 would be so willing to come up to number 1, and I'd still get Marvin Harrison Jr. I am so confident that Drake May and Caleb Williams in some order are going to go 1 and 2 that, yeah, I'd go down to 3 and I'd take my chances. And if Marvin goes earlier, I'm going to make another phone call and I'm not going to worry about it. Like if I said to you, because here's where I think, Jay Sanders, I am in trouble. Okay. I've watched these receivers. Oh man, they're good. No, JB, what is it? The assumption in that was, if you're keeping Fields, what would you do? Right? Me personally, there we go. Okay, so we are going to get 20 Ditkas. I hope everybody gets ready. Brandon, if 1 and 2 happens, I am going to freak out. I'm going to lose my mind. Just because that will be unreal. But so let's see. Like, Eric, you mentioned in Twitter world, this game proved we don't need a quarterback in the draft. I don't know. Tell me what you mean. I can't tell. The more I read this, I can't tell if that was sarcasm versus so first of all, Jay Sanders, the Giants are definitely going to take a quarterback. Like that much I think is very clear. They started Danny DeVito. That's going to give me every time. Tommy DeVito. But I think the Giants thought they knew what they were doing, but you can't you can't take the tank out of a coach. Like they ain't gonna do it. But so moving on to this, let's see. No, Linus, no. Like Jay Sanders honestly has been in so many of these streams that that's not where he's at. He's watched the film just like anybody else. But anyways, Eric, to me, the funky part about this. So here's my 2 cents, right? Is in the world of Okay, so let's go. You've seen it before. I wish I could just type sometimes. Yes, celebrate Ditka while this happens. So thank you, Quinn, for making Bailey Mencher a member. So excited. Anyways, so to me, where I think everybody's getting really twisted up is forever, Mitch Trubisky was right here. I think Justin Fields has been a pretty marked improvement just in terms of actual offensive use on the football field. And Justin Fields is very clearly a win with quarterback, which, by the way, we should get really excited. We should get really excited about this, shouldn't we? Because not only does Justin Fields being a win with quarterback mean that we get watchable football for the end of the year, but if Justin Fields is a win with quarterback, y'all, like, here's my question, okay? Losing Justin Fields for nothing, obviously, who's going to be excited about that, right? If Justin Fields finishes out the rest of the year, right, and he clicks out 250 combined yards, which, by the way, if the Bears lose all those games, that'll be the day. But so if Fields does some stuff that gets the Twitterverse rolling, right, what you gonna trade him for? Like, what? I bet you could get a second round pick, maybe a second plus. Y'all, it was not that long ago that Sam Darnold got, what was that, a future second and another pick, for crying out loud? Like, and so, well, Reinhardt, I'm talking about this game in particular. Like, I don't think Fields was a win because of they didn't win, right? But so it's, I personally thought he was plenty fine, really. But it's more to say that Brandon, we did the bad part early. Provide excited that you got to become a member. You've been around for quite some time. So what is the contract that JF1 would resign at? Yeah, it's $40-50 million medium. I hear you. Let me see. Oh, talking about passing yardage. Yeah, I think that last year's really tough. Let's see. Why would you trade him if he's a good quarterback? The question is, Fib Quibbler demand. Oh man, I can't get that one. I'm so sorry. But so you'd trade Fields because he's basically like out of his cheap years of his contract. Like, I'm trying to think of another sport metaphor. I don't know if there is another sport metaphor because most other sports aren't quite so bound to their salary cap. But right now, the market rate for quarterback is not $25 million. It's not $35 million. It's not $40 million, right? It's $45 million. The Daniel Jones contract is old news. You aren't getting Justin Fields re-signed at less than that. And you're absolutely right, Chris, that you have the fourth year at $6 million and the fifth year option at $25 million. But reasonably speaking, I don't think you're going to go your next 2 years, especially when you've assembled the roster that the Bears can assemble over the next offseason with the opportunity to make a change at quarterback without committing to whoever that quarterback is. Basically, Chris, I guess as I would look at this, I would tell you that in my opinion, the biggest problem that the Bears have right now is all the pressure that their resources are going to create on them. If the Bears end up with the number 1 or the number 2 pick, Ryan Poles has to deliver instantaneous results with Justin Fields, which you got to think he should be able to. Say what we will about Justin Fields, Bradley Moliterno, like, so excited that you got to become a member. Thank you so much, Quinn. But so beyond this, it's like, the Bears end up put in a position where whoever their quarterback is, they have to commit to them for maybe not the full length of a rookie contract, but more than likely 2 to 3 years. I mean, you have to pick up the fifth year option the moment that you don't take Fields, and you have to win with him. You have to make the playoffs. You have to make the playoffs. And it is, Brandon, I think, a fantastic problem to have. But it's more to say that you put so much pressure on the situation. It's easiest for everybody if you're able to trade him for what I certainly hope will be a second round pick, and you reset the cookie or you reset the rookie contract. And it is like, let's be so plain. It's bird in the hand, two in the bush to some extent. The bird or the two in the bush, pretty good birds, pretty good birds. Those rookie quarterbacks in May and Williams both have so much ability. I really hate the word generational. I think the word generational has poisoned quarterback discourse. It's like people got so excited about Andrew Luck that they just wanted to label nearly everybody generational, right? Nearly everybody generational. And with Caleb Williams, I think he rules. I think his tools are ridiculous. I just want to ban generational like I want to ban comping people to Hall of Famers, right? We don't need to call Tremaine Edmonds Brian Urlacher. We could pick somebody else. We don't need to call Montez Sweat Julius Peppers. We could pick somebody else. But like Reinhardt's saying, the other piece to this, because Reinhardt, you bring up a good point, is that with Fields, because the money is right around the corner, that's also two in the bush. It's two different types of two in the bush. There is no bird in the hand here. I wish there was. Like, you could argue Rex Smith, yes, Quinn, you're the man. Thank you so much for all this opportunity. So, moving on this, it's like, let's see, the only reason why Caleb Williams is looks like a good fit is because Caleb is succeeding in performing with a god-awful O-line on USC. Well, the Bears' offensive line looked pretty good today. Like, I thought the Bears' offensive line was a lot of fun, but at least in pass pro, the very least in pass pro. So let's see, if they have all rookie quarterback contracts, they can build a good team instead of having to pay a quarterback that no longer performs or gets injured. So another piece to talk about here is that no, I don't think anybody is stumping for Getsy to be able to develop a rookie quarterback. Y'all, do I need to put a little title card up in the top, like up in here, that says like, that just says fire him or something like that? Because no, any discussion of rookie quarterback is under the assumption that a new head coach. Okay, so this is the best way to put it. I think this is the most standard way to put this, right? I'm gonna take a drink of water as I do it. What I suggest is easy. We got to fire the head coach. Take Luke Getsy with you, right? Bring in a new head coach. The new head coach, I will stand with whoever, like whatever they want to do. Whatever they want to do. If they want to keep Fields and they want to trade down from number 1, sure. If they want to take a rookie quarterback, sure. That's what I think they're going to do, right? But Ron Winarski, thanks so much for becoming a member. But it's more to say, friends, that I think we can all agree that if the new Bears coach gets the opportunity to choose their path forward, good. Like you're saying, Brandon, if the Bears get Ben Johnson and Ben Johnson says Caleb Williams is my guy, are we upset about it? Because we do so much debating. What would you do? What would you do? What would you do? What would you do? I think we can all agree. I don't mind the Bears having the option. Like, I want the new guy to come in and take a look, like to evaluate whether or not he wants Fields. Personally, I just situationally doubt that he's going to, because Justin Fields isn't a second-year quarterback. He's not a first-year quarterback. He's a third-year quarterback. And so there's just not as much runway left to put yourself in a Goff situation. And there's this beautiful opportunity to upgrade, even if it's a perception of an upgrade right around the corner, right? He's a third-year quarterback now. He would be a fourth-year quarterback. You guys are right. But so within that, I think that it's stacked against him. But beyond that, like, I can't help but look and say the new coach comes in, they make their decision, we raise our fists in support. And that's probably going to be the way this thing plays out. I would hope so, because the coaching that we saw today was just unbelievable. Like, whoever, like you're saying, Chris, the new coach chooses his guy. Daddy Poles also wants his guy. Hey, Daddy Poles has had plenty of guys, right? We can only think. And some of them seem like they're playing okay. But You got to think the coach. You got to think the coach gets his guy. But so, Foster Covers, so glad you got to become a member. You've been around here for long enough. Goodness knows you earned it. But so let's go for a little bit. Let's talk a little bit of offense, just overall, especially early. The Bears did kooky stuff like yo-yo motioning into a bootleg. Jimmy, I could see him picking anybody. Like, I think. So wait, hang on, CJ. Expand on that, right? So we get this sweet run. I'll tell you what, when they work, right? These QB sweeps, because you're basically looking at crack, but you're doing it without a toss, right? And so they whip around. Beautiful. And Peter, you're absolutely right that that there is no sure thing at quarterback. The problem is that a not sure thing, like a maybe really sick, is not. Yeah, I mean, let's see, Justin plus a new quarterback decided the trade deadline. CJ, the idea would be that then you've got a locker room that's going to get super split. Right? Like, it's one thing to say that in theory. If we were playing with robots, right? Then I think that you could theoretically have two quarterbacks and you could let them compete. But that's, first of all, going to heavily favor Justin Fields because he is a veteran quarterback, right? And also, you're going to ask Braxton Jones, you're going to ask Tevin Jenkins, you're not going to ask Lucas Patrick, you're going to ask Nate Davis, and you're going to ask Darnell Wright to rally around two guys, right? Which I don't think is easy. And John Harbaugh, thank you so much. Glad you got to become a member too. Tevin says, sit down. First down. Chris, you got to remember though, because I'm with you. Like, the ex-QBs like Fields, I thought JT O'Sullivan was as critical of Fields as I've seen him for a while in this last video. In particular, I was surprised at how commonly he took time to highlight the misses that Fields had. As somebody who's a pretty religious watcher of when JT O'Sullivan talks about Justin Fields, I'm not trying to say JT glosses over it, but usually he says it in more of a fashion of, hey, we should hit this next time, instead of the way he seemed to say it that, like, recently of, I wish we were hitting this, or, this is just my read. But so, do I think he could be an offensive coordinator? Maybe, but he's probably going to make similar money here soon, like 300K subscribers and a Patreon. He's counting. Like, at this point, he's starting to stack money, and he just gets to talk about the NFL instead of having to go through you got to remember, Peter, working in the NFL is an 100-hour work week. Like, coaching in the NFL, not easy. People don't remember how hard these guys are working. Doesn't mean results. It's just so much work. And so for a lot of these guys, like, doing YouTube is going to be much, much easier money. It's going to let him keep coaching his high school team. It's going to let him have a family. Like, it's the best of every world for him. But so the rookie contract value is less than the value of having a good QB. Fiddler, I agree with you. The problem is that Fields right now teeters right on that line of whether he's a good quarterback. Jay Gentile, thank you so much. Glad you got to become a member. Quinn, you're the man. Yo, as simple question that I guess I would look at when it comes to Justin Fields is, are we scared of a rookie because the Buffalo incident, Jay Sanders, that he's talking about is Ken Dorsey getting fired for being good, right? But so the trouble with the Fields discussion is I do think that there's a small bit of a straw man going on where we look at a game like this, right, where there are good plays, there are mistakes, there are moments of electric athleticism. I think this is one of those. Like, this is unbelievable. There are not a lot of quarterbacks in the NFL that can do this. That Fields basically plays the game differently. He is a changeup to all kinds of defenses. They're going to try to scrape exchange him. They can't get him. Are you kidding me? This is insane. Like, quarterbacks don't do this. Quarterbacks don't do this, right? Like, simply put, Fields' athleticism is absurd. Plant the foot in the ground and beat the guy. See you later. Gets down. Could he have drawn a flag there? Sure could have. but didn't. Somebody mentioned earlier that Fields gets the Cam Newton treatment. Yeah. But either way, I think we all agree the question mark here. So this is a good example, right? Fields makes an absurd play. Perfect example of everything I'm talking about. You make the call. Fields makes a sick play, okay? He's going to drop back. He's going to survey the field. He's going to step up. He's going to get out. Then he's going to hit this sweet wrister to DJ Moore, who turns up the field, picks up a first down, right? Like, step up in the pocket, get out. Who doesn't love this? Bang. Dan Orlovsky sure loves it. Raymond Jones, thank you so much. Glad the Quinn made it possible for you to become a member. I appreciate you. So, like, boom. Don't we love it? Who loves it? I can count them. Chase Daniel, he loves it. JT, he loves it. Dan Orlovsky, he loves it. Like, it is funky to me, Chris, because you talk about it. I remember the way people talked about Mitch Trubisky after the Dallas game. Not a one-to-one comparison at all. Because don't make it as if I went there. I didn't. But I do feel like, Chris, it wasn't long enough ago when I covered Mitch Trubisky. I remember the way people talked about it when it felt like it was a foregone conclusion. You still had plenty of people thumping the table saying, Matt Nagy is the problem. Mitch Trubisky is the guy. Look at what he does for you when you finally call an offense around him. The Bears have their guy in Mitch Trubisky. There's just no freer engagement, Chris. This is all I'm thinking about, is that what's in it for these guys to take this side is they get QB brownie points with the quarterback and their camp, like literally the agent, more than likely. They get free engagement because they're going to get a lot of publicity for saying the Bears have their guy at quarterback. Just go look at Chase Daniel's tweet about this, like saying Justin Fields is the guy. It's got to be well over 1,000 likes by now because Bears fans feed on that stuff like piranhas, right? Like, it is, the players do love Fields because he's a boss, more than likely. I mean, it's like Justin Fields seems like a great dude, a good leader, and he plays his heart out. Why wouldn't the players love him? Like Iceberg Slim, so glad you got to become a member. See you around plenty. Chris, I remember hearing Dan Orlovsky talking nearly every day about how Mitch was the guy. Maybe I was just watching more ESPN clips, and it's totally fine if you weren't. Your life was better for it. So to me, this play is funky, right? Because if you can't tell, Fields can step up right here. He has to step up, keep his feet set, and then he could theoretically throw to Darnell Mooney. I'm actually giving him a break for this one because to me, this is another one of these dagger concepts that Justin Fields is reading DJ Moore on the entire time, right? The Bears have run a lot of dagger this season. The clear out route gets open on dagger an obnoxious amount. And the dagger route itself is not converting for us like we would probably want it to. But either way, Justin Fields sees an opportunity to slip out of the pocket because this is what he's done, right? When things aren't going to work for him in the pocket, he just finds his way out of the pocket and makes something happen. And hey, a positive play is a positive play is a positive play is a positive play. I would love to see us hit this shot downfield. We sure seem like we're looking at it, and it's definitely open, right? Like, I want to trust the quarterback's eyes, and the quarterback's eyes are looking at the safety to measure the space. We're there. We don't do it. That's fine. That's fine, because we can do this. My question is, what is going to happen if those, if these plays dry up? But that's a separate question. We'll leave that one for another week, because I don't want to be a doomsayer, right? At all. There's no sense in being one. Justin Fields is so fun to watch when he's doing his thing that, like, we're going to get plays like this. Hey, look at this. It's a quick game completion. Watch the eyes. To me, there are these flashes throughout this game where Fields looks like, look. Like, watch his head, right? Look is a verb in this case. Snap, 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 snap. Trust his eyes. Like, Fields did a much better job of making snappy decisions, especially early on in the game. And one of my favorite things, because this is something that I've like gone after him for in the past, like Fields was able to make a throw without needing to set his feet. I really love the fact that he just quickly wrists it, right? Doesn't need his feet set, just says, I'm going to get the ball out. And happenstantially, look at that. He saves himself from a sack. You want to talk about like improvement? It absolutely looked better. Step forward. That's a completion. Probably would have been a sack. And it looks like we're snapping our eyes around the field. Then we get the rollout, throw into a tight window. Of course it's a harder throw than it looks, Spectre. I hope it doesn't sound easy. That's a really hard throw. It's an NFL throw. Boom. 1st and 10. Now, we are moving the pocket and using play action on nearly every play, and that's just not a sin. Like, if anything, kudos to Luke Getsy for keeping the window dressing all over the offense. Barbarian run. I'm telling you, Cole Kmet, we did not have it today. Don't we hate this? Sergio Diaz, so excited you get to become a member. It's so funny too, because I could tell some of my hardcore lurkers just got made members, didn't you? Like, you could chat. If this is your first chat, just I'm starting to realize that it's like, hey, some people, maybe they're watching for the first time, suddenly they became a member and got gift subs, and they're like, what am I going to do with this? For others, it's like, oh no, that's my YouTube name. That's up there on the screen. JB Guy, you mentioned, is it sustainable? I think the complicated piece, that's the thing, Chris. When you say it's okay when Mahomes runs play action, why not us? That's the thing. It's totally fine. Like, this play, by the way, is sick. Like, Bears run a rollout. It's covered. Justin Fields plants. And it's not just that he gets upfield. Like, running upfield on a play action like this. Running upfield on play action like this is one thing. But Fields' acceleration to clear this player right here and be a legitimate threat to the end zone is pretty awesome. Boom. The super late defender, coming across? Like this one? So I am going to get to that, Chris, because I think it's a great question. And there's reasons for it, right? Fields rushes up the field. Takes a bit of a bump. Oh, yeah. I got you. Give you over 15. Oh, I got you. Yeah. So, Chris, to me, the complex part with Fields when it comes to this is like how we... No. I can think of a better answer. So give me a second. Katie Kennedy, thank you so much. There is nothing wrong with play action. There's nothing wrong with play action at all. Nothing necessarily mandates that you have to pass, like ever. Nothing mandates that you have to pass without play action. But, Chris, the problem is play action is pretty tied to first, second, and then like 3rd and short. And you obviously know this. I promise I'm not trying to be pedantic with you, but like, let's discuss this for anybody who's had that question. So play action being neutral downish, like you can't really do a play action concept on 2nd and 15. You're wasting your time. So you need to be able to use a drop back passing game almost as a backup, like as your fallback option. And when you can build your offense around the ability, like what Patrick Mahomes has done, it seems like over the last couple primetime games, where you have the ability to convert a 4th and 25 because your offense takes chunks. And I'm kind of making a joke, to be honest with you, that nobody builds off of that. But when you do build your offense to rip off these 10, 15, 20-yard intermediate chunks, then there aren't as many down and distances that scare you and make you feel like your offense is out of sync. right now, it feels as if the Bears are driven by the run. I love the 1985 donation. You have no idea how funny that is. I think that is awesome. Jim Harbaugh would be a really fun head coach. I'm just saying. Ben Johnson is probably my choice just because of I really don't try to push it in too hard because I don't know. But Jim Harbaugh, let's just say this for our friends and fans, he would bring in Dana Dime. So excited you got to become a member. Jim Harbaugh would immediately bring a class staff. You know he would. He knows too many people not to. Too many coaches. He knows them. He would probably bring 3 to 4 years of just fabulous Chicago Bears football, regardless of what happened, regardless of what would happen. Like, it would be great. And that's the thing, Chris. I don't want to criticize Fields for doing well with play action at all, especially since when Fields is on the move with play action, he looks outstanding. His athleticism opens you up seams that other offenses just can't open. I mean, we've seen Nick Foles run bootlegs before. We have all watched this, right? Here we're going to get the right side of the offensive. Oh, no, we don't. We get a one-man read to Robert Tonyan, and I still can't believe they called this pass interference. I would have been mad. I understand that there's a little hold. I understand. But I would have been furious if I was a Bears fan and Fields threw what looks like a totally uncatchable ball and they call PI on it. I would have lost my mind. But let's see. If coaches made Brady Manning run read option rollouts, QB runs, we'd say they were crazy. Why can't we design an offense around Justin Fields that's fully tailored around his strengths? So, Sushil, if you give me a minute, I'm hoping that I can speed through and get you to one of the plays that helps kind of answer that, because there are answers to that question. And it really comes down to what defenses can prepare for. You're going to get plays like this where Justin Fields' strengths are obvious, right? Look at this. Fields makes the correct pull read, but the Lions are scrape exchanging. Adam Murray, thank you so much. So excited you get to the opportunity to become a member. Quinn Hardy, thank you again for the gift subs. You have no idea. Anyways, so we're scrape exchanging, meaning we've got a defensive end diving down and we've got a linebacker rotating over the top. What does this do? Well, Braxton Jones misses a block, so 55 is one-on-one with Justin Fields, and this, to me, is ridiculous. You've got a quarterback that's just going pop, and he's going to beat you to the edge, and he's going to rip off 6 yards on you. This, to me, is hilarious. Come on. That's an NFL athlete. Watch this again. And I'm talking the NFL athlete he does it to. Like, don't do it to him, Justin. Oh, see you later. Like, this is hilarious. It's a YouTube feature, woo. I'm not sure. But I think you can do it underneath, like near the description. But somebody who knows better, you tell me. Because I'm the streamer. So I'm just in the back running everything. This play, neat. I love the simplicity of take a lot of these wide runs, circle them around for bootlegs. Boom. Oh, that's the other thing. Fibbler, you mentioned this. So, okay, so I have to stop the stream. I need, like, by the way, I've got one of my wonderful moderators got me a Stream Deck. So I want to see if I can't, like, program some kind of goofy setup just so that we can have, like, some get real moments, etc., etc. But Fibbler, thank you so much. I want to talk about this, okay? Because you mentioned that we can keep Fields, we can build the team to compete for the next 4 to 6 years, even if we pay him. We have the cap anyways. Derek, so excited you got to become a member. Thank you so much, Quinn Hardy. Even if we draft a new QB, we're 2 years minimum away from being competitive. But so, full screen camera hotkey. That is a great idea, Brandon. That is a great idea, and that would be very easy to implement too. But so, anyways, let's get real, okay? Let's lock it in. The Bears have $120 million in cap space. Guys like Chris Jones, guys like, I don't expect Josh Allen, the Jaguars Josh Allen, but like guys like Danielle Hunter, guys like Chris Jones, guys like Christian Wilkins, guys like Bryce Huff. Like, there is a pretty good little defensive free agency group that's about to hit free agency. The Bears could very easily add that extra few defenders to their defensive line. Look, whether we're talking high price guys or whether we're talking about Sheldon Rankins, maybe it's Leonard Williams, who's now a Seahawk. Maybe it's maybe it's Chase Young. Remember how everybody wanted Chase Young? Jordan, you remember how you wanted Chase Young? Fiddler, I don't know if you wanted Chase Young. Maybe you did. But you could get Montez Sweat, and then you could sign Chase Young after whatever he does with San Francisco. And all of a sudden, your defense is cooking with a little bit of grease, isn't it? And then let's say that the Bears didn't have the Carolina pick. You could still use whatever pick that Bears pick was, right? Like, you could take number 8, number 6, number 4, number 2, whatever the Bears pick ends up, you could take that. You could pick a wide receiver, or you could trade down and still pick a wide receiver. And suddenly the team, Turbo Duran, thank you so much. Glad you got to become a member. Quinn Hardy, thank you once again for the gift subs. And so anyways, back to the point, you could get that receiver. Then later in the draft, you could get an offensive lineman, and then you could keep going, keep adding depth, keep adding players. And Fiddler, regardless of who the quarterback is, if the quarterback is, I don't know, name somebody, Andy Dalton, right? If the quarterback is Desmond Ridder, if the quarterback is probably not Daniel Jones, not after this last year, but like you get it, right? Like Geno Smith, like maybe not all the way down to Jimmy Garoppolo, but you look at what the quarterback, like the Bears don't need this amazing quarterback. They don't need Caleb Williams to be extraordinary. They don't even need Justin Fields to be extraordinary to be a playoff team next year if they play the cards right. Like, oh yeah, I hope that Starview they get a center in free agency, right? But it's more to say, like, guys, that Fiddler, you talk about the Bears being, because really what I'm trying to get at here, Fiddler, is I would argue with you that we are taking a quarterback at 1 into this team killing principle, right? Like we're taking a quarterback at 1 into something that just cuts the knees off of making your team better, right? And that's not what I see. And I think that's okay, right? Where, like Zach Thomas is saying, I mean, Scott Johnson, so glad you got to become a member. Thank you once again. Quinn Hardy, can thank you every time. But so I'm saying all this, guys, because to me, the Bears have this opportunity to basically get a free shot at the quarterback lottery, and they can keep the contract cheap and whatever. Maybe you even draft, or maybe if you trade Fields, you get back a pick that you're able to use to draft one of the linemen that we're so excited about, right? And what gets so complicated is that you just don't normally end up with an opportunity to make your team this much better, like in the season that you're about to pick number 1. Like, truly, at least normally that I've seen. No, there, of course, Grant, there's no assurance of improvement, but at least my hope, and gosh, I can't emphasize hope enough, but you could argue that if the Bears drafted a rookie quarterback and then they signed a decent veteran backup, like let's say a premium veteran backup, the Bears sign, I don't know what Jacoby Brissett's contract looks like. The Bears sign, please don't get Tyrod Taylor. He's just hurt all the time. Good player, but like maybe not him. The Bears sign, they've got Drake May, so they're going to sign Case Keenum. They signed Taylor Heineke. You know what I'm saying? Chris Armstrong nailed it. If the new coach comes in, I don't care if it's Harbaugh. I don't care if it's Ben Johnson. I don't care if it's Shane Waldron. I don't care. But if you could argue, Chris, that today's team should be 7-5, 7-4, is what I meant to say. Like Leonidas, you talk about how more talent gets them to 8 wins. More talent would get this butthead. Thank you so much for your super chat once again. Like, so excited. Thank you. You could argue that this team right here should already be a winning team with better coaching. They just aren't, which is frustrating. Fiddler, thank you for your super chat. So excited. So you end up looking, Joseph Ditka, we don't. If we're getting a new quarterback, or if you're getting a new coach, he's going to bring in his new staff. That's that. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is, okay, because we're about to get back to film, I promise. But because that's the Super Bowl Shuffle is on fire tonight. I'm so excited. But so anyways, everybody, like the point I'm trying to make is that the Bears fans have spent 5 years. Can we say it out loud? Can we say this out loud? Since 2018, the Bears have been in the cellar. The Bears were also in the cellar starting around 2014. Like, the Bears were awful right after the Trestman thing started to really bottom out, right? And then they hired John Fox, and they were awful. They stayed awful. Why did they stay awful? Because their talent was bad. Like, they've been bad for so long. And so then they had this 2018 team, and the 2018 team was like average, right? Like, no, hear me out. Like, we had Allen Robinson coming off an injury, playing the best ball of his life. But when you looked at from a talent perspective, was Allen Robinson one of the best, like, receivers in football? There were plenty more talented receivers. The Bears were just getting more out of him at the time. And Trey Burton looked like the second coming of Zach Ertz. And, like, then we had Taylor Gabriel, who looked like a pretty good wide receiver too. We had an offensive line that very quickly fell apart. And then by 2019, we just started to spend $2 to get $1 every single time, right? Like, we started to spend $4 to get $1 of production. And slowly but surely, as we traded everything away from 2018, where the team was pretty good, we started to go straight into the abyss. Like, as much as we would joke around, we got to say this out loud. 2016, we were terrible. 2017, we were terrible. 2018, first year the Bears were watchable, and they were really watchable. They were awesome, sometimes on offense, but their defense was so good, right? And then 2019, they were unwatchable, despite the fact that they could win games off of talent. 2020, they were unwatchable because the offense was just abysmal. It was one of the worst offenses I've ever watched as the team decayed because they were losing talent left and right. And then at 6-11, it really started to fall apart. And then they have last year, which we all assumed that they were tanking on purpose. Turns out they may have just been bad coaches who were bad, which is always on the table, right? And then in 2023, they are more talented, still not quite good enough, but we're starting to see players take the extra steps, right? Like, we're starting to see Gervin Dexter start to flash. We're seeing Darnell Wright come into his own. We're seeing Tyreek Stevenson. Actually, he just went a whole game without getting targeted. Whatever. Like, the point I'm really trying to make here, guys, is I don't blame anybody. I don't blame anybody for saying, well, we're gonna draft a rookie quarterback. We're gonna compromise the future, because that's what it's been. When we drafted Mitch Trubisky, we did so assuming the team was done. We traded for Khalil Mack in the same offseason. And so that was it. We drafted the quarterback. That was it. Right? Or it wasn't the same offseason, but we drafted Mitch Trubisky the year after that, sold the farm, right? Then we traded up to go draft Justin Fields, right? So we sold the farm to go get Justin Fields under the assumption that we could make the talent better, and then we gutted the roster, and it was just awful to watch, wasn't it? It was kind of like watching a car crash all throughout 2020. Like, I mean, you watch this kid struggle amidst a terrible situation that is still terrible. It like, memory and reflection won't unmake it a terrible development situation. If Fields had a shot, it wasn't here, right? And so, which sucks. And so, to me, the argument I'm trying to make, Jordan, is Bears fans have told themselves that picking a new quarterback is this roster compromising decision. Not when you're getting the quarterback for fundamentally free. Like, the Panthers pick doesn't take away from all that cap space to upgrade with really good veterans. The Panthers pick doesn't deplete the roster. The Panthers pick doesn't take the Bears pick away. Y'all, look into my eyes as I say this. The Bears might be the best landing spot, talent-wise, a number one pick has ever had. Tell me, what do you think of that? Because as ridiculous as I know that sounds at first blush, a brand new coach who comes in and picks his quarterback, dreams up his entire scheme to fit this quarterback, which, speaking of, you look at Ben Johnson. He just designed an entire scheme around Jared Goff. It's working okay. Not in this game. Wrong spot. But you get it. This is a guy who's done it before. Or you've got Jim Harbaugh, who's been working with new quarterbacks for his fundamental entire career. What I'm trying to tell everybody is the Bears may stick with Fields. Maybe. Anything's possible, right? And Fibbler, because working all the way back to where you are, could the Bears, with the team that they have, compete with Justin Fields? Yeah, I think the Bears could compete with Nick Foles coming out of retirement with the team that they may be able to build. May being a key word. You got tell me Fibbler what you want me to say. If you want me to say Fibbler, man, I see FIQBLERDMAN and I am just shortening it. The team that the Bears have a chance to build could win with all kinds of quarterbacks. All kinds of quarterbacks. It's possible, right? You hit the point where if the Bears, just saying, just so everybody in this chat that feels this way knows that I validate you. If the Bears got a Jim Harbaugh, a good coach, I don't care who the name is, to be honest with you. If the Bears hired Brian Flores and he brought in a kick-ass OC, I would believe that you could get similar results where suddenly you'd have a defense that eats and then you'd have an offense that was going to go get you enough, right? And so what I'm really trying to get at as I just talk through all of it is that path that everybody talks about where you get Marvin Harrison Jr. and Brock Bowers, that's the one I want to talk about. Everybody talks about that. I want you to find me the offense that has three. In a world where you could get Brock Bowers to be better Dallas Goedert, I completely understand the appeal. Y'all, Brock Bowers seems to me like he's going to be a plain Jane overspend. Am I nuts? How many yards is Brock Bowers going to have to catch to outcompete the fact that there's going to be a third round tight end, because there always is, that's just going to rule? I understand how everybody keeps looking. I can't believe this turned into a Brock Bowers hate rant, but I'm sticking with it. I think Brock Bowers looks awesome. I think Brock Bowers is on the ticket to getting overdrafted. I understand. Fibbler, that I may have lost you. I'm gonna get you back. But so to me, I can't help but look at with Fields in particular, I do have to wonder whether DJ Moore, Brock Bowers, and Marvin Harrison Jr. would basically be too many targets. I've thought about this before. Right now, Fields is feeding DJ Moore, but everybody else in the offense is really struggling. Right? When Fields is playing right now, Cole Kmet is not eating. Mooney is starving. Equanimeous St. Brown is not eating. We get one receiver, if that. I mean, there's just not that many passing yards to go around. So if you told me, because this is what I keep saying. I keep saying this just to make the point, right? If you told me that you were going to get Marvin Harrison Jr. and Brock Bowers and a center like Connor Williams, and with it, you were going to sign Kirk Cousins, I at least think that makes a vague amount of sense. You're probably right if you guess that the fact that I even dared to make that point, it puts me like right on the like that's why I'm rookie quarterback, because to me I sit there and I go, I don't know. Like, Quinn, there's no way you weren't already a member, but thank you so much for upping. I really appreciate that. Let me see. You'd love for us to trade the first overall pick for another first rounder this year and next year an additional 2 pick. So here's a thought, just as we talk through this. Like, that's not a slight to Fields, Rob, but imagine it's hard not to imagine Caleb. Not a slight to Fields, but it's hard not to imagine Caleb Williams ceiling in an offense with Marvin Harrison Jr. behind this young and promising offensive line with the Ben Johnson. Totally that guy. I think that we keep blowing off the fact that there are more really good receivers than just a Marvin Harrison Jr. Everybody. Marvin looks phenomenal. Chris, my guy, you nailed it. To me, what's stirring the drink is the fact that DJ Moore already exists. If I needed a wide receiver one, I'm going to do what I got to do to get to number 3, to take Marvin Harrison Jr. alongside whoever my quarterback is. Like, that's the dream. The Bears have a number 1 receiver. I'm adamant about DJ Moore being that dude. And speaking of, by the way, I'm just going to beg the question, like, what's Caleb Williams' favorite type of receiver, right? Caleb Williams at USC, the only guys he's been throwing to, guys like Zachariah Branch, guys like Mario Addison, guys like Jordan Addison. DJ Moore fits the bill with exactly the kinds of guys that Caleb Williams has made hay with. But so anyways, moving off of Caleb Williams, what I look at with this Bears setup is that if you have Marvin Harrison Jr., you make DJ Moore the best wide receiver 2 in football, or up there, right? If you don't, you end up with DJ Moore and an awesome wide receiver 2. Like, if you got Roma Dunze or Keon Coleman, Keon's one of my favorite at this point, just because to me, when you watch Keon Coleman, and if you haven't, you should, like, Keon looks to me like one of the most physical receivers I've watched in a very long time. Keon will beat the tar out of you. I'm not saying they're the same, because he comps a little better to AJ Brown, even though I really don't like comps. Don't take that too seriously. But you guys remember when we watched like Mike Evans, and Mike Evans just beat the tar out of Tyreek Stevenson? Like, he just fought people downfield basically and got away with it. Keon does that on the reg. Like, whether it's a slant that he's just going to body the DB on, whether it's down the field and he just bodies the DB, or whether it's on a fade and he's going to just sky up for the ball and body the DB. Keon Coleman is your, if you think he's not open, you're wrong kind of player. Like, Keon Coleman is that loft it up and let him just go get it, because he will. Like, I'm not saying you have to love him, but in like Malik Neighbors, I hope it's Malik, is hella fast. Like, he's sudden, he's awesome. Like, I agree with you where it's like I love Coleman being the haymaker thrower, MHJ counterpuncher. Jordan, I don't know if anybody's gonna dare put a receiver above MHJ. When you say gotta say, give me the best receiver product, or best receiver prospect in years, I'm like, yeah. But anyways, it's more to say that, like, I love mentally the diversity between a Keon Coleman type and a DJ Moore, because they're so different. But if you told me that, thank you, Foster. If you told me that they ended up with a Roma Dunze, I'm super stoked. Oblivion, I would love to use a draft pick on safety. I'm absolutely going to I'm going to be scouting safeties really hard in this draft, but we're gonna have to get there. I think Eddie's at the end of the road. Anyways, so Fibbler, you mentioned argument is sound. Greatest potential value comes from trading one and keeping Justin. Yes, actually, you're right. Like, one of the other things, Francisco, so excited to see you. One of the other problems with this whole question of potential value is that, Fibbler, I would argue that the Bears trade with Carolina was the worst case scenario for anybody picking a quarterback number 1. I mean, I think that's obvious, right? You trade away a player that is categorically Awesome. You allow the other team to draft a player in Darnell Wright. That's categorically awesome, right? And then you also trade away the number one pick next year for a quarterback that your own organization would probably agree is better than the guy you just drafted. Whatever you thought, like, because I'm not trying to bring up the whole like Stroud versus Young thing. We've all heard the rumors. It's probably some truth to it, but it wouldn't surprise me if the same staff would have probably put Caleb Williams, even Drake May, above either of these two quarterbacks. I would have, like, these two being Young and Stroud. Stroud has popped in a way that I don't know if anybody who even loved him thought he was going to. Like, that's the other piece of this. You don't know. These quarterbacks are a mystery box. They could be better than we expected. But main reason I talk about all this is because, MJ, when you tell me the scenario where Atlanta is willing to trade their current first rounder, their next year's first rounder, their next year's first rounder, and Drake London for number one, I sit here and I throw my hands up because, as a capital N nerd, I say, oh my gosh, you're cheating. Like, come on. Like, of course that's better value. Of course that's better value. But if you keep playing that game forever, you're just not going to you're never going to take the quarterback. Like, I mean, it's one of those where we can keep building scenarios where trading down to wait for next year on quarterback will make a lot of sense. That trade is nearly unmakeable. Like, as in, you can't make it as Atlanta, and holy smokes, I don't know if you could pass on it. Like, I'm with everybody. Like, Patrick Mahomes was taken at number 10. Josh Allen was taken at what, number 9? Like, you could go through the laundry list of some of the best quarterbacks in football, and the best number 1 you're going to get is Joe Burrow, which is great, but like, it's not number 1 overall. But I can't help but look at the Bears situation and just thinking that their organization is gift wrapped for a quarterback that should come in and be at least pretty good, right? Like, here's the other piece, right? Because Fibbler, maybe we could agree on this. Like, because I don't try to say we disagree too much. It doesn't matter either way. Like, I respect you and you rule. But so beyond that, it's like, if you told me that the Bears traded Justin Fields and then they drafted Caleb Williams, and for the next 10 years, Caleb Williams was pretty good, right? Oscillated between number 12, number 7, right? Like the Dak Prescott range. You know what I'm saying? I think we would get over it. I think the team would be good enough that it would inflate his stats anyways, to be honest with you. Like, and that people would say he's a top 4 quarterback. Same way people did with Dak, right? And I tend to think that, like, you're going to get a lot of situations where the Bears would win a bunch of games because you just have pretty good quarterbacking. Like, the funny part about where the Bears are at is that if you told me that the Bears used the number 1 pick overall on a quarterback and they got a quarterback pretty much just as good as as Justin Fields, well, not really, because I think Justin Fields left a lot of meat on the bone, right? That, me personally, as an evaluator, I'm pretty disappointed. Like, not with this game. This game was good, but we got to look at the whole package. And I'm with you, Fibbler. My argument back to you would be, even with a rookie quarterback, I don't think they should be bad, because the majority of these teams that pick number 1 are awful. The Bears shouldn't be awful. And Chris, you're right. Caleb may be a bust. If Caleb's a bust, hopefully they go the Jets route and try to replace him with somebody, and maybe then that goes bust, and the Bears are just a horrible, cursed franchise. It's always possible, right? It's always possible. It's just as possible as Fields spraining his shoulder. Like, in my opinion, the other hard part about talking about Justin Fields is that we're talking about a game where he ran the ball 18 times. You got to think an injury's coming. Maybe not immediately. Maybe it's next year. But you got to think another injury's coming, right? Like, the other piece to Fields is that you end up looking at a player that is, I think, an injury. Like this is the part of every Bears show where I just got to stay away. I'm so sorry. Like, AC Adam, I ain't trying to. I'm trying to push it. Let's talk film. Let's talk film because there's way too much defense stuff we haven't talked about. Way too much. And let's rip through some more offense while we're at it. I'll work quickly. All right, so I'm going to read chat a little bit less than usual, just so that we can pop through a bunch of stuff. Right? That's all. That's all I'm going to be trying to do is just read option. It's the right read. Like you're going to see 93 crash down. When he does, Fields is going to pull. When Fields pulls it, we get to see more of that athleticism as he hard steps, gets straight up field, boom, plants it. Oh, yeah. Grant, we're going to see if we can't get through everything else. We've done enough ranting. And I love the ranting. It seems like you guys are okay with the ranting. But let's see. So that's the thing. That's the thing, Jay Sanders. Okay, Jay Sanders brought up the most important piece of this. Joseph, we actually already did, for what that's worth. We're going to go through the defensive side of everything, but we went through the offensive side earlier. And Fibbler, it's fine. Anyways, yes, got to change discussing. Thank you, Mario. I'm glad the now discussing thing actually like works. I forget about it. Offense. Well, you could VOD it, Jacob or Joseph. Anyways, tangents are organic and good. But so, anyways, the let me see. There's one more piece of this because somebody just mentioned somebody. Oh, Jay Sanders. Jay Sanders. I wish I could. I need to figure out how to do the chat highlight. It may work better in Twitch, so I may try to fuse both. Anyways, so we'll get there. That's a separate good question. So Jay Sanders asks, so you're out on Justin. So if we don't get picks 1 and 2, are you still out on Justin? No. Like the other piece to this that is probably not fair to put together, but it is the truth, is that if the Bears were sitting on the 5th pick of the draft, I'm not going to say most of this. Like, the truth be told, I'm still going to be upbeat and kind of Stockholm syndrome-y about Justin Fields. If I don't have an exit ramp, I would be surprised. So let's pretend we were Lions fans, right? Right? Okay, so everybody take a moment, like close your eyes. Now you open them and you wear blue and white, okay? To Bears fans keep telling you Jared Goff sucks. Bears fans keep telling you Jared Goff can't read a defense. Jared Goff can't this. Jared Goff can't that. What do you see, right? You see a Super Bowl quarterback. You see a quarterback that's been to the Super Bowl. You see a quarterback that has thrown for 4,800 yards, right? You see a quarterback that's got so many things that he does well, and he's getting better. He's relatively young. He's got a big arm, former number 1 overall pick, all kinds of talent. We get the right weapons and the right coaching around this guy, he could really be something. Because when fans have a guy, they're going to talk about that guy in the best possible light. The best possible light. We all agree with that, right? Like, Sir Lord, I'm not trying to tell you you hate Goff. It's more to say that when we talk about these players, especially when they're our players, especially when there's not a great way to change those players, right? We're going to see them in the best light we can. We got no other choice. And in the Bears case, right? Like Jay Sanders, if the Bears were sitting on pick number 5, then, well, they're well out of the reach of Williams and May. So I would look at Justin Fields and I would say, hey, with good coaching and with this kind of play, like, because you're absolutely right, Jim Stannis, that I think Fields is way more fun to watch than Mitch Trubisky and plenty of other Bears quarterbacks. It's not a high bar, but he is way more fun than that. That's for sure. That you end up with this player, because this is really what I'm trying to get at, that if the Bears couldn't replace him, okay, you can win with him. We talked about that about an hour ago. Like, you could win with the Justin Fields we saw today, with a ball control offense that you like, or with a ball control offense spearheaded by Justin Fields' rushing ability, where you would just live and die by how long you can keep him healthy and how many hits you can keep off of him. It's not my ideal way of playing offense. I love spread. I've talked about that a lot. But West Coast spread, etc. Like that's all. Like I love it, and so it. What I'm looking for at the very least is, oh man, lost train of oh, we're only talking about this, Jay Sanders. We're only talking about this because the Carolina Panthers might just deliver the opportunity to upgrade, the outrageous opportunity to upgrade on a platter. Rookies are rookies, for sure. But let's say, okay, so one more thing. One more thing. This is not a perfect system, okay? So ESPN, let's go with 2019 draft, NFL draft. Okay, so ESPN has these. What did I just? Oh, sixth round for some reason. Okay, so ESPN, right? They've got this little grade that they're sitting on for all these different players. It's silly. Ride with me, right? It's silly. Ride with me. The point is, let's say that we care about these grades, or let's arbitrarily use these grades as a launching point for a discussion, right? So Kyler Murray, 90. 2020. Joe Burrow, 94. Okay? Trevor Lawrence, 97. Tito. So Tito, I disagree with you. I'll tell you what. Like, I can't help but think that Caleb Williams is a whole different dude. I'll take you through that next Thursday on the draft stream. Thank you so much for your donation. I really do appreciate it. I think you'd be surprised at what Caleb Williams does differently than Fields. I think there's actually a misnomer about Williams in particular. But also, if you wanted to pivot to May, I'll let you. But because that doesn't bother me, May is a lab created howitzer, and it's awesome. But so, anyways, we got Murray, 90. We got, we've got Murray, 90. We've got, so for what it's worth, Jim, Leonidas, I think you're doing great, but you're also being pretty antagonistic, man. Or woman. It could be either. But so, who said what about incorrect? Starview. So, give me a sec. Yeah, hang on. Starview. What do you talk about? Like, let me catch up. But so, Jim, I think you're great. Anyways, so 2022. Murray, 90. Then you've got Kyler. Yeah, Murray, 90. Burrow, 94. T-Law, 97. Oh yeah, 2022. So where's Pickett? Pickett's down here. Pickett got a 90. Okay. Let's go 2018 just to get a little bit more. Baker, 91. Super Bowl shuffle. We gotta love it. Sam Darnold, he got a 94. Lol. Josh Allen, he got a 92. Josh Rosen, he got a 92. So we're in agreement as we look through these that these grades are kind of silly, right? Mitch Trubisky, your boy, 89, right? And then where are we? Patrick Mahomes, 85. Deshaun Watson, 88. 23. Bryce Young, I can't believe he got a 96, right? CJ Stroud, 94. Anthony Richardson, 91, right? But so, anyways, like, no, Joseph, this is not all the Bears look at. So, the walk with me piece, concluding on this, like, what am I getting at, right? If I gave you the opportunity, because let's go back to 2021. Fields in this he's a 91. Yeah, these scores do suck, Chris. I've tied myself to a bad horse at this point. Wilson, 93. Trey Lance, 92. Sure. Okay, so let's say Williams and May, based on the way everybody's talking about them, come in with scores at 94, right? Is that worth a conversation on what you'll do with him? I think it is. I think we've done a lot of arguing. Like this is just it's just the worst. Let me see. Jordan Mario, I've never seen this article, so I'm gonna have to fish for it. Jordan Reed quarterbacks ranking by scouts. Help me find it. What am I looking for? Is this let me see, Ravi, how you doing? Francisco, yeah, it's ugly for sure. If anything, it told us, like you're saying, Brandon, that it's consistently wrong. Let me see, what is Joe? You mentioned this. It feels exponentially more talented as far as athleticism goes, without a doubt. Amen, Fibbler. Amen, Fibbler, with nailing it, 100%. Jizo Pete's, can we please have a season where we could just talk about wins and losses, for crying out loud? I would love to stop thinking about resetting. And part of me, Fibbler, is honestly hoping that with a rookie quarterback, can I be honest with you, Fibbler? I think there's a little bit of me that's biased, just in the sense of, if Justin Fields, let's talk about this out. Maybe there's part of me, just being real with you guys. Like, I trust all my evals. I tell you guys the truth. But maybe there's part of my eval that knows that if Fields, like, if Fields comes out in year 4 and looks bad, now what? Right? So we do the thing that every Bears fan wants to do. We hire Jim Harbaugh. We bring in like a new offensive coordinator. And for the first 6 games of Justin Fields' next season, he just looks flat out bad, and then he gets hurt. Sound familiar? So let's say he repeats something similar to the 2023 season, right? And then what? Like, okay, now you've got like Brock Bowers and like now you've got Brock Bowers, now you've got Marvin Harrison Jr. None of them are getting the ball, right? You've got DJ Moore. He's still getting the ball. He's doing plenty with it. Like, offensive line, blah blah blah. We could keep talking about this, right? But like, because what I'm trying to say is, I think there's a piece of me that also views these rookie quarterbacks, who I'm really excited about, outright. Like, I think Drake May's arm looks like a cannon. I think Caleb Williams looks like he's potentially got it all. Like, I see awareness, pocket movement, electric arm, outrageous release, and I see him processing the field while he's at USC. The Lincoln Riley offense is kind of goofy, and you'd be amazed at how many times teams are like basically taking nearly everything away. And I'm not saying he's always being pushed in creation mode. There are plenty of times where he creates when he does not need to create, for instance. But in particular, if you want to see what I see, I thought the UCLA game that just happened this last week was a great example. Because, Chris, you talk about what happens when he plays a good defense. That was an awesome defensive line. That was Caleb in an NFL setting. That was quick distribution. That was getting away from pressure. That was managing the pocket. And that was taking your shots when you got the opportunity to. I honestly thought Caleb looked phenomenal. Like, that, to me, that was the NFL preview game, and it was rad. In that case. But it's one football game against UCLA. They lost. Like, I get any of the concerns. You're there. But within this, it's like, as we talk about, let me see, because Jay Sanders, you mentioned, I think, let me see. There's this piece of the rookie quarterback where I can just stop stressing so much about whether or not I'm about to watch 2 years of fallout. Can I be so real? If the rookie comes in and sucks, like, Bryce Young would struggle to suck with the rookie we're about to build, right? Like, because Chris, you mentioned if Fields goes elsewhere and plays well, does Poles get fired? Not if the Bears are winning. You got to remember, owners that sign checkbooks are not that smart, right? Like, if the Bears hire a new coach, and the new coach is the difference, Like if the Bears hire a new coach, the new coach is the difference, and the Bears step up and they become an 8-9 team while Fields goes on and is also 8-9. Like, I don't think anybody gets fired. I don't think anybody is worried at that point. And that's only if Fields does well, right? If Fields wins the Super Bowl, I think people are going to grumble. Of course they are. But if Fields just makes the playoffs, I think plenty of people will say good for Justin. If Justin wins but doesn't win, like doesn't make the playoffs, I think people won't even think about it. I think if Justin's bad, people are going to go kind of like they did with Mitch, right? But beyond that, it's like the other piece to this that y'all, this is so important. We keep doing this thing where we keep making football like so cuz Jim, I understand what you're talking about where it's like we could pick up a good to late prospect in the late first or early second. You don't have to, Jim. Like you don't have to. The Bears are going to get handed the opportunity to not do that, right? Like y'all, what's crazy to me, not because I'm like trying to, I promise, I'm not trying to push a narrative. I'm actually amazed there's so much resistance to quarterbacks that, in my opinion, from a scouting perspective, have just looked so good. Like, you don't have to love Caleb Williams in all of his, like, in everything he does. You don't have to love Drake May and everything he does. But these quarterbacks are great prospects, but they're prospects. They're 21-year-old kids, right? And so, Kyle, I hope you're wrong. You might be right. I hope the defensive line beats him. Like, that's all I see. Like, and so, at least to me, I'm surprised, Jim, at the reticence to draft a quarterback. Not all rookies are Bryce Young. It's okay. Mac Jones made the playoffs, right? But anyways, like let's see. I've acknowledged the problem. Not if he's winning. That's the issue. Wins dictate opinions. There you go. Mario, DM it to me. I don't have ESPN Plus. Actually, if you wanted to get really aggressive, take a bunch of screenshots of what you want me to see, and then I could just pull them up. But Jay Sanders, I'm right there with you that if we draft another quarterback, we won't develop him. The Bears have never developed a quarterback. I'm scared too, right? But here's another way to put it, Jay Sanders. If you're dating somebody that you're not happy with, they're good, but they're not great, right? You're not having as much fun as maybe you used to, right? And they told you that they'd start taking out the trash. They're not taking out the trash, right? They told you that they were going to start cooking. They're not helping with cooking anymore. They told you that they were going to do the dishes. They never did, right? Would you still be willing to try to date again? I would, personally. And to me, Jim, I think that you ought to go watch. I mean, just watch some highlights. Just watch the highlights of some of the receivers behind Marvin Harrison. You will be surprised at how sweet they look too. That, in my opinion. But so, anyways, let's keep going because rants aside, I know we all love them. I know we all want to talk about this, but it is a film stream, and I think that there's plenty more film to talk about. And gosh, how late is it now? Oh, it's already 11. How do I do this? Yo. Oh my god, I just talked for like 3 hours. And I'd swear it was I'd swear to you it was like 45 minutes. Anyways, so let's see. I liked this. Like the Diamond Dogs. Jimmy, we are gonna be going over Gervin. No worries. But so, don't you be feeling worried. Let's see. We've been using these relationship analogies. Oh, New England. So here's the deal, New England. And I'm not going to stick too long on this one, everybody, I promise. I know, bingo check. But so, New England, it's more like I got into all this because I was the kid in Texas, like, that would talk myself into, me and my brother and my dad would talk ourselves into the Bears going to the Super Bowl every single time, right? Like, we would just every year. I mean, 2012 Super Bowl, 2010 Super Bowl. Come on, we were gonna go to the Super Bowl, but then Cutler broke his thumb. Like, oh, no, that was all Mike Martz. I wouldn't worry about that. Now we got Mike Tice. We got the offense. We're going to keep things simple. We're going to go to the Super Bowl. Like, Lovey's going to make this defense good, and we're going to go to the Super Bowl. Like, it was every single year the Bears were going to be good. Every single year the Bears were not good. Like, I love my Bears, but for the last 15 years, for crying out loud, it's just been brutal. In different fashions. It's only gotten worse recently. Like, and so to me, what I look at and why I got into this New England was because everybody, I want to be somebody that can help all of us Bears fans love this team even when the team isn't good. So that when we say Super Bowl, we can mean it, right? So that when we talk about how fun the year's going to be, we can be aiming for the right things. Y'all, we set the bar this season at 7 wins. We are so woefully short of 7 wins right now. We have now had two historic losses, history-making losses out of like this season. You had in last season, we had 2 more. Like, I mean, in 2022 and 2023, there is a 1 in 7 chance that the Bears game you're watching is a historic meltdown. Like, it's ridiculous. It is insane. Mario, I feel terrible. Because you're probably right. Like, and I look at this and I mutter to myself that, like, we do die harder than the bulk of them, AC. It's so rough. And what I'm trying to point out that is that, okay, hang on. Oh, New England, is that I get it. Me parting from Cutler sucked. Me parting from Orton was hard. Like, getting rid of Trubisky, realizing Trubisky wasn't it, sucked. Like, watching Nick Foles and that offense fall apart, I hated it. Like, what is it? Justin Fields, week 1 this year, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what we saw. And if you go back and you watch those first 2 streams, I'm outright mad. Like, if you go back and you watch the streams from week 1 and week 2, you will see a Rob that is angry because I could not believe that we were there. I couldn't believe we were there. I couldn't believe we were there. Jay Sanders, you got to remember that I was like 12 watching Orton. So I'm sitting there like as a kid. It's all nostalgia. And so New England, whenever I talk about relationships, whenever I talk about something deep in this case, it is because I know how personal we all take this, right? I know how personal so many people take the quarterback. I mean, whether it's a self-insert, whether that's your guy, whether you feel like you have a personal bond with him, you don't have to tell me, because I know. I've been there. And so if I ever sound like I'm trying to empathize, I am. Like, I know how hard this is. I mean, no matter what I say, there are going to be people that if the Bears move on from Fields, they will not be able to get excited about maybe the best Bears team we've seen in 5 years because they're going to feel like their guy just got betrayed. Like that he got stabbed in the back, and he got stabbed in the back in 2022. Like 2023, the Bears gave him an opportunity, and I don't feel like he's grabbed it by the horns. We've seen good. We've seen not good. It's been too inconsistent as the Panthers pick becomes the stuff of Bears legends. Like, I mean, the Panthers pick shouldn't have been this. The Panthers pick should have been number 5. The Panthers pick should have been number 3. Justin Fields, if he was going to deliver number 1, should have had to be awful, right? Should have had to be awful. But instead, somehow, the Bears are going to get gifted, probably, a number 2 overall pick. It's unbelievable. Like, it's out of nowhere. And thank you so much, Quinn. I really appreciate you. Like, I really, really appreciate you. That's the thing, Jordan. Like, it really is crazy. Like, the Panthers shouldn't have been this bad. It is bizarre. We were joking, Brandon. We were joking. We weren't serious. And somehow the Panthers are this bad. No, Joseph, this is all part-time, baby. Like, it's it's an opportunity you just don't get often. You don't. Like, it's an opportunity that doesn't come around, and you basically can't ignore it. Like, just to be clear on what we're talking about, Caleb Williams looks like a whole new thing. You'd put him behind a good offensive line, blah, blah, blah. I'm excited. I'll prove that to you later. Caleb in particular has this particular, like, Caleb in particular has all of this rhetoric out there about him on why people hate him. And I'm just not going to talk about it without film in front of me because you have to see it. You have to see it. But I can convince you on Drake May because Drake May is a natural pocket mover. Drake May is an absurd athlete. He's like 230 pounds, 6'4", very hard to tackle person, regardless of what conference he plays with. But most importantly, he's a fusion of Justin Herbert's like precision and Josh Allen's YOLO onto one shoulder that splits defenses in half. Like, I mean, when Drake May wants to put the ball somewhere, he does. Like, Drake May just steps in. He can no step a rifle 25 yards downfield. It is bananas watching the way Drake May can throw the football over the middle to the sidelines deep. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, Jimmy, that was absolutely wild. Like, that Herbert throw. The other thing, Jimmy, I don't know if anybody saw this, like, and that's the thing, Chris, I think that's the reasonable way to put it. Right now, we got 6 games left with Justin Fields, and we should enjoy them. We should. But so to me, Brandon, or not Brandon, it was Jimmy. What I thought was crazy about Herbert, if y'all watched any piece of the Chargers game, Herbert's receivers were dropping balls that only Madden receivers drop. Like, the joke that we would make, like, I mean, the play Keenan Allen, like a hard throw, just hits Keenan Allen in the chest and bounces off. And I've thrown my controller when that has happened on third downs in the end zone when I'm playing all Madden games. And like, I've seen it. You know what I mean? Like, those are those games where you go, this is fucking stupid. Like, you get so mad at video games because it's just ridiculous. And it happened for real. The Chargers knew it. Seriously, Mario, they really helped us out too. But like, it was so crazy watching some of those, Grant, because it was like watching those were just hilarious. And BJ, it's worth talking about, like, it's worth mentioning, BG, that I also think we do way too much like living in the moment with these quarterbacks in particular. Y'all, Justin Fields played Northwestern, like, and it did not go well. And Trevor Lawrence had his bad games. Josh Allen, plenty of bad games. Patrick Mahomes, I think, was 5-7 in his final season. Like, you're going to have these games where Drake May plays Clemson and he makes this absolutely silly throw off his back foot, perfect, like frozen rope, straight into the hands of a wide open corner route, jaw dropping throw. And then the rest of the game, he's pretty quiet. Like, Drake May right now, if there is a knock, it's that we're not like 100% sure that he sees the defense, but man, he's got like no turnover worthy plays. Like, when he doesn't read it well, he throws it better. Like, that's at least what we're seeing, right? And like, seriously, I'm not worried either, Mario. Like, the way I see it is, I'm more trying to say that we do this thing where we are way, 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 way too, if you ask me, like, way too in the moment. We got to treat all these games like you're going to see them a month later with no emotions, right? We do this bit where we go, well, Drake May lost to Virginia. And it's like, well, CJ Stroud lost to Carolina. That must mean he sucks, right? Like you're mentioning, Brandon. I mean, just this last week, both quarterbacks, Mahomes and Hurts, did not have stellar games because in the NFL, you don't always play well. That applies to Fields too. Like, um, let me see. Stroud said it himself regarding the MVP thing. They love me now, but they only care on a weekly basis. Stroud's been nailing it, man. I don't know where this Stroud came from. Like, he's been unbelievable. Uh, man, Mario, let's see. McCarthy threw 8 passes. Yeah, he must be a pariah and the least trusted quarterback in the nation. Man, Jaden Daniels was bad and unimpressive. Now Jaden Daniels rules. Don't forget, Jordan. It wasn't long ago that Shadur Sanders was going to be quarterback 3. Now he's a second rounder. Like you look through all this stuff and it's like we are way too all over the place. Everybody's got to calm down a little bit. Truly. Like Chris, for instance, you talked about how Caleb plays a good defense and falls apart. I would tell you, Chris, that if you wanted to see something impressive, Caleb Williams, since he played Notre Dame, has looked much better. And not only much better, but he's looked much better every week. I mean, they aren't winning, and I'm not about to pretend to you they are, right? But you have seen legitimate bounce back since then. And I think that's all you're looking like. I think that's the most important thing you could see, resiliency. Like, how do we respond to a game where we looked like a doofus, right? Because we did. Like, the Caleb Williams against Notre Dame looked awful. But then, since then, we've seen him settle down. And so I think I think a little bit. Like, seriously, BG, they just get buried. I mean, it's crazy. And just wait, honestly, until you guys see some all 22. We're gonna show it on this channel, which is really core. Like, no matter what they do, they can't take me showing the all 22 away from you guys. I don't care how many times. If YouTube tries to ban me, I'll go to Twitch and I'll show you guys it there. Because everybody should see College All 22. The way colleges protect this stuff is ridiculous. It's literally just the football game. We got to stop acting like I'm sharing classified information. It's the football game, right? It's letting you see all of the stuff going on. And when you do, when your eye sees the way this kid plays on the same view you've been watching Justin Fields, you won't see him playing so fast, right? Like, he's not going to look as fast as Fields, but you'll be amazed at how quick his play tempo looks. But anyways, Robert Stallion sharing signals and tape, right? That's why you got to wait till after the season, I guess. But so anyways, I loved Fields just have AI change the mascots and logos, spawn up a burner channel, right? But so Fields did a good job, even if it was, yes. Okay, so Mario sent a DM. We're going to go to Twitter. We're going to, yeah, all right. Mario, I'm going to pull you off the stream just to protect your identity. Let's see here. Boom. Okie doke. Let's see. Ranking first round quarterbacks of the past 5 drafts versus 2024 prospects. Okay. So, Caleb Williams, number 1. Man, seriously, according to scouts? So, we've got Caleb, Trevor, Joe Burrow, Drake May, Tua, Herbert, Bryce Young, Zach Wilson, CJ Stroud, Kyler Murray, Trey Lance, Anthony Richardson, Justin Fields, Mac Jones, Daniel Jones, Dwayne Haskins, Jordan Love, Kenny Pickett. That's the list. First of all, thank you, Mario. But second of all, the first of all, Kyle, if Matt Eberflus isn't fired, okay, so Kyle, I ain't trying to scare you. I ain't trying to be too crazy. If Matt Eberflus isn't fired, I have no idea how I am going to get through the next year of content creation. I don't have it in me to stop pursuing my dream of doing this kind of thing full time, right? So I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to be so close to telling everybody to just take a year off. And I can't do that. Not only because I don't want to, not only because the brand doesn't work that way, but because if I do that, I don't know if I'll come back. Right? Like I mm, like to me, Kyle, I got to tell you, there was a sick part of me. Can I be so blunt with you guys? There was a disgusting part of me that saw that comeback and went, okay, well, at least Eberflus is fired, right? Because I got to be real with you guys. The moment the Bears had 4 turnovers, so you guys probably know this. The Bears had 4 turnovers. Flus said they would get turnovers. The Bears played a clean game. They had, only the rookie fumbled, right? So 1 turnover for them. Like, they ran the ball pretty well. They scored 26 points, well above average in the NFL world. And up until 4 minutes left in the game, the defense had held the Detroit Lions, who are one of the best offenses in the NFL, like top 10, to 14 points away. That was the plan. You know what I'm saying? Like, if Matt Eberflus was going to tell George what the plan was, that was the plan. So when they came back and lost the game, a sick and twisted part of me was like, thank God. Because this is the other part. Like, Chris Thompson in here. The other part of this is that if you asked me to choose, do I want to, could I pick Justin Fields being good and Matt Eberflus being bad, or Matt Eberflus being good and Justin Fields being bad? Like if I had to pick, hang on, I'm trying to figure how to say what I'm trying to say, because it's not like that. It's more like if I got to change quarterbacks or keep Flus versus change coaches but keep Fields, change coaches 100%. Change coaches 100%. Like if I got to choose, if I had to pick between one of those, I want the coach gone. Like coach gone, no matter what. Coach gone. Coach gone. This isn't about Fields. Coach gone. Coach gone. I'm the moderate person. I'm the person who tried to make the argument that Nagy should be there. Like I was one of the last people off the Nagy boat, for crying out loud. Like I am the pro coach person. I like to hope. Coach gone. Coach gone. Like coach needs to go. You have to change coaches. You have to start over. Like it's so bad. It's like a high school coach got over promoted. It is, the scheme is better. We have to do a little defensive review. We have to, because like you wouldn't hold over anybody, Brandon. You got nothing to worry about. And Kyle, seriously, like I look at this and I think to myself, here's all I'm saying. Okay. The Vikings just lost to Denver in a loss where they turned the ball over like the Vikings do. They should come out mad, right? And then the week after that, you have to hope the Lions would play more seriously this time around against the Bears. You have to think. I'm not trying to say I want the Bears to lose. It's not that simple. But if the Bears do lose to the Vikings, lose to the Lions, and then lose to the... Let me rephrase this. It's not about if. If you told Uncle Rob that the Bears losing these next 3 games guaranteed Flus is firing, I am hitting the button. I will take it. Deal, right? Like, I don't need to see what's in my case. Like, the Bears had some young talent really flash. I don't really care how it happens. Like, if you asked me and I got the choice and I had to just commit to a couple losses so that I could get them fired, like, I'm hitting the button and I'm rolling the dice on whatever is going to come. And I hate that. I hate this because I don't like cheering for the Bears to lose ever. And I'm not going to cheer for the Bears to lose. But I am amazed at how bad I want a coaching change. But getting back to what Mario is saying, because I think this is core. It's easy to hear the word generational and not take it all that seriously, right? It's easy to feel like these kids are overhyped. It is. But scouts, and granted, article written in July for sure. So maybe they feel like things have changed. But I agree with this, where it's like right now you're looking at a quarterback, the second tier one is a better quarterback than everybody. Like he's you got Tua, you got Burrow, and then you got Drake May. And then you have this X Factor cat in Caleb Williams that's either going to be his own thing or he's going to be nothing. And that's the risk you got to take. But he looks outstanding, I think. His tools, the way he takes in the game is unbelievable. Like it is an awesome thing to watch. And if you told me that you picked Caleb Williams and you got the next coming of Kyler Murray, like, okay. If you told me Caleb Williams' floor was Kyler Murray, I would go, whew, that's a good floor right there. Like, that's a fun team. It's a sweet throwing ability at times. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Right? But so, and Brandon, I don't think it's quite the same floor because Kyler is just different with what he does with his legs. But it's more to point out that, like, because Francisco, what gets so hard, no, I mean, Jordan, he's awesome. Like, there'll be a day when the stream will be titled something different one of these days. And like we can go through other quarterbacks because I want people to get their eyes on more quarterbacks. Like, I do think we can watch the quarterback that we have and the quarterback that we play and end up within that like space for so long you forget what other quarterbacks look like, right? Kyle, he attacks the middle of the field and he does throw with anticipation. It's not like he's late all the time. If Caleb Williams has a problem, it's that he won't always take the 5-yard ball. And that, Kyle, is why I thought the USC game was so cool, because in the USC game, he attacked the short ball. He knew he was going to get pressured and he got the ball out because he had to. Like, it made me wonder whether there's an element of all the problems we've seen with Caleb Williams, the crazy sacks, the et cetera, that might have come in part from Caleb overestimating what his offensive line can do. But when we saw Caleb Williams lose trust in his offensive line, he instead played within the structure of the play and still found ways to make plays. And then, holy God, for crying out loud, like, holy God, we all saw the bomb that Caleb Williams threw, right? Oh my gosh. Latu was unbelievable. Like, oh my gosh, Mario, he took the game over. He took the game over. He was so good. He was so good. And that Caleb bomb he had where he stepped up and just launched a rocket down the field was absolutely unbelievable. But there's a lot of this stuff. I mean, if everybody feels like, so just speaking to the core, I guess one more moment where I speak to the heart of the Bears fan. If you feel like you've got enough highlights and you can't figure out why the guy who's making all these highlights is wrong, right? Like, I don't blame you. Like, it doesn't help anything. I mean, for what it's worth, even like let me see, like even Mitch Trubisky had some insano throws. Like, I wish I had the all 22. I have deleted all my all 22 of Mitch. But do we remember how hype we were watching Mitch Trubisky step up in the pocket and launch a sprocket to Taylor Gabriel against Washington? That 38-yard banger up the sidelines. Do we need a reminder? You remember what I'm talking about? Felt pressure, stepped up on the run, just flicked the ball, like nailed Gabriel in the hands, 2-touch, out of bounds. Oh, that was one of, I mean, not kidding, the best throws I've ever seen in my life. Like, in the world of difficulty and, I mean, that was just, That was unbelievable. And that's what's so funny about the NFL, right? You put a talented kid in an opportunity to make a lot of throws, and Kenny Pickett is going to hit some bangers to like he's going to hit some bangers to George Pickens, and everybody is going to like and then everybody is going to forget that Kenny Pickett played a pretty bad game. Right? Like that's the weird piece of this. Like Fields made all those throws in college. Can Caleb and Drake do it in the league? That's the question. It is the question, Chris. The other piece to this that I got suckered. I have to say this. I did not time any of these guys. And I need to break out the timer with my draft boys for sure. But like what I got suckered by, Chris, and I'm not breaking the word suckered out lightly. Let's talk about this. Is that Fields' pace of play, his natural drop back tempo is so relaxed. Let's use that word, right? That I believed that the OSU offensive line was bad because it looked bad. Fields would get pressured at the top of his drop. Fields would hitch twice, and he'd have guys on him. And I didn't think about the fact that the OSU offensive line was loaded, and they were playing a bunch of lines that were much worse than them. Like, Ravi, I think that's a little aggressive. But anyways, if you're talking about stats, yeah, stats get complicated because I do think Nagy was really good about generating statistics for Mitch, especially because Fields is so willing to use his legs. But anyways, like what I'm really trying to get at here with Fields is that like Fields made a ton of throws. He did so within an offense where he watched Chris Olave and waited for Olave to uncover. I mean, there's more to it than that. But like imagine running option routes at 15 yards depth. That's what OSU did in so many cases. Like they would just have Fields basically drop back, wait for Olave to uncover, throw to Olave. Were they ever wrong? No. I mean, you got to remember 50% of the schedule is playing Michigan State, Rutgers, Nebraska. Penn State wasn't good that year, if memory serves. They only played like 8 games as a senior. So at that point, they moved to they played Iowa, I think. They played Northwestern later in the year. They played Clemson. Like you look at the guys that Mitch was throwing to and who those receivers were working against. And yeah, I mean, a one read offense was just like not hard. Like it wasn't a bad thing for Ryan Day to run. It wasn't hard for Justin Fields. We shouldn't fault him for running it, right? But you can see why these problems manifested. And the good news with somebody like Caleb is that the offense that he runs is not, strictly speaking, an NFL offense, but the reads and the progression piece of it is absolutely there. Caleb Williams isn't running a 2-read offense or a 1-read offense. Caleb Williams is running a progression read offense, and he shows off creation ability within that. Sometimes they'll call plays that are definitely like 1 read and then Caleb go figure it out. But you'll see Caleb check off of the read very quickly and then enter the go figure it out mode. I also think Caleb's pocket awareness is I could do a whole thing. There's videos and videos to be made on Caleb Williams because I really think people are forgetting like how special he is. But so, or at least I almost wonder if people are just like really tired. I think if I had to guess, your boy is making the generational word tough because a bunch of big nerds that I really respect, to be clear, like Derek Classon, Stephen Ruiz, etc., like they love Caleb or Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence does not look like this incredible player to the eyes of plenty. And that I wouldn't be surprised if that bothers people. I mean, you got to remember, fans, and if you're one of these people, I respect you, and your football takes are every bit as valid as mine. Fans will look at Brock Purdy and they'll be like, "That guy is it. He's better than Trevor Lawrence." We got to chill out, right? To me, Chris, I look at Trevor Lawrence and I see somebody who is getting killed behind an offensive line that basically can't play. I mean, the difference between Justin Fields' situation, Trevor Lawrence situation, they're not as far off as I think people want to make it. right? And Jibby, I'm with you, where everybody sings the praise, but it's because they sing it so loud, you watch the game, you don't see the results, and everybody goes, "This feels wrong to me," right? Um, let's see if Poles is incompetent if he needs more of a sample size. So let's do film. Let's do film. Let's do film. It's about damn time, right? Fields gets the ball out. Third down. This was hilarious. This is just hilarious if you ask me. That like the Bears early in the game, for crying out loud, they're up. Let me see. They're up 7-0. They're up 7-0. And they're willing to go for 4th and 2? Are you kidding? This is so goofy to me, right? That like so many that early in the game, the Bears were willing to be aggressive. And not only that, but like they did like I love the call. Like it's a mesh like, right? And you're going to end up getting no. Tanya doesn't go there. So it's mesh like with Tanyan running smash. It's like a smash mesh, right? And so you've got your 1 read right here, and then you're going to probably progress to your 2 read, and then you've got a 3 read with an alert up here. And Fields is going to do a good job of passing on the alert. The Lions are going to bust the coverage, right? Because you take a look at 46. 46 doesn't get his hands on Tanyan and just chases him and unintentionally picks 23, right? So he misses, says, "Oh, shoot," picks his man. Couldn't ask for a more open DJ Moore. Couldn't ask for a more open DJ Moore. Now, my favorite play, JT's favorite play, is when you've got 1 and 2 open men, right? Like, we love it. We love it when our quarterback is going to have to work to be wrong, don't we? Good job by Fields. Good job checking into it. Good job by the line. Hey, let's give it some credit. Boom. And TJ, I'm with you. Generally speaking, it makes a lot of sense to be aggressive earlier than it is later. To me, I think that you end up with a lot of mileage. It's okay, Glitch. I'm never endingly sick. There's just nothing I can do. But we power through this for the things that we love, the people we love, like you guys. But so, same Francisco. I also can't help but think, though, TJ, that there's kind of a logical fallacy in that. Maybe it's just helpful to be aggressive. It depends on the situation. Oh, and by the way, you want to see something funny? Early in the game, you saw a bunch of plays like this, right? Boom. Can you guess what's going on? I'm going to give you 3 looks. Boom. 1. 2. 3. Tev does got that dog in him. Mooney missed the block, sure. Blitzed, yes, TJ. But moreover, I want to point this out. So, Grant, you guys are almost there. You're almost there. You're almost getting what I want you to say, right? There's no chance that they don't have the snap count figured out. And I don't know who that's on. This could be him. This could be him. This could be the coach on the sidelines. Or it could be all of them, for all I care, right? But you watch this. That nickel is moving before anybody's moving. He is staring at Darnell Mooney, and he is completely convinced that he knows when the snap count is. You're going to see the Bears start to vary their snap count after this play because it was plain as day that they got jumped. And so Brandon, it's also harder on the road to vary your cadence because you have to silent count most of the time, right? And so as they keep going, you're going to start to see them put a delay on this kind of, or like on these sorts of plays. But you can see it from here. Like, look at this. We are frames into the ball moving. And that corner is already on the move. It is. It's actually a pretty spectacular snap jump to the point where doesn't the fact that Darnell doesn't get him is just not weird. That would have been an outrageously difficult block. But kudos to Brian Branch, man. Like, Branch just figured it out. And Branch makes a bunch of plays. Branch makes like 5 plays throughout the course of this game. It's something else, right? It's definitely part of it, TJ, because he and Feeney then tried to figure out different things to do. We kind of already talked about this one. RIP our dreams, right? Okay, so this play is not getting Justin Fields benched or anything. Tons of guys miss this, but Lord almighty, this is definitely an open opportunity. I don't know if anybody's going to debate that, right? It's a cover 4 beater. We get cover 2, bada, bing, bada, boom. And with Fields being, like, Fields gets this beautiful clean pocket. He gets an open wide receiver 1. Look, I am just saying, in the off season, we salivated over these opportunities, right? So it is always a little bit of a bummer when the ball falls incomplete. Good God, what we would be saying had Fields nailed that one too. Like, you wouldn't have needed the Scott one, right? Snap, play action, launch, pretty spiral, a little too far. Happens. It's a normal miss. Also, I want you to take a look at bang and bang, like the 2 tackles. Darnell Wright is just going to brawl. I said the tackles. That's Mercedes Lewis whooping butt. So, X, you can throw it as late as you want if you can get it there, especially on really deep shots. As long as the arm is long enough, it's really kind of up to you, which is totally fine. Man, Mercedes Lewis, when he wants to, he could just brawl. Yeah, A-Glitch. I love this. This first contact right here. Like, there's just a beautiful, like, early brawl. Like, what's up? What's up? What's up? What are you going to do about it? It's just a miss. Misses happen. That's the other thing. I don't actually think anybody, and I hope certainly not in here, like, I hope, Prabat, you became a member. You got a gift sub. Oh, I loved this play. So this play, like, gets swatted, right? Not happy. But, Chris, let's talk about this. So cool. So important. So the Bears run like an out. They have DJ Moore motion over. They come up. They run an out with ESB as a clear out route. But then most importantly, they're going to have Mooney and Kmet run shallow cross, right? And Kmet's going to sit down and he's going to hit, or like Kmet's going to sit down week one stuff, week 1 play, right? But now we're throwing it. So kudos to Fields. Like, I'm going to give credit where credit is due. And when I say Fields is the best version of himself, this is what I'm talking about. Like, we threw the ball. It sucks 79 bats down. Bummer. But you can only control what you can control, right? We threw the ball. We would have completed it. We didn't throw that earlier this year. Earlier this year was watching utter frozen, like a player that didn't make any sense. This player turned down some stuff, for sure. Like, it sucks worse. Okay. Chris, this may be the most fair way to put this. If Justin Fields didn't have a history of turning stuff down, I don't think I'd care so much about some of the stuff that we missed. But he does have a little bit of a history with it, which just means it bothers me more. But that doesn't make it an instant sin, right? This is probably the most Braxton rip ever, by the way. Like, this is Braxton. Just like it was just like Leno. Yeah, I said it. Like, here, you got a player that just gets driven backwards into the pocket. But it takes a while. It's a loss with dignity. So, is Braxton Joe Alt? Is Braxton Olu Fashanu? No. But can Braxton get you more value than those guys can by letting you take somebody else? Ooh, maybe. And we'll figure that out. Kyle, the other thing to remember is that that's just kind of where we're at. Also, speaking of snap jumps, can you tell me, without a shadow of a doubt, that Aiden Hutchinson doesn't jump this? Come on. He moves before some of the offensive linemen do. Zoom. They had the cadence. They had the cadence. Hutchinson has planted and has moved well before the ball even reaches Fields. And hey, it's hard. This is part of what makes playing on the road so difficult. Is when you're like, when somebody catches it, everybody knows. Can't you tell Hutchinson got told about it on the bench, right? Like, there's some of this stuff where it's like, oh man, how does that happen? Well, not on purpose, right? Like, Hutchinson's supposed to be the read man, but he's not supposed to have this kind of a head start, for crying out loud. Bummer of a play. Second and 12. And I can't remember the order on some of these. Oh, I mean, Brandon, Hutch is a beast. And the other piece about Sweat, just so we're all on the same page. So this is where you can almost tell, right? You can almost tell that the Bears are trying to do like a snap, like they're going to have Fields kick and then do a second kick. You see that? Like, this is me just totally speculating, but it sure looks like Fields does one kick because they're on two now, right? He goes kick, and then he goes kick because they're trying to bother everybody with the snap count, and then Feeney doesn't snap it. But you can see that the Lions jumping the snap is starting to get in the Bears offense's head, which is so funny, right? Brandon, it's probably like the QB coach's choice. I'm with you. Normally I've seen the front foot, but that doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means it's a different way. Ha! Kyle. Second and 17. Oh, no. Saddest play in the game. Saddest play in the game. Let's see. Snap. Fumble. Looking back on tape, it is hilarious that Foreman doesn't get this. This is one of those fumbles where, like, I mean, it was a great day for the Bears, right? Like, imagine the Bears' day. Imagine the Bears' day if it also included this fumble, but then Foreman just jumps on it and nobody worries. Like, we go, gee golly, that could have been bad, huh? But instead, somehow Foreman doesn't get it either. And then Foreman's hurt. But yeah, it's a huge bummer. As far as the play itself goes, it's second and 17. So it's like a spot corner, right? Like, so you've got Scott doing this. You've got Tanyan, because for some reason we really do want to try to make Tanyan a receiver. He's going to run a corner route, and then Foreman is going to run a flat route. And so Fields' first read is the long corner, and then Fields' second read is the sit, right? It's second and 17 though. You're not actually expecting to get the corner route. And I have seen a lot of quarterbacks that would see this and just immediately get to Scott. Like, that this isn't me trying to nitpick too bad. It's more like one other weird habit Fields has is that he's going to hang on his first read for a very long time. Fields literally wants to see it resolve, right? And if you watch it, what's funky about this play, look, I hope I'm not drawing too hardcore a conclusion. Fields is waiting it out. He's waiting it out. He's waiting it out. He sees his receiver turn the shoulder. Okay, now he's not open. Now we can throw to Scott, right? And so then we fumble. It's not Fields' fault. Scott's still got to catch and secure the football. But like, it is something watching this where a lot of quarterbacks will. Okay, so Dan Orlovsky talked about this. Yeah, I learned a lesson from Dan Orlovsky where we're going to go back to a different game. Sorry, everybody, but I'll take you through the exact play. Okay. And to talk about it, we have to talk about one of the more brutal misses the Fields had in this game. Sorry. It's not intentional, just like explicit Fields hate. Now I have to find the play, though. We score. Everything's good. Everything rules. The Bears are awesome. I love the Bears. 3rd and 13. Is it this one? It is. So, Dan Orlovsky talked about this. I don't care what Claypool is doing. I'm never going to try to remember him ever again in a Bears uniform. As far as I'm concerned, nobody ever wore 10 in a Bears uniform, and I just don't need to think about it. Anyways, so as far as we care, Mooney is going to inside release. He's going to run a corner, right? DJ Moore is going to run a dig route. And what Orlovsky talked about that I had never heard verbalized, and the moment he did, I went, holy smokes, that's it. You just explained how quarterbacks get reads so quickly, right? Is he said, at this moment, we already know Mooney's not open. And I went, what? We haven't even seen Mooney's route. And he explained, this corner has inside leverage. Because this corner has inside leverage, and we know we have an outbreaking route, we can assume that this isn't there, right? Now, as the play progresses, Mooney totally ends up being there. He beats him anyways across his face. But we don't know that that's going to happen, right? Instead, we should know, Orlovsky said, we should know he's not there, right? And if you remember, this is the play where DJ Moore comes open, sits down, claps, and then Fields goes down with a sack. But Fields, for better or for worse, wants to see that route resolve. He wants to see what happens at the top of the stem and then decide whether he's going to throw it. This is just a pattern we've seen. Like, it's gone better, clearly better in the Lions game than it was in this game, right? But he wants to wait until this moment to decide whether he's open or not. And then he'll take a look back across the middle of the field. But so, anyways, why does this relate to week 11? Because when I saw this play specifically, I was like, oh man, is he waiting for Tanyan? Like, pressure is pressure. I'm a little surprised he didn't throw it sooner. That's all. And so, bummer that the fumble also happens on this play, right? You get a great brawl from 97 to 58. Like, gosh, is Darnell Wright a fun pick or what? Great kick step. Nobody's beating him around the edge near as easily. Like, oh man, so pretty. Fumble or not, like, watch this. Oh my goodness. Boom, great first contact, reestablishes himself. Like, it's a sweet rep from Aaron too, but like Aiden Hutchinson is a beast. Like, drops the anchor, fights back. You giving your quarterback a chance to move. It's awesome. And then I love the natural chip that the Bears have with Foreman. This is what Braxton needs. Like, if Braxton's going to be successful, he's going to be successful because you force the defender to come down the pipe and let Braxton just drop anchor and battle for it, right? Nate Davis also, he loses, but he's going to lose with dignity, right? Like, we get beat, but we get beat and it take a while. And theoretically, okay, so it's funny because would this count as a pressure or hurry? Yes, Demo. But also, if we throw the ball sooner, like if we throw the ball there, probably not, right? But the moment you let that happen, yeah, that's a pressure, right? But it's funny because looking back, had Fields held it to this point, I'm almost surprised he didn't just step up here but that's me nitpicking really, really hard. Like, I will always take a throw. I will always take throwing the ball. It's a bummer he fumbles. 7-7. We are just not going to dissect this. Some of these we just got to go past. 2nd and 9. Haplo, we see Fields audible. We just seem to see him kill less. He does kill, though. And he's a little bit less obvious about it, I guess. Like, Bagent's a little more on the ostentatious side when he's audibly. There's a bunch of this in this game where, like, here's all I'm going to say. One thing JT talked about is how often the Bears ended up with either one guy blocking nobody or two guys blocking one person. St. Brown is going to pick him, and Cole Kmet's also going to go after him. And it's just, you sit here and you do wonder sometimes, are there supposed to be two Bears on him with nobody accounting for the first linebacker in the hole? Are we sure? Like, you got to think one of those. You got to think one of those wasn't, right? Like, Kmet hitting him, I would believe. Kmet maybe doubling and then working up to the next level, I would believe. But nobody hitting 55 feels a little weird to me. Good thing Herbert literally just makes him miss in the hole. Like, thank you, NFL running back, for making a play. We appreciate you. Let's see which play is this. Brandon, sometimes we just don't know. This is one of those times. So the Bears run dagger here. Ignore Mooney. Mooney's open. He's also running the dagger clear out route, right? What this is a glorified high-low, and I love it. Honestly, good play call. Legit good play call. Like, do I absolutely love that they're having Kmet run the dagger route? That's a separate conversation. We're not going to get into this. I abstain, right? But when you've got Herbert coming across, we have this really pretty seam clear out that creates a high-low 1 to 2, right? Also, Braxton's going to serve a pancake on the top side. Boom. Like, that is that is grilled. That is a chocolate chip pancake because that is sweet. Anyways, so we see Kmet isn't open. Resolve, check, throw, catch. Throw's pretty. Throw's pretty as hell. Like, you slow Khalil down at all, you're not picking up a first down. Like, this is sweet. Boom. I mean, couldn't be better. Couldn't walk downhill and hand it to him better. It's the reason he's able to beat Brian Branch to the edge. Like, I hope it's clear. We are going to talk up Fields when he nails it. Also, obligatory check out Darnell Wright on this. Gets downhill, big roll. No, I got you. You ain't going nowhere. Aiden thought he had him. You know he did. Like, boom. Nope. What if you weren't? What if you didn't? Like, let's go slow motion because this is so sexy, isn't it? Darnell's ability to recover was one of my favorite things about him as a prospect, but also his strength in his front. Because, like, you say that, Brandon, but what really gets you is Hutch plants the spin on him. But where Darnell Wright is just different is that he's going to put his left arm just in, like, he's going to latch to Hutch's inside shoulder right here. And from there, good luck. Like, you just can't move. Like, Darnell Wright has this phenomenal ability to just get his hands on you. And when he gets his hands on you, he can apply insane shoulder and upper body strength to just hold you in place. I mean, Darnell Wright is the current Bears king of the legal hold because when you get held by him, you can't move enough to make it plain you're being held. Also, I really want to watch Braxton in slow motion. He gets the guy dipping and ducking, but the finish is so sweet. Like, just dump the guy on the ground. Pocket couldn't be much better. I mean, really couldn't. Mario is absolutely right. Like, we're going to turn on the Goff tape. Jared Goff, with his offensive line, doesn't get the pockets that the Bears' offensive line delivered Fields today, which is another part of the eval, right? This throw is sick. Everybody's seen it. It's nasty, right? Anytime, Quinn. More in the morning when you check out the VOD, right? Move. It's even better from the other angle. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is your second round pick marketing, right? If you're marking up Fields, it's because you go, ooh, look at that, ooh, right? Dirty. And for crying out loud, like, the arm angle looks better. Fields looks smoother. Oh, and Kyle, you asked for it. Check this out. Loading to throw. ESB has yet to look all the way back. Say what you will. It's a 5-yard out. I don't care. It's anticipation. We are loading to throw, and now we've been seen. Is the ball in the air? Is the ball halfway to us? No, but it's on the way. Like, lowercase a, right? Oh my gosh. So, New England, the Eberflus pressers are just hilarious. The Eberflus pressers have gotten so funny. I cannot imagine. So, I think Eberflus is goober out of 10 instead of, like, actually pedantic, right? But if Eberflus watched any tape on himself, I don't know. I don't want to know how hard he cringed when he said, because this is the thing. Eberflus has said a bunch of goofy stuff. Like, when he talks about platooning Sweat, can I be real with you guys? When he talks about platooning Sweat, he's just saving Sweat's butt. Sweat never played more than 70% snaps in Washington either. Chase Young played the whole game. Like, it's not about one thing or another. I think he's too big a person. I think he just needs a break. And so he's just trying to cover Sweat's butt in that. You go look it up. Sweat's snap share has never been awesome, right? But so moving past that, yeah, it is a Marinelli thing too, Grant. Like, it's both. But what I really want to get to is when Matty Eberflus actually used the phrase in a story when he goes, yeah, and the players at the end of the Saints game when they went 3-4 and out, they made some great plays because they had some good calls, and whoever their quarterback or like whoever was their coordinator did a great job that day. That would be me. I was like, oh my God, Flus, you have got to be kidding me. Like, that specific, that would be me, was, it would read so spiteful. Like, he's lucky that the beat writers had a soul, because if they tweeted that, like, if they just tweeted the way it was phrased, it was so cringy. Like, it was one of those where it was like, what? And then you just write afterwards. If you were a beat writer that had a problem with Matt Eberflus, afterwards you'd write, he then went on to brag about the Carolina game. Like that's the like Michael, I'm right there with you. I'm so right there with you. Like that I think he just kind of was using it as an example and then talked himself up or something. But it was one of those moments where I remember listening to that, like, no way he said this. No way this guy said this. He needs some media training really badly. Like, guys, let's have a soul here. Matt Eberflus is a better coach than he is presser guy. We can make all the jokes we want to. The defense you're gonna see actually does a lot of really cool, like it does. I don't know about cool. They're basic, but they're neat. They work. Like the stuff that they deploy between what I imagine Phil Snow has brought to the table. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate you. But so the stuff that we see from Matt Eberflus is much better than his presser answers. His presser answers are awful. And I think we can all agree that when you're in the midst of a losing streak, there's just not much you can say that's going to really work. But what Matt Eberflus is saying is not working. And moreover, like that's the thing, Brandon. I'm not trying to tell you that I think Matt Eberflus is this amazing coach. I've called for his job a lot on this stream, and I'm going to stick to it. Sander Duranelli, thank you so much for subscribing. But we, like, the presser thing is just killing him, man. Like, he's so bad on the microphone that it really doesn't it make you almost wish to hear a guy get up there and say, yeah, I got to be better. We got to find the whys. I'm going to have to check the tape. Like, just basic stuff. Just please don't embarrass us any more than we already are. Like, you let some of these quotes get out, and it's right up there with Brandon Staley saying, hey, I'm going to keep calling the defense, okay? So you could stop asking that question. Which was just like... Fat Boy Food Reviews, thank you so much for subscribing. Happy to have you alive. I was, let's see, more of an indictment on the name one Bears, more indictment of the PR team. Yeah, no, I get you, Mario. I thought Matt Nagy, so everybody liked to laugh at Matt Nagy. I thought he just used a bunch of coach speak. Like, if anything, Matt Nagy had too much personality. Like, Matt Nagy saying, look, I didn't get brought to Chicago to run the I formation was hilarious, right? Like, I mean, that is objectively funny, except for the fact that the offense didn't work. Like, nobody likes the coach that's bad. Can we be real about that? Like, everybody's laughing at Arthur Smith. I mean, it's like, anyways, back to the tape. When you're bad at football and you don't win, nobody thinks you're cool, and answers don't work. Except for Dan Kitten, not a Bears coach. Told me Bears coaches. Gotta find those whys, Ravi. So, I like I like how everybody wants. I like the concept behind the quarterback runs. I hate watching my quarterback get dumped on the ground. It doesn't help that I think it's Mooney. Mooney had a pretty terrible day blocking. Honestly, I don't know what happened, but Mooney as a rookie could block like crazy. Mooney, since then, has blocked like he's 175 pounds, which can't be that surprising. But on this play, I want you to just watch 32. I want everybody who is a Bears fan to imagine if this cat was a Bear and what we would be saying about the rookie that just snaps Darnell Mooney's block, beats Braxton Jones, gets off Roschon Johnson, and dumps Justin Fields on 3rd and 3. What? Like, yeah, exactly, Brandon, right? Like, I sit there and I'm like, we got to throw more so that we can protect Justin. But then there's all these people, and I get it, that are like, no, we got to run Justin. Justin's good at what he's doing. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, he is. But like, if Brian Branch beats 3 blocks and dumps you on the ground, you still get dumped on the ground. Then 4th and 2, you better believe we're more aggressive, right? So Kyle, for what it's worth, a lot of people actually like running these things to the short side of the field because not only, like, at least from what I have always heard, basically you're going to dress it up as this is the strong side because it's the more common side to run at, right? And so then you're going to have the running back over here because it's going to look like you're running that way. So in theory, you're going to draw more defensive attention to move that way as first movement. Let's take a look at what happens immediately after the snap. It wouldn't surprise me if that's at least part of the design. No, I'm just going to sprint to the left. But so the goal is to draw out some kind of an overload, right? And to pinch as many of these defenders as you can get up on the line because they're expecting to chase the play, right? And obviously, if they step too far inside, they're out of position. That's what we want, anyways. So it's part of effectively showing that you're going to run this way and then having Fields just take off this way with Roschon as a lead blocker. I know it is inefficient. It is deliberately inefficient, but it is part of a disguise. And also, the shorter field does help you set up your blocks a little better. I mean, it's not like Fields ran out of room, right? But that's the gist that goes into a lot of that. It's what can you get for a fake. Also, we haven't said his name yet. Check out 76 on this play. Hell yes. Just charges on up, meets his guy there. Honestly, Nate Davis, 64. He releases really well, races down Anzalone, and takes Anzalone out of the play. There's so many pieces to this Bears offensive line. Kind of cooking. Like, 4th and 2. Kill. Roschon gets the yards. Gosh, can we talk about this? It's so silly, but something about like Roschon's socks and cleats and armbands looks so Bears and looks so good. Like, I don't know if it's a throwback look. You guys can tell me if it's actually a throwback look. But every time Roschon touches the rock, his uniform, the way he looks, screams that guy rules. Like, it can trick my eyes because whenever he does something right, I sit there and I'm like, yes, this is what I expect of a guy wearing 23 in a Bears uniform. Like, in this case, it rules. Also, want to call out, like, really nice combo block. I mean, the Bears offensive line was kind of dealing, and the Lions defensive line did a good job. Ooh yes, Tevin. Ooh yes, from Tevin. Like, this is a great reach block. Like, gets in front of him, takes that away. Oh my gosh. It is Thomas Jones Irish. You're totally right. Man, is that highlight reel I put together on Thomas Jones on the other channel sick or what? Just sad. If you haven't seen it, you can type in Thomas Jones Always a Bear. I worked on that thing a lot. That was sick. Like, me, Jack Silverstein, we worked with Thomas Jones directly, and I was really happy with that one. But that was some of my early work. Oh yeah. Don't you love good line play? And the best part was the Bears, for the most part, didn't have a whole lot of downs where the entire offensive line or even like major pieces of the offensive line were just abjectly bad. Now, somebody mentions somebody mentioned, why can't you run your entire offense off of bootlegs? Right? This is why. So it's not that this happens every time, right? But take a look at the bootleg right here, and you're gonna have DJ Moore run an outbreaker, right? And against cover 3, you feel good. You feel good. You should, right? Like, you're about to run Cole Kmet into the flat, so you're gonna occupy the flat defender, and then you've just got all this space to beat a single high safety. No problem, right? Except for the fact that for some reason that I will never understand, the Bears love to boot Fields to the left, right? And when Fields does this, like, I would love to see Fields throw it sooner. You need to. Because if you don't throw this ball with anticipation, you wait till he breaks. When you wait till he breaks, There's just not that much room anymore. Like, Fields is going to throw this ball, and guess who? Brian Branch is going to get on top of it. The NFL is hard. The windows are tight. Sometimes you have to throw it. You have to throw it with anticipation, because if not, an NFL defender will close the door on you. And I mean, Fields gets lucky this isn't picked, because Branch jumps it and gets 2 feet in. He just doesn't quite catch the ball. And like you're saying, Ravi, it's not an easy play. It's not easy at all. Because you come around, you would have to plant right here and throw the ball hard. You have to trust the offense. If you told me Justin Fields doesn't trust the offense, I don't disagree. It hurts too, because Mooney's wide open, but we're not expecting this to not be open. And Luke, that's kind of DJ Moore's thing, to be honest. DJ isn't super sudden. He's just really athletic. And if we shave that route off sooner, like, I don't know how the depth works, but if we saw him and we cut it harder, like right around here, we might take it away a little better. But a sooner throw probably generates a completion as well. Overall, the main thing I'm trying to point out, here's the key, because it's not really about I'm not really talking about anticipation. It's more to say that the moment Fields comes booting out, Branch starts driving on this side of the field, because there's not a lot of plays where you roll this way and you attack anything more than maybe, I'm going to highlight this one less. I hope this plays mentally. Like, you don't normally reach this side of the field, and you never reach this side of the field. So the moment you start booting out, a safety that knows what they're doing can start rolling over, just to try to take whatever you have away. Now, I am surprised in this specific context that 31 doesn't drive on on Mooney. In this case, he leaves him wide open, right? But all to say that when you run an entire offense off of boots, you'd better be ready to figure out ways to take field back, or you're going to get defenders cheating. And when defenders start cheating on you, they may or may not end up creating disaster. Doesn't help anything that I'm pretty sure Fields' finger had problems here, because the ball comes out bad. Like, you can see it start to flutter and knuckle in its path. So don't hold this one too deep against him, because by the time it reaches more, honestly, its knuckle is the only reason that it doesn't get the knuckle is probably the only reason it doesn't get caught. The turnaround to set the shoulder straight. Are you saying to set the shoulder straight is bad, or as in it's very athletically difficult? Because I would say it's pretty difficult for sure. It is hard to do. 3rd and 12. Oh, this is just the DJ God play. Oh, yeah, right? He's just that guy. He's just that dude. You think he's the same? He's not. He's different. Now, could we throw the spot a little sooner? I don't know. You tell me. I'm just glad he got it out. There's an old version of Fields that doesn't, like, there's an older version of Fields that doesn't get this throw off and eats an L. Also, holy Lord, is Tevin Jenkins the dude or what? I'm sure everybody's seen it at this point, but the Lions send a blitz, and when they do, who saves it? 76 gets his hands on 2 guys, and he's just going to slow down 2 rushers to give Fields a shot at this by himself. Full body double block. Awesome. First and 10. Quarterback run. It's Mooney again, I think. Yeah, it's Mooney and Branch. You're going to see Branch just blows this play up. He picks Braxton. Braxton can't get to the edge. The Bears are definitely a player short when they get out there. Fields got to sit it. Second and 11. So JT caught this one. I did not catch this one. Right? Austin, how you doing? No. As much as I would love to say it would. Austin, you're catching me on a tough play because do you guys see? So first of all, Grant, this is definitely a late hit, if you ask me. Of all of them, this one was tough. Aiden stomps on him, more or less. But one thing that does not help anything. Do we see it? I've rewound it enough times. Do we see it? Lions playing cover 4, right? So as we drop back, you're going to see the Lions are going to set up in a cover 4 shell. You know what beats cover 4? A post. And Darnell Mooney is running like an option in, it seems like. And so Fields would want Mooney. The play is set up for Mooney, probably because I imagine the Bears were anticipating cover 3 because the Lions run a decent amount of cover 3, right? But they don't get cover 3, they get cover 4. And from this point, if Fields steps up, hangs in the pocket, and throws right now, which he's running out of the pocket, so it's going to make the picture cloudier. ESB is open. Like, you got DBs with no idea that a throw is coming. None. Like, you let this thing go, he is like he has smoked his guy. Like it's a cover 4 beater. And JT pointed it out. He said, you got to throw this. And I get it. Like, I'm taking it as a lesson. You just loft it up and let ESB go get it. But we pull our eyes down once we feel the pressure, run into a couple quarterback hits, and hey, we work some magic to crawl forward for 6 yards. Thank goodness. Seriously. But it's a shame. It's tough. Turf Monster gave him a tutty. Did it really? One just eats it. You're right. Debatably the best route of ESB's life. Like, I haven't studied ESB's career enough to know, but like, check this thing out. Like, ESB is going to go pop in and just breaks the ankles. And Ravi, it's definitely a muddy pocket. Don't get me wrong, but it's a bummer because you got to feel like it's there. It's another really good protection wrap. Another really good protection. Like, that's as good as you're going to get against Aiden Hutchinson, I think. Sweet latch. Shut the thing down. To me, when people say they want to draft a left tackle, I sit here and I'm like, is the goal to abandon chipping? Because the beautiful thing about Darnell Wright being so good, good morning, Case, how you doing? The beautiful thing about Darnell Wright being so good is that you can send chips just like this one for Braxton, and you could, like, you'll live. You'll survive with these interior, or like with chipping the left side, and then Darnell Wright being a beast on the right. Also, look at how sick Tevin Jenkins is on this. Power, shut it down. It's awesome. Would have loved to hit the throw, but it happens. It's the pattern. And that's the other thing, Kyle. Let's say next week he comes back and he hits another half of them. Amazing. You're gonna have misses. Like you're gonna have yawning pocket misses. It happens, right? It's the fact that we feel like we miss more than we hit sometimes. Do you feel that way? I feel that way. Where I'm stoked that we hit some of them, but we feel like we miss a lot of them. This play call just didn't really work. I actually don't quite know what they were going for. Like they get DJ Moore on a crosser, they get Darnell Mooney on a curl. They're going to send Khalil Herbert on a rail, and Nate Davis is going to eat an L. I mean, eat an L. Woof. Straight up the middle. Nowhere to go with the ball. No sense being upset about anything. Not every third and 5 is made to order. Bang! Get out of me, or get off of me, Nate Davis. Whoosh. Oh my goodness. If you send me a pronunciation, no. Armagon. That's not that hard. See? Just a little effort. Just a little effort. Sorry about that, Armagon. So, like I'm with you. The problem is that a UDFA rookie quarterback turning down over the middle throws is not weird, categorically speaking. And so you end up where I wonder if it's a coaching thing, but I don't know if it's a coaching thing. Like I really don't, because the UDFA quarterback is not a great standard of comparison. Does that make sense? Like that's where we get it's just tough. Where you end up I don't know, like imagine if you were being compared to an intern at whatever your career is, right? People would go, well, the intern's kind of screwing it up too. And you go, well, yeah, of course he is. He's an intern. She's an intern. Like she doesn't know anything, right? And so there is a piece to the Bajan like comparison that I found interesting, definitely strange, but you can only take it with so seriously a grain of salt. I know we all want to make a devil out of the coaching staff. I do. It's really easy to. A lot. We want to protect the players. We want the players to be good, but the only reason they're not winning is because of these damn coaches, right? Like that's every fan's dream, is that it's been all the coaches' fault the whole time. And that when we hire Ben Johnson, the same core of players is going to win the Super Bowl. If we had a normal veteran quarterback, I don't know, let's say we had Jacoby Brissett, Joe Flacco, and you were doing the exact same thing, then absolutely I would think about it harder. I think it is an interesting thought line, but not one that you want to dwell too hard on. Just because the moment we start saying, well, Justin Fields is better than a UDFA quarterback, as if that's a big time dub, is a scary moment. We sure hope so, right? I'm not trying to say Flacco's too good. That's for sure. Ooh, Darnell got popped. Oh no, 100% Armagon. I mean, that's the other piece to this that I think is weird. So that's the other thing, Michael. You're also hitting the part of the stream. Like the vibe is not So the other piece to this that is Michael. I thought Fields was good. What you missed was the entire start of the game. All I talked about is I think this was the best version of Fields that we've seen yet. Right? It's just that then you start having to do this comparison thing between Fields and the mystery box that is two phenomenal quarterback prospects, and you get a whole bunch of people that are showing you how disgruntled they are with the quarterback because they're talking about missed points. And here's the thing, like Michael, because this is what gets so frustrating, honestly, about the whole conversation, is that if we didn't have such a high, if we didn't have such a high perspective, or no, such a high pick, what I was trying to get at, then you would end up with a whole bunch of people that would be settling. We would take what we could get. We would talk about basically running a veer, right? Like seeing if we could hit a few more of these plays, add another receiver so that people could get that much more open, try to turn the Bears into Ohio State, and then let's go win some football games. But you end up with the opportunity to just upgrade anyways. And so plenty of people are going to overemphasize the like plenty of people are going to overemphasize where Fields is not there yet because we don't have to have patience. And Ravi, I'm right there with you. I think asking for anticipation, I think asking for all that we're asking for is fair, but I do tend to just feeling what you're feeling, Michael. Like you can end up with a vibe that feels very down on Fields because people are it seems like they're constantly nitpicking at him, right? Have we talked Eberflus going full Super Bowl Falcons? What is full Super Bowl Falcons? Nice run. Donald doesn't get all the way there, but we'll take it. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, Austin, to do that, we would need to talk. So we kind of did that at the start, but we're going to talk more about it later. Like, so I'm trying to basically finish through just a couple more offensive plays. I don't have a defined ending point. This play was nice. Fields maybe could have hit him sooner, but I don't really care. If you make the play, you make the play. There's not really anything there. It's just a two-man route concept, max protect. And gosh, is the protection gorgeous or what? The other thing we ought to say about this game is regardless of what your take on Fields was, the supporting cast outside of Tyler Scott played really well. Like the offensive line and pass pro, everything you could have asked. DJ Moore, he rules. Do we really need to say too much more about DJ Moore? The run blocking wasn't amazing, but it did not sell the game. I mean, I guess it did at times, but it was hit and miss, right? Yeah, I don't think Kmet played well either. Demo, good point. Um, it's just funny watching some of these because as you're gonna get good supporting cast games, it will be harder and harder for the quarterback to look legitimately poor. But I mean, I guess we'll see, right? I honestly think Fields will look better against Minnesota than he looked last time. I would be shocked if he looked bad, right? And like you're saying, Kyle, the Bears should have beaten the 7-2 Lions. They were balling. Man, Brian Branch's snap count is outrageous. What is this guy doing? Is he from the future? Man, put that on a sticker. Yawns. Is he from the future? He does, Robbie. I mean, he's going to have to see the blitz because he melted against the blitz last time. But also, if this Bears offensive line just stands everybody up along with the running back, like they just protect against the blitz with enough guys, like I bet you that what's his name? I bet you Flores will still send another and figure it out. I mean, Kyle, you also got to remember that like real talk, I create content. Like I have a vested interest in these conversations holding a middle ground. Because Kyle, if I sat here and went like big doomer and said, I think Minnesota's gonna give him major trouble, right? Like I'm definitely worried. You're gonna hear me talk in tomorrow's podcast, and I'm gonna use words like it's a big test for Justin Fields, right? I'm gonna say things like yeah, I'm gonna say it's a big test. I'm gonna say he's got a lot to prove. I'm gonna say he has a lot of opportunity, right? Because what I'm saying is this game could go south really fast, really, really fast. And Ravi, I want to basically keep this a conversation. I think that the moment that I start concluding everything, right, is the moment that not only do I set myself up to be a dumb dingus, stupid idiot, right? But also I close people out of the loop. I don't want to do that. There's no sense in doing that, especially when as much as Kyle Birch and I think by the way Kyle, like as much as you're saying that you think he's going to get exposed, like I can't help but think that like so you think he's going to get exposed if he doesn't. I don't want to have to wear that publicly. I'm not being a coward. You know me. I have plenty of takes. But with Fields in particular, we did see little improvements. Things that he didn't do against Tampa that he's doing now. Like right here, managing things a little better. Man, did he look pissed on that play or what? By the way, okay, so I know I'm talking about a bunch of positive things. Should he have thrown this ball to DJ Moore? So JT didn't talk about this, right? Bears are running like a double Hank, I think it's called. I don't know what Hank is. I keep hearing people talk about Hank. Jordan, if you're in here, maybe you could tell me what Hank is. But I keep hearing it in relation to curls. But this looks like a double deep curl. You got a short motion post, right? And it's against cover 3, right? That's what I thought. I thought it was Hank. But so then here's the thing. It's against cover 3, right? I assume this is a matchup read. I assume where you take a look at the coverage and then you go with what you're going to go with. And Mooney's just never open. He's never going to be open. You tell me, guys, if I'm being nutty here. But like Mooney's running a post and it's cover 1 or cover 3. That's a single high safety. Mooney is not going to beat him. But then you get these like one-on-one trail matchups, right? And I mean, am I nuts for thinking on a curl route, DJ Moore is very clearly going to separate for you? Like, these are plays where I'm legitimately, like, I would love to ask the quarterback's coach. Because on tape, I look at this and I say, okay, if we're running a matchup offense, if we've got 3 options for a first down, we got Tyler Scott, and they're going to resolve at the same time, by the way. So this is pick your side, right? We're going to say, let's say that both of them are the second read, right? But it's your favorite of the 2. I choose him, right? And then you've got, let's be kind. Let's call Darnell Mooney the 1 instead of calling him the alert or the clear. I bet he's the alert or the clear, right? But let's assume that that Fields is hanging on something that actually can be thrown. Don't we think that at this moment, like he's covered? Wouldn't we hope that the quarterback hits the back of his drop and he goes, it's not really there. Hitches once and throws. Because the moment he throws right here, it's perfect. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's perfect. This timing, 1 hitch. Boom, hitch. And then you throw. And then bang, it hits him right here. Let's see. If I could talk to the quarterback coach, which all 222 games should I go over? I mean, honestly, I would pick a bunch. I'd probably pick a smattering of plays, but let me see. I would say 1 high, post not open as first read in 1 high, so move on to other routes. Oblivion, that's what I would be thinking. Like, and so Fields seems like he's hanging on it. And my question is like, what's he waiting for? Because while Tyler Scott and DJ Moore, for some reason, resolve these routes differently, like if Justin Fields, who has a pocket, like steps past the problem and throws right here, you're probably looking at a completion. At the very least, DJ Moore comes back for the ball. And instead you get this. Case, you tell me, does this look like a receiver that doesn't think he was open? Yikes. Right? Like, I don't think DJ Moore is a character problem. The Bears are making him look like a character problem because every single week on tape, there is some emphasis, like there's some moment of DJ Moore just like looking forlorn out there. And Fields has no questions. Fields is on Mooney. He's on Mooney. He's on Mooney. He is ripping it to Mooney. And the ball is not even close, right? I'm not trying to go after Fields, but it feels like we burned it down, right? Just because by the time we finally got to the ball, or like by the time we finally got to the throw, we didn't even make it competitive, which is fine. You could predetermine it. But like a predetermined read isn't necessarily a bad thing, but you would hope that on every passing play you can throw a competitive ball, right? Seriously, Damo, it's pretty wild. And I agree with you, Kyle. Like, he steps up in the pocket and throws the ball. That rules. We like that. Also, that's a faster drop. Y'all, this drop, pop, tempo, tempo, tempo. Yeah, Starview, I like that. Just more pointing it out that he threw it away. So better. There are pieces to this that are improving. Pocket footwork much improved. Like pop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's fastest 7-step drop I think I've just about ever seen him take. Woo! We love it. Yeah, alphas want the ball. AJ Brown threw a temper tantrum because of his lack of targets and nobody questioned it. Exactly, right? When you're good, you get to do that. Let's see here. Jeez. Feeney stuff. Feeney bad. Feeney big bad. Everybody does not like Feeney. Boo Feeney. Feeney sucks. No hole. Yeah, just nobody wins. And who's that? One does a good job. I did too. I did two case. And Dynasty, I would ask, or I would tell you that it's because Doug Kramer really, really struggled with powerful nose tackles, and I imagine that in practice, Andrew Billings has been destroying him. Like just a total guess, but my guess would be that when Kramer had shots on like practice squad, that he's been getting rocked by guys like Andrew Billings and Zach Pickens. And my guess would like basically Dynasty, I would argue that one of the most commonly misunderstood things about football is that a lot of evaluation happens on the practice field that we just outright do not get to see. And so Kramer got his shot, basically. And you'll get some of these players that are just gamers. Like they get in the game and they really fit there. And it would have been way better, like had they been playing. But instead, we just won't know all the time because we'll miss stuff. So, Kyle, I was thinking about that. Austin, I really don't. This looked to me like it was stick. So, Kyle, what I see on this play is stick. I see a pick aside read, which is a 1-2 or a 1-2-3, and nearly nobody gets to the 3, right? So Mooney comes open because I like slants. Don't you like slants? And especially since what do the Lions look to you like they're in? I mean, maybe it's zone. It's very possible it's zone, but the Lions look to me like they're in man, you know? Like you can't fake this. They've got everybody matched up on somebody. Come on. Come on. Like we know better. And they drop into I think it's cover 3. But like you're saying, the way they drop, boom, stick it on him if you wanted to. And that's fine. You could take the pick aside when you take the pick aside because you like the commit matchup. Honest to God. I think everybody in this chat that is probably going to agree with me. Cole Kmet's biggest enemy is himself and how he keeps convincing people that he's the receiving threat. Like Cole Kmet keeps ending up the number one on these routes that are just like, I'm not trying to say Cole Kmet can't run stick, especially against like outside leverage, but I mean, it is just hilarious how often to me he does not separate. Um, and yeah, Robbie, Fields does not really like tight windows. Not really. Like, you'll see some of those Drake May, Justin Herbert windows. Those aren't really Justin Fields' favorite. Hey, being conservative with the ball is never a bad thing. It's why Fields doesn't throw many raw interceptions, but his interception percentage is still pretty high because he ends up in late game, or he ends up losing in games a lot and has to force it. 3rd and 11. Is this the run? It is. And it's bad. Go Komet really struggled. 87. Whoosh. Yo-yo motion. Ripping across the formation and whiffing. And then Hutchinson is that guy. Bears get the ball back. Run past. Feels so athletic. I mean, seriously, Grant. Like, we know Cole Kmet can't cut. We've been working with him. We know he can't cut. So why we got to keep asking him to? He can make that block. Look at this. Look at him sift. Look at our boy sift block. He can sift. Boom. Yes. Yes. It's not like it's some crusher, but we just eat him and sit on him. Yes. So why we keep asking him to cut? Hang on, Smitty. Why do you want Bowers? So that he can block for you? Like, okay, so look, it doesn't help anything that, like, I really like weapons, but all the tight ends that I've ever seen taken high in the draft generally don't get used well. Like, gotta be so real. Gotta be so real, right? Like, let me make this so plain, guys. I don't not trust Brock Bowers. I don't trust NFL offensive coordinators to use Brock Bowers well. And if we have a really good one, who doggy? But are we sure we do? Right? And so until we don't know, like, I will take the wide receiver because these offensive coordinators know how to use receivers. He is, Grant. You talk about Kmet? Kmet is much better. Kmet is much better than who he has been. Much better. Pocket movement's good on this play. That's for sure. At the back of his drop. If we don't get blitzed, I imagine we can hit ESB. I hope we would hit ESB, right? This is one of those, like, Justin Fields moments. I'm completely serious with you guys. Where I sit here and it's like, well, because we're pressured by Branch, like, we can't throw this ball. Like, we're not getting it there. We would have had to abort the last drop and we would have had to step up instead, which sometimes you're going to do it. Sometimes you're not. It's a feel thing, right? But because we don't, we got to step up. We do. Okay. Can we reset and throw to ESB? No, not really. Like, we can't really do that. So now it's not open. Now we get out of the pocket. Can we throw to DJ Moore? Maybe. Maybe. But also, we're going to just run. Running's not a bad thing. We do take a hold. one other hidden cost of all of the running in Fields' game, and we've seen this, haven't we, guys? Is we have seen that there is a holding penalty cost to Justin Fields' movement, because Justin Fields' consistency in getting outside of the pocket is constantly testing the offensive lineman to magically know when to let go, right? Like Braxton, and so tackles latch, right? And when you race outside the tackle, there is a decent chance that you just don't know when your quarterback got behind you, right? You just don't know. And so when you you end up taking penalties that you wouldn't have had if you threw the ball. Like there are more than one. I've counted like 4 or 5, but I'd have to go back and catalog them. I haven't kept explicit count where Fields has forced a penalty to happen. And I bet it's pretty frustrating. Like I don't live in this world. I haven't coached these guys, but I bet they're mad, right? Just and granted, like the throw to Moore, you still would have, like, you absolutely still would have drawn the hold. He's thrown the flag either way. You get a sweet completion to Moore on this play, and you still get a hold. But you'd have to throw it with the pocket at that point. Smitty, to be honest with you, I think you could dictate the defense with like DJ Moore, Keon Coleman, and Kmet. Just to making a point. Like, if you had the best weapons in football, yeah, absolutely. Like, you're gonna be a bunch of dogs. Like, you're gonna be some, what do they call it? Like a rail, no, it's a jail yard. I don't know. I've lost the metaphor. But you'd be really good. The good news is that the Bears are in position. Junkyard dogs, that's it. You're going to be good nearly any way you slice it in Chicago. Like, we are gluttons. We are gluttons asking for MHJ and also Brock Bowers. I honestly would think it would be much more realistic. Just being honest with you guys. So Mario, are you sure? Because I was assuming that Carolina gets that, don't they? Like, it wouldn't Carolina, because the Carolina team like got number 1, get to run the Senior Bowl, and then like, oh, are you saying if the Carolina picks? Yeah, no, actually, check in on that. But so here's the sick touchdown. It is sick. Drop, step up, throw. Mario, I don't actually know if it's happened. Like, I don't know if it has happened. So I don't know if we have a ruling on it. Man, Tev Jenkins slaps. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now. So, okay. I don't claim to be a genius. But how many Bears channels, how many Bears analysts were on Andrew Billings the way I was on Andrew Billings after that first game? You tell me. About 4 games later, 4 games into the season, I remember saying, I mean, he keeps playing like this, you're going to have to start talking about an extension. About 5 games after that, what happens? Extension. Right? Tev Jenkins, you've got to extend this guy. You cannot make it. You cannot go to next season having not extended this guy. Like, Tevin Jenkins, if he makes it to the end of the season, you got to extend him. Have to. Too good. Like, Darnell Wright looks fabulous. I really like Braxton Jones. Larry Borum is here, so that doesn't matter. Tev Jenkins is playing like the best player on the offensive line. Tev Jenkins might make a Pro Bowl. I think there's a non-zero chance Tev Jenkins makes a Pro Bowl, like a 2% chance. But He is so good this season. Boom. Assist, recovery, unbelievable. I mean, Brandon, I was skeptical Tevin Jenkins would look like this. Look at these feet. Look, I have to like not wake up my baby. Look at these feet from Tevin Jenkins. We talked about how his athleticism wasn't all that. Oh no, he's all that. Like, we'll slow mo it. 76. Foot fire, foot fire. Lurch. Send him to the turf. Quarterback gets the chance to just rip the ball and plants it on the guy. Like, boom. Tevin Jenkins is just playing phenomenal ball. All right. I'm gross. I'm disgusting. It's 1 a.m. We ain't done. I ain't letting this finish before we talk about the defense. So it's so funny because starting out the game, you're gonna see some sick stuff. Like, not sick. It's not gonna make you go, what do we got going on, baby? But you're gonna sit there and you're gonna be like, okay, Matt, all right. Like, basically what you're gonna watch for, because this is kind of fun. Chris, for what it's worth, just hear me out. Hear me out, okay, Chris? This is all you need to know. Like, Matt Eberflus basically weaponized his linebackers like Mike Zimmer liked. I mean, Jordan, I assume this had to be that Phil Snow influence that we've talked about. But they were basically fusing a lot of Flus's blitz from depth and a lot of like Mike Zimmer's simulated pressure looks. Um, and it got a lot of results. Honestly, it did. Like, they've looked awesome. Uh, and late in the game, they kind of stopped doing it. Instead, they just sent guys from what seemed like random, and they played cover three and only cover three, and they didn't change off of that. Just cover three. Cover two? No. Cover three. Cover one? No. Cover three. Except for like one man play on the last two drives, and it did not work, unsurprisingly. But early in the game, they had him. Like, the Bears were kind of putting Ben Johnson in a blender, and it's pretty cool. Ravi, I will tell you that in my opinion, I think Terrell Smith, I would tell you otherwise. Who doesn't love a good rookie? I think Terrell Smith is being massively overrated. Terrell Smith, of course, is only getting action in games where he isn't getting thrown at, and he is not fast enough to keep up with like quick wide receivers at the NFL level, which is hurting him deep. Teams just aren't throwing at him, or he's got Eddie Jackson helping him out, which helps anybody out. Here, Lions go bootleg. Also, I don't know why it took this long. But the Bears finally decided that in cover three, they were going to have their safeties cut crossing routes. And thank God, because it works. Like, Brisker does a great job, honestly, getting across on this. And it's too bad because even on a phenomenal play like this, I think Jalen Johnson kind of just gets lost, gives up too much depth on this. Now, I'm not a DB coach, so I'm not certain. He probably feels like he's got to defend this against this man just accelerating into his vertical. But when Kyler Gordon bails down for Jared Goff, I would hope that Jalen Johnson would go pick up the man Kyler Gordon is leaving. Instead, that's 8 yards. And a big hit, but 8 yards. We hate giving up 8 yards on a play that we think we covered pretty well. I always feel like Tremaine Edmonds, when he's moving, just looks so fluid and natural, like a living tarantula. And I wish he was better because the Spider Man thing totally works whenever any of these people are just this athletic. But bummer. Jermaine honestly did not have as bad a game as I think everybody thought he did, but right now he's getting paid so heavily that anytime he does nearly anything, Bears fans love to hate on him, which is fine. We haven't really gone there yet, Brandon, but this isn't the biggest day for Brisker Bad. If that's what you mean. Like he I thought he was fine on rewatch. At least I didn't see anything that stood out. Here, the Bears run a lot of slants and twists. So here they're going to slant inside, and Ben Johnson's boys are just going to step the other way, and it creates a ton of problems. Like it's as simple as that, baby. Like easiest double gap reach block of 60s life. I'm not even playing. Like look at this. Look at this. We're on this A gap, left side A, and we're going to have the guard come reach us. And he just does it. Whoop. Got him. Now, to be fair, Huggy, I don't know who's expecting a free safety to take on a tight end and win, but it isn't me. Why are they mad at him, Brandon? I'm amazed at some of the parts of Bears Twitter that I really would have expected to see. Like I really would have expected to have known or to like know this. I think Bears Twitter has just decided that they hate Brisker, which is funny. They loved Brisker. That's it. That's it. He missed the last tackle on the TD. So, for what it's worth, Ravi, I didn't think Eddie had a chance on that play. Now, I can be a bit of an Eddie stan at times. He's one of the best free safeties I've ever watched, especially at his peak. But that was a cover 3 beater. We're probably not going to like make it there, but that was a cover 3 beater, and the Bears ran cover 3 because they'd been running cover 3. And I would argue Jalen Johnson needs to get more depth if they're going to take away that pass. And Goff threw a great ball. And especially when you're that far behind and they run a beater against your coverage, you kind of have to roll your eyes. I'll tell you guys, Dynasty, etc., that I think talking about replacing Jalen Johnson is a little foolish. And I hate using that word, but it is so much easier to talk about how good your replacement DBs are until they get featured and then they get exposed. Like Tyreek Stevenson is having enough problems. He does not need to be your cornerback 1. And Terrell Smith is looking good in limited reserve action. Let's keep it that way. Having good reserve DBs is important after all. People are going to get hurt. But Jalen Johnson, in my opinion, just like any other player, gets to have some bad days, especially because he's had some really good days, really, really good days. I think if you can find an agreeable price point for him, he's somebody you want to sign. Like when people say we've got the cap space, we're using it to sign guys like Eddie Jackson or to sign guys like Jalen Johnson. Let's see. Replace in the most literal sense, not production, but in potential. I gotcha. I gotcha, Austin. No worries. And that's the thing, Austin. I'm with you. Like to me, Brisker is so I really liked the term that Packers came up with. They called it a nitro linebacker. Like where Brisker is at his best is sitting up front and playing the run, going and hitting somebody, right? Like Brisker pass rushes better than nearly any safety in football. I just drew the wrong guy. Let's see. Brisker's deep. Like Brisker holds. Nah, Brisker's not that great, honestly. In coverage, like when you put him here, you are bluffing more or less. If the Lions ran something that just like victimized Brisker, I can promise you he's covering neither. Like not well, but when he does get the chance to come up and just stuff somebody, he thick. He's a big dog. Like so it's neat seeing him get to do stuff like that. I think he's getting more anticipatory, and I think you can thank this guy right here. I think you can thank Mr. Eddie Jackson. Eddie seems like a phenomenal safety mentor, honest to God. Like, you got to remember that Eddie Jackson, okay, let's think about this. Eddie Jackson's track record of partners. He has Adrian Amos, who then goes to the Packers and gets paid $1 billion. Then he has HaHa Clinton Dix, and he makes HaHa Clinton Dix look pretty good before HaHa Clinton Dix suddenly can't make a roster. Then he gets Tashawn Gibson, who has a couple of really awful years in Chicago before going over to San Francisco and suddenly remembering how to play, right? And now he gets Jaquan Brisker, and Brisker's solid. The problem is that Brisker needs to speed up a little bit. Let me see. Foster, you mentioned good with JJ. He makes good plays. He doesn't make great plays, hence why he won't get top money. The problem is, Foster, you also have to overpay good players. Like, it's not an easy market, especially when you're a bad team. I would actually argue, Starview, that I think Brisker's awareness is really pretty poor. And that's not me trying to point the finger. It's more like there's way too many plays where the Lions, let's say, will run something to the left, and at the mesh point, you'll see Brisker still staring at the mesh point, and then the runner will get basically to the outside, and then Brisker will start to attack. You have seen more than likely way too many plays where the runner ran straight up the gap, etc. And you go, wow, how was nobody there? I could tell you how nobody was there. But so, Mario, I didn't think Gibson was very good. I thought he was the ultimate grass guarder. But if you wanted to blame Chuck Pagano and say Chuck Pagano just sucks, then I'm not going to stop you, right? You certainly can. And I'm with you, Huggy, that old Eddie Jackson, pre-injury, boss. Here, Gordon just gets beat. But goodness. Here's the problem, I think, with playing DB. Sometimes you're going to have to go up against Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'm going to play this route in slow motion. I want you to tell me how many. Blazing, that playoff game he had was unbelievable. I remember a year of saying Tashawn Gibson is awful, and then suddenly we got that playoff game, and I was like, I don't know what happened, but he's amazing. Anyways, watch this route. Pop. So sudden. So pretty. Gordon's going to try to make contact, which he has to do, but Gordon can't make quality contact, and then he gets another cut. It's perfect celebration. It's a perfect ball. Gordon actually is okay, I guess, in terms of competitiveness. I would love to see a stronger jam. If there's a nit I constantly pick in Gordon's game, it's that I think a guy his size has to bump and run a little more. I don't know if anybody is going to keep up with a modern NFL slot receiver foot to foot, and Gordon certainly doesn't on this play. But at the same time, sometimes you get beat, and sheesh, what a route, if you ask me. What a throw, too. So I thought the Lions were bacon. I don't know about you guys. I thought the Lions were cooking. 3rd and 5, gorgeous play call. Here they get a nice little double motion to get the Bears to bring the box in. get a nice run. Ooh, interesting demo. Okay, so if I was going to split it up, like I would tell you, let me see, on a man cover team is more valuable. So for what it's worth, Ravi, we are about to, I hope, fire the coaches and change systems. So don't throw the baby out with the bathwater just because the scheme fit yet. But so if I was going to go MVP of this game defensively, it's TJ Edwards. It's very plainly TJ Edwards, actually. 53 has a fabulous game. Fabulous game top to bottom. Like, TJ is all over the place. He makes a bunch of key tackles and he picks a ball off. Like, when he gets the opportunity, he's the guy. Like, TJ was really, really good. And then I thought Gervin was hit and miss. Early in the game, you see a lot of this. Like, a little bit of standing straight up, a little bit of just getting boxed around. But at the end of the game, JFC, like Gervon catches it. Like, he dumped all his points into big time plays in that moment. By the way, this is the definition of luck. This rules, okay? So first of all, this is our first example. Okay. There's so many ways to talk about this play. Two things happen, okay? I'm going to draw a little line. First, you've got what's going on inside the line of scrimmage, right? Right near it. So you get this call that I don't really understand where, okay, so because Edmonds' body language is pushed up right here, seriously, Mario, it's the truth. But so, like, Tremaine Edmonds is pushing up, right? So what does that signal? That signals blitz, right? And so you get, it looks like the Lions call that they're going to protect with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not quite. They go 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they're going to have the running back step up to take Edwards, I think. If he comes. They are not. No, never mind. All right, so now I remember. For some reason, the Lions decide they're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but then they're going to shift in if they see Edwards come. And so when Edwards comes, you see Penei Sewell quickly realize, oh, shoot, Edwards is coming after me. And I cannot believe that the Bears on this play managed to get Rasheem Green wide open. It is not common that you are going to run a blitz that is going to fool an offensive center. And I would have expected more from Frank Ragnow, because now you end up giving a free rusher to a guy on the defensive line, which is just bizarre, to be honest. And it helps induce a throw that, as you know, gets intercepted. Or did it? Because as you also probably saw, the Bears catch a huge break ski. Like, I mean, you don't defensively game plan for Jaquan Brisker taking the running back in the flat because it's cover 3 and just colliding with a slant, right? Like, on this play, you get true incidental contact. It is a straight up accident, right? But because of the pressure, Goff is forced to throw earlier and not confirm this, and he ends up throwing a slant straight to Tyreek Stevenson. And there's nothing Goff can do about this one. This isn't a bad play. If anything, you could literally blame the center, and I'd let you do it, like in Ragnow, because the call being wrong and Penei Sewell having to jump over and protect that inside lane and giving up Rasheem Green, like coming straight down the pipe, means that Goff throws the ball early and doesn't pick. Doesn't pick up that, bang, his man just unintentionally picked himself. It's a nice blitz by TJ. TJ gets a lot of speed out of these delayed blitzes. Mario, I won't ever understand it. Mario asked, can the nickels not press? Like, can a nickel not press? Why do we let Amon-Ra get free releases? Bro, I don't get it. The Bears defense is obsessed with handing out free releases like Halloween candy. Halloween candy. And it's one of the many reasons that I just can't stand like most of this Eberflus scheme, even when they do fun things with their blitz package. Like, we're still talking about a defense that basically doesn't want its corners to play physical. And it really bugs me because the corners they have are so physical. I mean, Mario, I know you're a draft guy. If they wanted to play this way, draft DJ Turner, and I'm not going to whine about it. Like, draft, honestly, like, obviously Trent McDuffie would be sick, but you only have so many first rounders. Like, you get what I'm saying, though. There are other types of athletes that you can get that are not going to be so press reliant. Honestly, Dynasty, it's more about the fact that a lot of these Bears corners just kind of need press. They need it because they don't have the ability to make the hyper quick cuts that are going to keep them alive in drop back zone coverage. Why would they? Like, they're not Kyler Gordon. This is a really nice play by Tyreek Stevenson. One of the better ones he's made. Breaks down, beats the tight end, makes a play. Like, there are some corners where they don't need to press all the time. There are others where you nearly don't want them pressing at all because they're just going to get shredded by big dog receivers. But like, it's bizarre to me that the Bears want to play these corners in these alignments. Really, really bugs me. And it's neat that we're getting kind of close on Amon-Ra, but to your point, nothing. That's not Amon-Ra. It's still too easy. I thought this play was also funny because to me, Brisker interferes with him, but like gets lucky. No, does he just duck? He might just duck. No, he just goes down on his own. Here's another one. You seeing this? Like, here's something I'm going to point out. Okay, so football. Depending on how smart the Vikings are. Okay. Everybody ready? All 99 of you crazies that are up with me at 1 a.m. Central Standard Time. Soak this in. Also, Dick, are you still here? I've never answered your question about full time. I'll tell you later. But so here we get to see if Minnesota watches the tape. We ready? Because the Bears spent this bullet all game long. Look at this. The Bears are threatening Tremaine Edmonds. How often have you seen them do this? Never, right? Clear blitz. They're going to go penny front, 5 down, clear blitz, 5, and the Lions are ready for it. They're going to have him kick out, pick up him, slide, take him. We're good, right? Because of that, when TJ comes down the pipe, they are just not there for it. Jahmyr Gibbs isn't there for it. Like, Jahmyr slips, has to get over. Pressure. Throw low. Amon-Ra, I think he catches it, which is a testament to... Ooh, wait, let's see. Nope, drop. Now I remember. If the Vikings are watching the tape, they're going to come up with better protections. Not because you're going to ignore Tremaine Edmonds, but at the same time, looking back, it might be better to assume they're going to cover that Tremaine Edmonds is going to drop because he's just not blitzing all that often. They really want 53 being their blitz backer. And so that's fine. So then have the running back take him and then account everything for TJ coming down the pipe, which would mean a slide. You'd have to have 75, make a hell of a block, but you could theoretically have 77 pass him and then get into the lane. Now, that still may land you in trouble. Don't you do it, Case. Don't you sign Shaq Leonard. Because the gap on this blitz is just tough. Once Justin Jones darts inside, TJ Edwards is free down the lane. It's defense, baby. It's actually pretty good blitz laning. Like, Flutes has his man, Case. Flutes got his Montez Sweat. I'm going to fight you. We can't keep spending money on this bum coach. Man, that's as meatbally as I'm going to get. What is this? Cover 3? Seems like it. Cover 3 with 2 really high hook curl defenders. Austin, I think that if Flus gets his walking papers, he's finishing the season either way. I would love to see Flus fired too, but at the end of the year would be ideal. The in-season firing, like what? Are we going to make Getsy the head coach? Is that really what we want? Hightower? Is that really what we want? Shaq's going to clear waivers, and then he's going to go to a playoff team. So Mario, at one point I heard a whole thing from a friend of mine talking about how we don't understand how much head coaches run these teams. And when you talk about trusting Flus's evals too much, I sit here and I'm like, yeah, that's because head coaches run teams. Was this third down? Yeah, gummit. I hate giving up 3rd and 10. Anytime, Abdul. I got you. I hate giving up 3rd and 10 so bad. The Bears make it look so easy, too. The Bears make it look like cover 3 is like this is all just undefendable. It's honestly a nice route because it looks like he sells the vert and then sits down and just nobody's there for it because Kyler is occupied with him and he's occupied with him. No, this is just really nice. Oh, yeah. No, this is looking at this again, Case. This is just a designer play. Like, who blew the coverage? Ben Johnson. Like, look at this. Because, so from a responsibilities standpoint, you're looking at 2 high hook curl defenders, right? But you have to honor the vertical first in every single circumstance. So they're going to both sell verticals the whole way up. And he's going to run a basic flat route. Why? Because Kyler Gordon has this flat. Jalen has this file. Deep file. Eddie Jackson is going to play this curl. Zone. Flat. And so that's the defense as it stands. Eddie is, if I had to guess, Case, Eddie is squeezing this right here because he doesn't trust that he's not just going to sit it down. And the moment Eddie turns his hips and starts running, he can't get back there. Think like those Raiders conversions that Mooney would run, where he would just slink up the field like a little sneaky snake and then curl around and catch an anticipation throw. Like, those are gone. And so now you've occupied the flat defender and the hook curl defender. So now all you need to do is to make the Bears ridiculously far off. Like, he's just rolling over the top of Eddie because it's cover 3 and that's what you do. Like, I'm with you, Case. My guess would be that hang on, I bet this happens. Yeah. Eddie is squeezing this right here, but Brisker's rolling over the top because when he keeps going, Eddie's going to let him go. And that's when Eddie's going to divert over here, right? But look at the timing. The timing is such that he's curling as this seam is finally passing. So there's just not enough time to break on this and get over there. Why is Maine bailing into the hole that Brisker leaves? It looks to me like Maine is just getting up. They're basically like the Bears have this third and long call. It's like it's their third and long cover three where they just move their hook curls from what would normally be right here in line with TJ and Kyler, like into the deep middle, right? And I'm right there with you, Case. I'm right there with you. It's ridiculous. Don't let me defend it too hard. But also, back to the piece at hand here. Like, all this receiver has to do now is to get Jalen Johnson to believe the vertical is possible. And the moment that he does that, he can sit this thing down. So they go with this really pretty, honestly, it is really pretty, like break in, break up. And the moment he does, you got him. Like we see JJ right now. He's got to honor the verdict. Good footwork, hard break, perfect. Honest to goodness, if this was a Bears play, I would say, "Oh my god, this rules." Because that's it's honestly not bad defense. It's not just some blown coverage, but it is picking up a first down with butter smooth technique. So I don't think Edwards is manning up the RB because Edwards is just escaping to his flat. They're all just playing zone. You could argue that you want Justin Jones to create pressure on a play like this. If you argued that, I'll let you. This isn't a Justin Jones podcast. I thought this was a terrible call, by the way. Here's Jalen Johnson's DPI call. Come on. Call it what it is. It's illegal contact, right? Like, the fact that they gave him DPI on this felt insane to me. He's not even close. And like, I respect that maybe the referees were trying to like follow the spirit of the rule, but I could not believe that a foul right here. Ball is not thrown. Doesn't get illegal contact, for crying out loud. It doesn't matter that much. But I remember just looking at this like, what on earth? Now you got me curious, Case, because I feel like, so I would argue that the zone design on it was pretty standard, but you're not going to catch me saying that it was anything cool or unique, because it wasn't. Let me see. Jermaine just looks like he's working the pipe, and then he's getting set to rally tackle. Like he sees that resolve, and then he snaps his head back because he's ready to just rally tackle right there. I think he was fine. They just bumped their hook curls really high and had him play it like Tampa. But so anyways, Lions get pushed way, way, way down the field. 1st and 10. Front bump. Zach Pickens at 3-tech. You know what that means, right? Something explosive is about to go down. Pickens pops up, draws an immediate hold. 1st 20. Oh, Case. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Iceberg, I think the results vaguely disagree. Like, Ben Johnson won the game, but I'm with you that early they get the better of Jared Goff. Like, they get a lucky pick. And then, in my opinion, this right here is all Goff. This is nonsense. It's 1st and 20. Actually, it's 2nd and 20, I think. And they just run, I don't know what this is called. I think it's called like Omaha, but it's something super basic. Just a seam. Then they're going to have a dig and a spot route. And for some reason, he goes alert 1, skips to what I would imagine is 3, and then works back to 2. Maybe this is supposed to be 2 to 3. Maybe you're supposed to flip these, but if you are supposed to flip these, it feels like that would create the exact problem that happens because kudos to the Bears, like they cover it really well. And so Stevenson takes the vertical. This is where we get to see Stevenson show off the speed. Look at how easily he runs up the pipe with Amon-Ra. No danger at all. For a big dude, Stevenson is very fast. Very fast. It's not shown this season, but very fast. Fuzz, you think I ever sleep? You think I ever sleep? Do you know me? Do you know me at all? But so, yeah, he's definitely not the fastest, but Stevenson also doesn't look like he's working hard to keep up with him. Brisker cuts this really nicely. Could you throw it if you needed to? Sure. But Goff looks back at the spot. I actually don't know why Goff doesn't throw this. But it looks like Goff sees Tremaine. This is what happens. Goff sees Tremaine Edmonds break on this and says, aha, then I'm going to earhole him. And so he decides that when Tremaine breaks, that TJ Edwards isn't going to be there. And TJ Edwards bees there and picks off Goff on a decision that just can't get made. Like, I get that Goff looks over this way, but man, this is one of those where you're like, I get what you were doing, but holy smokes, not that. Boom. Pretty team defense. Kudos also, big kudos to TJ for working back over because TJ's going to squeeze this. This is a better look. As the tight end comes out, he could be running anything, right? And so TJ does a good job squeezing this over here, redirecting, and getting back to the middle of the field, following Goff's eyes. It's standard eyes to the quarterback linebacking, but he does his job, results in an interception. Then the Bears fumble. Okay, so if you like Ben Johnson, this drive is a big one for him. So you're down 0-7. You just gave up, or you just got a fumble, but you just also got picked off only a few plays before that. You need this drive. So you kick it off with a play action shot. It's not there. Goff's got to run for it. He gets down. What did you think you were getting? Cover 3. What did you actually get? I think it's cover 4. Oh yeah, you definitely thought you were getting 3. Because you expected that you were going to get sweep up, cut down, Eddie Jackson, post over the top. You do not get it. Hey, who is this? Jalen does a good job with Amon-Ra's route, breaking in with it. Ooh, that's nice. Boom. It is nice QB pressure. Totally works. It sure helps that it takes forever, but Justin Jones does a good job with it, and then they chase him down. Let me see. How tame would it be could not if we could not what here and talk about the Bears for 7 hours? Oh yeah, amen. Uh, honestly, honest to goodness, blue air, I'm fading a little bit. So I'm hoping that I'm going to basically cover this and then I'll skip forward and find the last pick. And then we'll skip forward and we'll go over the last two drives really fast. Ugh. Eberflus's scheme makes me cry a lot, or at least especially earlier. This scheme is tolerable, and it's got the players playing pretty fast. I mean, it's got its own seams and holes, right? But most defenses do. It's just not aggressive. But the place that they go to, this defense, when they're in late 2 minute scenarios is so hilariously bad that I just don't know what to do with it. I loved this play. Okay, so it's 3rd and 3, right? 3rd and 3. I don't want to say game on the line. Game's never on the line this early, but you need a conversion here. Your quarterback is playing terrible football, right? On third, but what do you know? Okay. You know that on 3rd and 3, Chicago calls man. So we've got man matchups. Unsurprising, right? Um, what else do they do? What else do they do? Well, wherever your run threat is, in this case, we've got our back, who's our run threat to come this way. They're gonna roll Brisker down because they like to have Brisker here just to make sure to help cut that wide run off so that we can't get that. And that means they're gonna roll Eddie Jackson back up. Okay. Okay. If we're Ben Johnson, how do we work with this? Well, what if I told you that Ben is going to snap and he's going to have Goff shuffle over and hand it to Gibbs out of phase while they run toss crack? Oh, it's so pretty. It doesn't have to be amazing. It doesn't have to be the craziest play you've ever seen, but it's so pretty and it's executed so well. And because of it, the Lions get a hat and a hat all the way down the board. And not until Terrell Smith, I think, who's way behind on the play anyways, like gets off his man. Does anybody even hit Gibbs? Don't do it, Austin. Don't do it to me. What are more effective common schemes teams are running these days? Do we have the roster for a valuable change next year? So Abdul, if you ask me, the weird part about schemes is that a scheme is as good as the coach that coaches it. I mean, Ben Johnson designed an offense effectively around like Jared Goff, for instance. I wouldn't call it an offense, but it is a derivative of like a heavy running attack. I bet somebody has a scheme. It's kind of like the Shanahan thing. Like Shanahan is an identity so much as it is, Shanahan is more a condensed set variable formation identity than it is anything else. But what you do with it is your call. Sean McVay has always used a more pass focused version of the Shanahan offense. Matt LaFleur is a run god that used a lot of passing with Aaron Rodgers and it got deadly. Like, it's more to say that we've turned offenses into schemes and systems, but more often than not, they really are players and coaches and what the two of them come up with, right? You'll get guys like Scott Turner that are outstanding run game developers. It wouldn't surprise me, by the way, if Luke Getsy, yes, Luke Getsy, ends up being a run game coordinator somewhere. But I doubt it. Just because it wouldn't surprise me if also Chris Morgan may end up being the run game coordinator and they may really like what he has to offer. But so, anyways, we got the 3rd and 3. They go Wildcat with David Montgomery because they just want to get wild. And Jermaine Edmonds, bless his soul, man, is he good when he can play pursuit or what? I don't get why we rotate the D or why we rotate the linebackers in the corners. Oblivion. That doesn't make any sense to me. Here's Tremaine, just on the move. Chase down backer. Second and 6. Goff kills. They run up the middle. They don't like their results. Bears run D has teeth. And it helps when Justin Jones pops. Got him. Okay, so another big down, right? We just had 3. Now we have 3rd and 5. Austin, it's about to be. I'll take credit for it. I used to yawn closer to 11. You can tell my tolerance has gone up. So check this out. Check this out. They go empty, right? They've got Amon-Ra on the slant. It's sweet. Okay? Okay. That's going to get the Bears defense to declare. What are the Bears doing? Well, they sure look like they're in man, right? Man, with one linebacker sitting over the top. I don't know if you've seen me post this on Twitter. What does Ben Johnson have up his sleeve? A run. And not just any run, but a trap run. First down. Ooh, it's so nice. Oh, it's so pretty. Look at the execution on this. Center picks off Billings. 75 climbs to the second level. Right guard comes over and chips out Justin Jones. And from there, Amon-Ra just charges forward. It's sweet. Takes advantage of a double 3 tech front right here. Nearly 2-4 eyes. Probably 2-4 eyes. Beautiful. And you're getting conversions with the ground game despite a quarterback that's playing really poorly. And play poorly he does. Like, look at this. This is really frustrating. I agree, Oblivion. Like, put your Lions fan hat on for a moment. He's open, and he's about to come wide open, and we have no rush, and he is not open. I don't know what Goff thought he saw. I really don't, because this is so not open that if this was our quarterback, I would just be blown away we threw it. And I mean, that's a game. At 14-0, 3 takeaways. Like 14-0, 3 takeaways, pick 6, Lions back on the field. I have no idea what would have happened, but I bet you the Lions would have pitched their tent and folded a little bit. Oh, everyone, no worries, Craig. I got you. Like, I got you, Craig. Thank you. You'll see this later. I really want to make sure that it's clear when I'm talking to somebody, just for that exact reason. Oblivion, I couldn't tell you. Somebody messed up. In this case, I would imagine it's Eddie, but I just rarely think Eddie makes mistakes. I have an absurd amount of faith in Eddie Jackson. But it just gets away from him. No, he didn't. Oh, blue, and he should have. So now you get this really nice fan out. Ooh, I think this is so cool. You go from I formation, you fan out, and now you've got everybody just that little bit further away so that you can run. Oh, come on. Did you think it was this play? Oh, my goodness. Oh, how beautiful is this? Like, kick everybody out. Pack it back in. Get Sanborn on the move. Easy little flick. Look, I would tell you guys if I thought X Bear screwed it up. But on this play, they just got you. Like, it is so common to run man in some capacity on plays like this, especially as the Bears already are. Oblivion, I have no idea. I would imagine he checked in as eligible. I would imagine. But boy, oh boy. I appreciate you, Abdul, a lot. You guys have gotten the draft stream far and away. Far and away. I stopped counting a while ago. The 20 gift subs was a ton. But so, they also show off this nice little fullback sweep, if they want to run it, that gets Penei Sewell on the move. But a flick to Jahmyr Gibbs, and he just walks in. It's a pretty drive by Johnson, if you ask me. I mean, Goff is still not playing well, right? But you basically score in spite of him. And you get away from the Bears' biggest advantage, which is their run defense. Gonna grab some water real fast. I'll play this. I'll be right back. Ooh, Austin, you're starting fights, aren't you? The inferior Elder Scrolls. Are you a Skyrim gamer? Is that what I'm hearing? Or are you a Morrowind prince? Like, that's the real question here. That's what I want to know. Like, did you buy all 8 re-released editions of Skyrim? Are you did we get everything? Did we get it on all the systems and all the different PlayStations? Or are we talking Morrowind over here? You better tell me. I need to know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The ultimate limited edition. There it is. Can't wait. Anyways, all right. So, as Eminem, as Eminem once said, "Till I collapse, I'm spitting these raps. Long as you fill 'em, to the day that I drop, you'll never say that I'm not killing 'em." That's what Eminem said. But it's time to take a look at the collapse because Eberflus had it, and it slipped through his fingers. Mom spaghetti. Exactly. Oblivion, honestly, uh, I would ask like I would ask the offensive coach what he wants to do. I mean, I think that the Bears have the potential to play for a 4-3, but also I think a lot of these guys could shift to a 3-4 if needed. I'm not that scared of it. They need to do safeties anyways, and to me, the safeties are one of the more like one of the higher leverage positions that does a lot of work and has to change. I think the shift would cost you Brisker, but I also think here's a weird one. Mario, anybody in here? What do you guys think about the idea of Gervon Dexter? This is ridiculous. Probably wouldn't work. But Gervon Dexter seems like he could be a 3-4 end if he needed to be. Now, it's probably not where I'd just start him outright. But if you had Sweat as an outside linebacker, um, and then you had Gervon Dexter as like a defensive tackle that also played a little end. I know Mario. That's where the idea comes from. Like I could see him playing in a 3, or I could see him getting time in a 3-4 at that spot. Oh, the blue air. I don't gotta look. I know they're bad. which is which is not great. All right, hang on. My takes have heated my room up, so I had to ditch the hat. You're gonna have to deal with crappy hair Rob for a little bit. Let's finish this game and go to sleep. God, there's so much tape. We have to go back. Oh, we start with this. We start with this. Dexter, D end, Oblivion, pop, bang. Mario, the series I always have to watch out for. So first of all, if any of you rejects are playing Warhammer 40k Darktide, you let me know. I can't guarantee that we're actually going to game together, but I've been nibbling at that one in any free time that I get. The series I really have to stay away from is the Souls series. I am a I am an obsessive Souls gamer. I mean, I have I have beaten. Yeah, anyways, gaming conversation another time. But that one's got me. Love those games. So, big thing to note is that we've been playing the which one, Mario, the Souls series? I don't blame you. I love it. I feast on it. The difficulty is so wonderful. Uh Oh, nice, Blue Air. Yes, Austin. After unironically, oh man, Mario, I'm gonna warn. Okay, so here's my deal, Mario. This is the conversation nobody came for. But Mario, if you're gonna try the Souls series, try Dark Souls 2. Nope, I said that wrong. Play Dark Souls 3 first. If Sekiro intrigues you at all, then you would have a much better time with Dark Souls 3. Because, oh my word, Mario, Sekiro is the hardest one I've played. Like, I've heard Demon Souls is fun, but I really loved Dark Souls 3. And I think Dark Souls 3 is the most linear of them, so it's much harder to get lost. Another great one is another really really great one is Elden Ring, obviously. But the best part about Elden Ring is that the game truly is as hard or as easy as you want to make it. So Mario, the trouble is that Sekiro is just really tough. Like, here's a question. All right, so Mario, are you capital G gamer, or are you gamer full caps, or are you like lowercase g gamer? Because the big hard part is that in the Souls games, the secret is that you can build your way past all your problems. Like, man, seriously, Michael. Like, so what I'm more trying to say, Mario, is that like in Souls, one of the best things about the game is that if you have a really bad problem, you can you can basically just pump a bunch of levels into your build and end up out leveling the problem altogether. No issues. In Sekiro, you do not get levels. You do not get set points. You are not building your character. So you are roughly what the game expects you to be when you go into most of these fights, which is really unforgiving. Like, this game wants you to be perfect. It does not want an imperfect samurai. And man, I really could talk about this for a while. I got to get back to the game. But the point is, Sekiro is awesome. Sekiro rules. But I think you're missing a lot if you think Rage is going to like, yeah. The good news, Mario, is that Dark Souls is an incredibly like loose RPG. Especially 3. 3 is practically a linear game, but it's neat. Um anyways, the so I've heard Football Manager rules. All I've ever heard from a lot of people on the channel is that Football Manager will get you hooked and you'll just play it obsessively. And that sounds awesome. Like, that's what I've heard. Um but so I've heard it's just so in depth and it's wonderful and it's rad. Austin, Mass Effect 3. Mass Effect's one of my favorite series ever. You are speaking my language. Um, it's probably not going to surprise you guys that when I got into video games, um, I got into them. Like, I think I beat Mass Effect 2. This is not a good thing. I'm not saying this to brag, for crying out loud. I'm saying this in shame. But I probably beat Mass Effect 2 about 5 times. All are broken. Sekiro slaps. If you need any help, let me know and I can clue you in on some stuff. But you get no phantoms, you get no help. There is no co-op. Like, there is the dodge roll doesn't have the iframes that the other one does. It is its own game. It rules in being its own game. It's just its own thing. Like, it's sick. It's super cool. I would tell anybody in here that has had even a passing interest in. So look, here's my pitch for the Souls games. Everybody talks about how angry you're going to get. I say this lovingly. They are not that hard. They are just different, right? In the same way that the first time you played Mario Kart, you couldn't figure out why everybody was leaving you in the dust. Like, uh the Souls games are their own thing, and like, when you get used to it, when you finally figure out how the dodge roll works, when you finally realize you can't equip heavy armor, you need medium or less. Like when you pick a weapon and you get really good at it, like your the Souls games have some of the prettiest scenery and some of the best vistas that you're gonna find, if you ask me. Um, they're great. They're really great. Like you can get lost in them. I would argue that there are all these games out there like Red Dead Redemption that'll tell you that you can get like Red Dead Redemption 2 that'll talk about how you can get lost in them. For me, it is the silence of like for me it's the silence of Dark Souls that really pushes you in. Amen, Michael. Only one way to play it. Only one way to play the game, baby. Like maybe I'll go dex build the next time. I did an int build once, but you better believe that I go for the guts greatsword every single time. Anyways, um, yeah. So, Brandon, I'll give you a hint on Sekiro later if you'd like one, because there's a big hint I can give you. But that's a separate thing. I can tell you. I won't tell that story. I can't. Anyways, let's do this. Let's do this thing. Big one I want you to notice is just how much cover three the Bears are relying on. And they get some okay play in the run game, but honestly, the Lions do a really good job of just taking advantage of the fact that the Bears are running a bunch of funky cover. They're not like funky coverages. Let's see, they're gonna run him out. I wonder why. Oh my gosh, Michael. Amen. Amen. I mean, if nothing else, what I love, Michael, about so many of those FromSoft Souls games is that they will pick up their own like visual identity and then they will just run with it in a way that I don't see anybody else doing. And it's not all art style. Like obviously you've got games like what was it? Rush something? Hi-Fi Rush. Which had its own like anime inspired art style, etc., etc. But like Bloodborne did eldritch horror in a way that I've seen nobody attempt Lovecraftian horror. If anybody has a PS4, Bloodborne, you gotta. It's its own thing. It is so cool. You gotta. Um, I think Dark Souls 3 is the perfect entry point. I would argue it's one of the easiest of the series, especially up front. Um, and then it starts to get harder as the game goes, which is really wonderful. Really wonderful. Like it did difficulty well. It introduced people to the Souls franchise well, and then you go you go DS3, then you go to Dark Souls 1, which is it's a whole different thing. Which is awesome. Like it's not explicitly different. It's just that you go from linear to a truly open world in Dark Souls 1, where the biggest problem with Dark Souls 1 is that players like your boy, when I was a freshman in college, got lost, literally lost for the first time in video gaming history. That was back when, for me, that was back when everything had an objective marker. So the fact that Dark Souls, you could just wander into a level 60 area right at the starting area is hilarious. I love that they put that there looking back, but it's better if you're good at the game. And if you've already played DS3, you're good at the game. And then Elden Ring is just a treat. It's just unbelievable. Cover 3, baby. Cover 3 with Brisker driving down. Oh yeah, Mario. I actually suggest you do. And then Dark Souls 2 was made by a completely separate studio. So you can play it if you'd like to. It's still got cool lore, but if you ignored it, you'd be totally cool for doing so. Like, in fact, I think that the game works better if you play 3 and then you play 1 as a prequel, basically. Like, especially because, to your point, A Glitch, about getting stuck in Blight, and I'm not going to finish the sentence. If you know, you know. When you're good at the game because you already beat 3, it is much more fun to play through the challenges of Dark Souls 1. But in Dark Souls 1, when you aren't good at the game, it just throws you into a bunch of like Mario, that whole like you died lol like gotcha is way more prevalent in DS1 because they just hit you with a bunch of difficulty out of the gate. Like they said, lol, do you have the movement down yet? Lol, do you have this down yet? Whereas with DS3, they decided to make it more cinematic and atmospheric and kind of boil the frog a little bit more. And I think it makes for a phenomenal tutorial. And you get a bunch of pretty visuals out of it. Boom. Tell you what, watching Goff like load and release is pretty, especially on these drives. Rip. We really only lost like a couple viewers doing almost 20 minutes of gaming talk. Thanks, gamers. Looks like 3 again. This one might be man, though. I don't think so. And they get him again. Look, it's the same thing. Like, attack the vertical, spin, anticipatory throw. What a throw. When does he throw this? It's not even anticipatory. He just fits the ball in. Sheesh. Boom. What a catch, too. And then here's Dexter crashing the pocket. Nice rep from him. Solid rep from DeMarcus Walker, 95. No, just kidding. It was Yannick on a stunt. But 3rd and 2, they get it. And then the Bears play more cover 3. They leave that opening yawning here in the middle. Goff rips, catch, quick tackle. No big deal, right? Bears are just trying to keep everything in front of them. 2nd and 4. You probably remember this play. Yikes. Mario, I don't, if only because it's kind of like playing a UDFA quarterback as a project. Like you gotta do something. You have to do something, especially because we are losing games, right? He had almost 18, 20 games to get better, and then he didn't. Speaking of getting better, these missed tackles have got to stop. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if Tremaine Edmonds is just like morally against the hip drop tackle or something, but like these missed tackles happen too often for Edmonds. Everybody knows it. You don't need a film reviewer to point that out. But good lord, there are way too many moments where it's just like holy loud. Yeah, that's all I'm really thinking is edge is too important a position. And I'm not trying to say Raheem Green is amazing, but if you're gonna get bad results at edge, like you're gonna lose a lot of games. And especially once the regime started losing a lot of games, um, you can't do that. You're not gonna survive out there. Like, oh, Braxton Jones is carrying the draft class, I would say, along with Kyler Gordon. And then I think you're getting so Mario, if I said you were getting like very mid returns from Brisker, but at least he's playable, you get what I'm saying? No, you don't want that out of pick number 49, but people get worse. People get worse all the time. I also wonder what a new regime would do with Kyler Gordon. I think that there's a ton you could do with that athletic template. And I think Gordon has been put in the rare position where he's been allowed to just shamelessly fail so much that he's gotten better. And I think he continues to get better because he gets the chance to fail that on a roster like the Chiefs, he just wouldn't get to, or he wouldn't have to do, or he wouldn't have the opportunity to do. But other than that, oh, I also think Carter's delivering something. Like Braxton's the primary one, but you get you get Brisker, you get what? Like let's see, he had decent rookie season, so he has the capability, right? Like you get Gordon playing solid ball, you get Braxton looking like a steal, you get Carter as interior line depth, and you get oh my gosh, Gordon, Brisker, whatever I said, they're both in there. And this was a draft where obviously you didn't have a first round pick, you didn't have a fourth round pick. So I would argue you're all right. So Valus does just stink the joint really hard, but when you eliminate him, it's fine. So Foster, I appreciate you, man. All right, so flat route, out route, corner route. How many defenders do we have? Well, when Eddie fades to the middle, we have 2 on 3. Jalen has to sync with the deepest threat. He doesn't do that here. Instead, Jalen Johnson, like I would want him best case scenario or to get depth and midpoint. Because if we midpoint this, at least we can break back and break this up and we can cut back and maybe we won't break this up, but we'll make the tackle, right? But instead, Jalen Johnson sees the route and sits on it. Like you could see him prepping to break on it. Goff loads. The moment Jalen sees this, he's hosed. Now, plenty of people are going to look at Eddie Jackson. What's Eddie Jackson doing? Well, he's pretty much just defending his tube. Like, if you think about cover 3 as defending 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, Eddie Jackson is making sure Jamison Williams isn't about to run the seam and catch the ball over the top, break in. Like, Eddie has to cover all that. And the moment that he overcommits over here is the moment that Jamison breaks over the top of him and embarrasses him. DB is a tough position, especially because it's a team position. But in my opinion, this one's on Jalen. Which, to Mario's point, isn't going to help him with his case for a big time extension. But that's life. That's what all the people say. You're flying high in April and shot down in May. Let's see. What is the most preferable way to give, as in which method gets me the most after costs? The donation link below, for sure. Let's see. Of course I did, Mario. Are you kidding? We're having a conversation here. Donation link, I get all of it, Craig. The monthly membership is really neat, and I really appreciate you. YouTube takes a pretty hefty cut of it. I really appreciate you. Thank you for even asking. No, you ain't gotta. You ain't gotta if you don't want to. You just got a new gig. I'll be around. The Bears just try to play a bunch of like, I feel like they play a bunch of frenetic looks. Well, I appreciate it, Greg. Every time That's Life comes up, I always mutter it to myself. Goff does a good job getting the ball out, but you can see that they're doing this every single time. Like, it is a cover 3 series of hook curls because they don't want to give up 10 yards. Flus is sitting there telling him, hey, just tackle him in bounds. No big deal. And what drives me crazy about you, Matt Eberflus, is that what do the Lions do? They do what any basic team should do. They say they're going to allow us to attack inside. It's really going to be that easy. Well, then, thank you. We'll take it. And moreover, 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. Plenty of time, right? Plenty of time. There's a blitz from depth. The Lions pick it up. They take a shot downfield. They can't get anything. It's a good rep from Jalen Johnson here at the bottom. Stays with it. Competitive. No play. But you can almost feel that the Lions have finally gotten their protection sorted because they're just not going to have the issues going forward that we saw earlier in the game. Like here we get a square protection and the ability to throw. Second down. Check, 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 check. Hand off up the middle. I loved this call. Take a look at the Bears defense. They're playing the softest look they've played all game long. Everybody in a shell, with Kyler Gordon even off. Obviously, it's a late 2-minute scenario. So the Bears are sitting there thinking, okay, there's a pass coming. 2:05 left, right? You can run the ball. And Ben Johnson says if you get the look and you like it, you should. So he catches the Bears in a pressure look, right? Jack Sanborn's going to bump over. TJ Edwards is going to knife down. And look at this rushing lane. Bounce for Montgomery, gone. Obviously not like literally gone. But head of steam, 10 yards, 2-minute warning. Tell me that you don't love that. Tell me you don't love the idea of a coordinator fully willing to run the ball with a quarterback that's thrown 3 interceptions to this point, even in that 2-minute scenario, because he knows he can and the defense forgot he will. Ben Johnson showed some stones with some of these run calls, and like they all work late in the game. And if I was the Bears, this would have had me reeling. I mean, reeling. Bears go wide front. Exonerated? Like, just to be clear, you mean exonerated like everybody would be like, no, you're cool. Like, if it worked, Mario, of course. I think people would get over it. Or do you mean fans would feel exasperated? Because I would believe that too. But right now, Mario, the other piece, yeah, I thought you might have meant a different word. The other piece to this you got to remember, Mario, is that like, how do I say this? Fields plays a style of football. We've kind of talked about this before, but I'll say it very blatantly. Fields plays a style of football that looks way better on the broadcast than it does on the All 22. On the All 22, you get to see the stuff that's going on downfield. On the broadcast, you're just blissfully unaware of anybody that might be open. So you just don't even ask. Like, you don't know. And so Fields running around, he looks like Superman. He looks like the best player on the field, doesn't he? Like, you'll see that refrain repeated on Twitter a lot, that Fields is the best player on the Bears offense, etc., etc. And so, Mario, to your point, a lot of Bears fans just want to see Justin Fields touch the ball. Like if Justin Fields touched the ball 3 times on a 3-play drive, everybody would get over it. They'd be like, "Oh man." Unless it didn't work, honestly. At that point, they'd be like people would people would still hate him. I don't know if there's any winning. I really don't for somebody in Getsy's position. Fans just want something. They want results. They want wins. They want a 4th quarter comeback drive. And if their quarterback can't deliver that, then like they're not going to. I think you're right, Mario. And I love the response because that is what it feels like. Underneath to Gibbs. Bears back out into deep cover three. Just take underneath. You got time. It's so entertaining, all are broken. Even when it doesn't work, it's still high flying. And here's a beautiful little route from the tight end. Laporta so smooth. Maybe my favorite part. You can very clearly tell that the Lions are tempoing at this point. So, like, play just ended 36, 35, right? 34. Tempo, tempo, tempo. Just line up and go. Just line up and go. Easy out route. Bang. Out of bounds. I love it. I love when teams use tempo. Play fast. Get a matchup you're obsessed with. Make the read on the corner. What's he doing? He's playing cover four. We're good. Throw, catch, get out of bounds. It's not, Mario. Fields' rushing is so pretty. It's so pretty. It looks so beautiful. Born to run. Hurts looks like he's chugging. Another one? Okay, so Mario, two other names. I don't think Mahomes looks good when he runs, but it never ceases to amaze me how effective he is. He is amazing as a runner. Not in not in truly being amazing, but in looking like he's not a good runner and still turning out these huge runs when his team needs him. And by converse, Caleb is the opposite. I swear, some of the like tackles that Caleb Williams will just jump out of. Like my favorite are the ones we see with Caleb where he slides up, slides out, and as he's kind of curling around, like bending, you'll see somebody dive at his ankles and he just like leaps into the air and kicks his heels over their hands and you're like, "Sheesh, man." And seriously, Blazing, it feels like that's Audrey, right? Like it feels like Mahomes' scrambles are just like whoever you are, I'm just a little bit better. Like I'm just a little bit better. Mahomes seems so annoying, so annoying. Oh. So they're just gonna drop. Looks like cover three again. Dunk underneath. Do I think I could explain why hurry up offenses, especially 2 minute drives, look so effective at times? Like Trubisky would look like a beast under 2 minutes. A lot of them tempo. By the way, Gervon moment, Dexter moment, pop, pressure. Really nice play, honestly. Bah. But so all are broken. A lot of these. So let's use this as an example. So the Lions just ran a play. They got tackled. You could see that they just barely spotted the ball. The camera in this case, you could still see the referee running away at the time, and because of that, you're going to have to get a call out if you're TJ Edwards. So you're going to turn to your team, right? And you're going to go like, "Hey, hey, 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 cross, 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 cross," or whatever the call is, right? And you're going to go with one of like four calls or something, and then your defense is just going to give it away. And so a lot of offenses will just slurp up the like uncertainty because are we certain that Jalen Johnson heard the call? Are we certain that Kyler Gordon heard the call? Are we certain that this receiver doesn't know exactly what they're going to do? Like a lot of offenses will take advantage of the fact that this is happening. And then also, a so all are broken. I'm sure you've heard this saying before. Nobody's tired when they've got the ball in their hands, right? And another thing people can forget sometimes, because we assume football can't be that hard. And then you go out there, you try to play pickup football with your boys, and you run like 7 plays, and you're like, I am sucking wind, right? Um, the defense gets tired in the in the 2 minute setups, which definitely plays into it a little bit. So suddenly you've got the offense trying to make that big play, and you've got the defense definitely trying to stop them, definitely. But man, I love the fact, Aplo we are, but I'm gonna shut it down here soon. I love the fact that Ben Johnson is willing to play physical rushing ball. Like at the end of the game. Come on. Second and one. Second and one. We're going to run the ball in the 2 minute drill? Yes. Like, I'm obsessed. Largely because it works, to be honest. I got you, Craig. I got you. Truly. And to be honest with you, Craig, I can't wait. Like, Twitter is going really, really well. If you're not following me on Twitter, follow me at Robert K. Schmitz for a lot. I had an old channel. I don't know if you know the whole story, Craig, but like we got to 12K, and then I that's a story for another time. But so this is the second one. We're fine. Thank you. Every bit of support helps. Always lets me helps me convince my wife that this is a good idea, and it really really goes a long way. Because it calms her down a lot and lets me keep watching games. Draft stream easily guaranteed, easily. Um, but so within all this, within all this, uh, it's super cool to me because now you got a tired defense that is out there not expecting you to run the ball, and moreover, you've got a let's see, I've seen stuff on the CCS forum. What is CCS? Uh, is that Chicago something sports? Is Chi City Sports? Is it? Gotcha. But so no worries. I am. I have no idea. I have no idea what my internet presence is, but I'm not too worried about it. Stuff does well on Twitter. YouTube, I can't wait to actually like make videos because in the off season I can like make videos. The streams are great. I don't plan to stop the streams insofar as it's possible, but the streams aren't for everybody because I just veer off onto tangents. It's like a 7 hour video radio show. I mean, and I guess the way that I run it, and it is entirely just me. But man, could you? By the way, could you imagine a better person to be giving the ball in this setting, for crying out loud? Like, is it third highest in the last 6 years? That's badass. Like, when he's winning, he's winning. Demo, I would love to see him get a little better in the run game, but that's only me nitpicking. Like, I want to see him find that consistency so that he can really pop. But like, David Montgomery had to be so ready to just eat the Bears. Like, hitting Eddie Jackson, maybe he's been wanting to hit Eddie Jackson for years, for all I know. But he looks in this game so excited, so fast when he's got the ball. And the Lions start almost killing clock because now they're giving away too much time. And man, this isn't even a coverage thing. I'm pretty sure on this one, the Bears are actually just playing man. But goodness gracious, watch Amon-Ra St. Brown's route here and watch the throw. Dart. How sick is this? Boom. Bang. What a dog. Whew. Oh, I'm not surprised, Mario. Not surprised in the slightest. Somebody looks tired. Yeah, honestly, Haplo, I'm so excited to do something else. The Bears are just giving away real estate. And at 40 seconds, raise your hand if you thought the Bears were about to stop them. Like, we had given up so much space. I was blown away at how quickly the Bears had just evaporated any hope of them winning the game. Like, Detroit clinched this game with time to spare, which was just hilarious. I mean, of all the things I thought would happen, I didn't have it on my like I'm right there, Foster. Like of all the things that I expected to happen, I did not expect the Bears the Bears giving this away so quickly that they might have some time to score back to be on the bingo card. Gravon played a lot of the key snaps here, by the way, which kind of worked against him. Because unfortunately, oh, I gotcha. Yeah, Steven's great. I imagine it's Pro Football Focus. Here, here, here. No, I can't do that. It's proprietary. Brad would get mad at me. But so if there is a problem, and the Bears ran into this with Bilal Nichols back in the day, if you can remember that far back. But if there's a problem with having the rookie out late in games, it's that the rookie can get rookied. And I mean, oh, the Lions rookied him here. Snap just drove him out the lane. I love Gravon. We need to find some consistency eventually. I, the guy who thinks rookies are mostly bad, am so happy with the way he's played because he put 3 to 5 of the best reps he's had all season on this tape. No problem. Um, let's see. Oh, there's a big wig version. No, I just have the one that you pay for. Is there a big version? I didn't realize they separated it. I had somebody pitch me on splitting a True Media login, Mario, and I need to be wealthier before I do that. Because they were like, yeah, it's like 14K a year. And I was like, for football stats? For football stats? Craig, the gist that I'm telling you is here's where I'm at, okay? When it comes to Caleb and May, I think both of them are well worth being excited about. I think let's let the draft process play out. Certainly let them finish their season. Is Caleb done? Is UCLA it? We'll see. Is Drake done? I don't think his season's over, but like let's see. And so then we'll dig into more tape. I'll get out legitimate evals. I lean Caleb, but that doesn't mean that that Drake May can't pop in this. It's more to say that, in fact, Craig, to be honest with you, okay, so we're doing building the board again, except I have revamped it all. I put in more work than I want to admit that in overhauling a lot of the process, and I'm really working on trying to make sure that we get out more reports, more small videos, and a couple other things so that theoretically we can build some of the best draft content possible. So keep an eye out for that because it could be sick, and I really want it to be. We got a lot right in last year's building the board, but it didn't evolve draft coverage the way that I wanted it to. My hope is that we can put together some really cool things, and we'll see what that means as far as some of the rest of the quarterbacks or because the quarterbacks in particular just take the most effort. Mario, to me, what I don't love about Drake May. So here's my issue, Mario. Only so many ways to say this, right? Y'all, you're looking at the biggest, most sappy backup quarterback enjoyer in sports. I don't know how many other people make time to watch backup quarterbacks. I thought it was legitimately fun watching Nick Foles play quarterback. Tyson Bagent got kind of boring here after a little bit, but hey, it was fun too. Like, one of my favorite things about watching backup quarterbacks is that backup quarterbacks tend to be really aware. They know what they can do, they know what they can't do. They play within themselves. And to me, there's something special about watching a guy like Nick Foles manipulate pre snap looks to get what he wants and then drill a 5 yard out to win some of the biggest games in sports. Like in 2017, Nick Foles was the king. He didn't do it with a huge arm. He didn't do it with incredible pocket awareness. He did it because he was aware. And Mario, what scares me about May is that I'm not certain. I'm not certain he's aware the way that I'm damn sure Caleb Williams is aware. It's totally just a vibe I get. But Caleb seems like he knows what's happening on a football field. He can't outrun anything, or he can't outrun everything. He can't, like, he doesn't see all things yet on the football field the way that Aaron Rodgers did. But he has some of the prettiest pockets. Like, when USC hits a pocket, he is right in the dead center of it. And when the offensive line starts to blow a block, he has already moved to account for the way that they are losing so that they have the opportunity to regain their leverage. Like, Caleb Williams, it's as if he is playing football in slow motion. Whereas Drake May solves all of his problems with an extraordinary arm. If you've seen the same thing I have, Mario, where like he just rips the ball and he like, let me see. It's so funny you say that. Like, did all air raid quarterbacks do this though? Referring to first quarter or first rounders in Mahomes. So name a couple air raid guys and let's go through it. Because the main air raid guy I always think of is Mike Leach's favorite son in Gardner Minshew. And if you told me that you got a Gardner Minshew with a rifle arm, doesn't have to be a cannon. Let's stick with a rifle. I would look and I would be like, ha ha, ha ha ha. That's a good player. I'd need to go back. I may go back and actually try to dig up some film from the Lincoln Riley Cats, just so that I can better understand what they do and don't do. But I'll tell you one thing that's interesting, Mario. I have yet to find a Lincoln Riley quarterback that can't throw with anticipation. Like, when you look at Kyler and Baker in the NFL, both of them thrive off of anticipation and decent pocket awareness. They take a fair amount of sacks for sure, but it's interesting looking at their quarterbacking fundamentals because they don't just hold the ball forever. And frankly, in my opinion, neither does Caleb. Caleb holds the ball too long on average, right? But on an individual play, you can justify why he's doing it. And I don't know. I like Caleb. I do. When I watch the film, I see somebody with talent that people are underselling. Like, I can't show it or the stream's going to get banned. Not banned, but like the stream's going to get taken down. And so it's going to have to wait till Thursday for. So here's the deal. Okay, everybody, draft streams. For the 76 of you, the loyalists that are here, right before the Lions win the game and we go to bed, draft streams. You have to be there on time because anything you don't see will get blocked. Like, I'm not playing. I will make sure that what stays up can stay up. But eventually, if this channel pops, and I hope it does, the NCAA will come for me and they will put strikes on my channel until I take this stuff down. They will come down. Therefore, get them while you can. Like, if you want to see the draft stream, I hate to be the guy who's like, you got to be there, but you got to be there. And if that means we got to pick a different time that works better for everybody, you let me know. My Twitter DMs are open. But anyways, the cool piece, really cool piece to me about Caleb Williams is the way he moves. It's like the arm is the arm, right? But so Haplo, you would hope so, but people with big lawyers and big pockets get to bend the rules. Um, that's the whole problem here. But so the anyways, to me with Drake May, I see a quarterback kind of like Herbert, but Herbert's it's tough because when you compare a rookie to an NFL veteran, that's just never fair. Um, let's see what time Thursday right after the Lions game. That's not bad. That's not bad. Uh, I like that Greeky kid. We could easily do it during one of the games. But so it's not this Thursday. It's next Thursday for what it's worth. Because I thought greedy about doing it during Thanksgiving, and then I was like, "That's stupid. That ain't gonna work." And so we'll do it. We'll do it when it's not Thanksgiving. But so then, like, I don't know. Projecting quarterbacks to the NFL is harder than anything, in my opinion. I mean, I thought Khalil Shakir had cement in his shoes, and he's one of the best receivers, uh, like to come from that class. So I am definitely still learning. Uh, sometimes some of these guys, their movement just snakes me. But so it's it is like that's a great way to put it. That like the let's see the accuracy of Herbert and the supreme confidence and like the arm arrogance of Josh Allen. Damo, uh, why'd we switch from doing the podcast game or what we switch from doing the podcast live? I know you did it live this week, but was just wondering why the change. Literally, it was because I hadn't gotten a decent backdrop set up. And the goal was to always get back to doing it live. It was to always get back to doing it live because I hated recording the podcast and getting it up late. I know how many people want to go straight from the game to the podcast, and that's something I want to get rolling. But I just didn't have the little pictures set up for recording it and streaming it. So we just stuck with what I had. But so, anyways, Jameer Gibbs runs it down to the 1. Matt Eberflus calls a timeout that makes no sense at all. R.I.P. Gervon. First down. Demo's in. That's that. Boom. And he was so excited. As he should be. It did hurt. To me, this one hurt, Michael. To me, them scoring the touchdown, I was like, good for you, David. It was then them going, yeah, and we could have scored it again too, with two guys that are hilariously open. That made me go, all right, guys, let's calm down a little bit. But that's that. All are broken. I think the Flus timeout at the end was just pure unadulterated panic. It was him thinking, okay, we need to save some time. But in my opinion, at that point, you'd made your bed. You needed to let them sleep in it. Uh, like make them line up and run a play. I don't think you would have stopped him, but you might have induced a mistake of some kind. And speaking of mistakes, it's never a mistake to stay up with you friends. What do I think about Darius Leonard being released? Nothing. I think he's an extremely expensive contract that didn't want to be in Indianapolis anymore. He's a linebacker making Roquan Smith money, and that the current edition of Indianapolis thought, why wouldn't we just eat his dead cap now? Who cares? And they just let him go because he didn't want to be there. They didn't really want him to be there. It was mutual. Maybe not for good reasons. I also think he's 28. He's coming off of injury. Like, he is a sick name, Haplo, but the Bears can't get him from when he was 25. They would get him from when he's 28. And with TJ and Tremaine already on the field, like, you just ain't got no money. I don't either, Mario. Oh, man. How about those Nebraska Cornhuskers and that Matthew Rule, right? Anyways, ugh, I gotta get some sleep. Mm. Football, baby. Honestly, I thought the Bears played hard. I thought the Bears had a fun game. I thought the Bears coulda, shoulda, woulda won it. It sucks that they didn't, but it also doesn't suck at all. If it gets Matt Eberflus fired, I am despicably here for it, to be honest with you. Like, to me, I don't know how things change until they do. There's just too many details that are wrong. And kind of like Case was implying, I think that there are pieces of this defense that guys are executing really well, but it is just way too much spot drop for me. Way too much spot drop. And I don't think it works long term. And there's a reason that the Bears are giving up third and longs more than what is likely any team in the NFL. And I don't even think that's hyperbolic. Oh, yes, exactly, Mario. Like, I think it's so funny, to be honest with you, that there are so many Bears fans that are saying, fire, people went, fire Tressman, doesn't work. Fire Eberflus, or fire Fox, doesn't work. Fire Nagy, doesn't work. Why are we firing Flus? And I'm like, wrong time to be a contrarian, guys. Like, I mean, just in my opinion, the Eberflus gets these schemes, like, they get some pieces right, and they're too talented. Like, a lot of the rookies are coming on at such a rate that it is like they have to be flat out awful schematically, or they're gonna make some plays. And it's just like we saw earlier in the year when the Bears were really good on first and second down against the run, but third down would just what's the word? Like yeah, so I was gonna say, but third down they would just give it up. Like, they got better at that. Now guys are making more plays, and it is funny. I would love to take big credit. I saw the PFF thing that was like Tyreek Stevenson gave up a 0 quarterback rating or whatever, and then I shrugged my shoulders and I was like, oh, he didn't get targeted at all. But that's how it goes, right? I agree. All are broken. I really am optimistic about 2024. I get that Bears fans are always excited for next year, but I really think that this rebuild is coming to a close. I got to get this posted to DBB, and then I got to get some sleep. So you guys have a great one. Sleep well. Catch you soon. Send me something, comment, or don't, like what you want to see me do with these, because I think these are really fun. Do you want more tangents? Everything good? I don't know. I want to make these as good as we can. I appreciate y'all's support. You guys have a wonderful Thanksgiving, and until next time, bear down. Thanks so much.